Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine Tuesday? I am doing quite well. I do have some court updates. I did have court yesterday, and I want to make a whole video about that, but that is not what is on the docket for today, pun intended. Today, we are here to talk about the Britney Spears book that was just released in the United States, technically today. Now, I did put a whole little story moment up on Instagram that y'all can go and watch. This probably end up being like an all day type of event type of thing. I might have to take a couple little breaks, take some sips of water and things. I'm gonna try to get through the whole book like in just today. So if y'all need to leave and come back, obviously that's totally fine. People have stuff to do. But my plan is to leave this up. Now, it is going to end up probably being longer than it would take me to just straight up read the book because there is already an audio book out for this. And I'm not trying to first of all, I'm not trying to get in trouble, right? Because there's already an audiobook. I can't just do an audiobook. I'm going to be including some of my commentary because I would be doing that anyway. I would be reading this book anyway. And so I thought, why not let's just read it together? I know some people don't want to buy the book. Some people don't want to read the book. They would rather, hear other people's commentary. Some people have bought the book, will read the book, have read the book, and still want to hear my commentary. So all that. I do want to just kind of get right into reading the book, but I do want to make one small kind of disclaimer. And I already did make this disclaimer in, like I said, my little Instagram story. Um, I am aware that it is kind of suspicious that this book even came out. I agree with the people who are suspicious in a sense. Like, I'm not sure who sat down and wrote this book. I'm not sure how much, Britney did have to do with it. I'm not sure if it was completely ghost written by someone else. I know that there's kind of rumors going around that this book came from some private, diary journal, something that was stolen from Britney, which I'm not sure if that's true or not. But I do understand why some people have chosen not to purchase this book because in their mind and in their opinion, this is like a total Team Con push. Um, I'm open to that idea as well. But like I said in my Instagram story, I don't know what's in this book. I have not read this book. And honestly, unless you've read the whole entire book, you don't really know what's in it either. So it is, I think, a little bit unfair to jump straight to a conclusion that it's necessarily a Team Con push without having any idea what's actually in the book, other than a few things that have surfaced in the media or whatever on People Magazine, which we know is a Team Con push probably. So, all right. So, I did buy the book, and I went this morning to the Barnes and Noble at Quaker Bridge. And yeah, I guess let's just get started. So this is what the front cover looks like, as y'all know. And then what's going on in the comments? Then the inside, the library has it. Oh, you'll rent it when the library has it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what's the inside of the cover says? The Woman in Me is a brave and astonishingly moving story about freedom, fame, motherhood, survival, faith, and hope. In June 2021, the world was listening as Britney Spears spoke in open court. As Britney Spears spoke in open court. The impact of sharing her voice, her truth was undeniable, and it changed the course of her life and the lives of countless others. The Woman in Me reveals for the first time her incredible journey and the strength at the core of one of the greatest performers in pop music history. Written with remarkable candor and humor, Britney's groundbreaking memoir illuminates the enduring power of music and love and the importance of a woman telling her own story in her own terms at last. And when I went to Barnes and Noble this morning, it did have a little poster up above the sign, and it was like Britney's story in her own words. Like, they're really pushing this in her own words thing in the marketing. And then they have this picture of Britney in there in a leather bodysuit thing. Oh, that's pretty. Okay, so this is very interesting. Okay, here comes my conspiracy theories. So this is what the actual front cover of the book itself looks like. I went to a wedding. I have this Mindy on my hands, but was the book Project Rose? It's a rose. It's cute. It's got the pink. Nothing on the back, just the rose on the front. Hey, Rabbit. Yes, hit the like. Okay, so front page just says The Woman in Me, Britney Spears by Gallery Books. And the dedication is for my boys who are the loves of my life. I don't know how many pages. There's like 2 or 3 pages looks just like this. I don't know why they need all that. So, Tito Kayan says, I feel that Britney dictated this and a woman ghost writer revised it, refined it, and brought it to her for a second pass. Could be. Put that up. And I did see there are quite a few members in here. So, hello, shout out to all the members. Yours don't have a rose? Some people's don't have a rose. Ooh, maybe I have a special version. It was Sam Lansky. Lansky. Sam Lansky. I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay, here's the prologue. So I'm going to stop every so often and make some commentary because that is what the point of this video is. If you want to hear it with no commentary, then you should purchase the audiobook with your own money. Okay. So the prologue is, as a little girl, I walked for hours alone in the silent woods behind my house in Louisiana, singing songs. Me too, I had woods behind my house. Being outside gave me a sense of aliveness and danger. When I was growing up, my mother and father fought constantly. He was an alcoholic. I was usually scared in my home. Outside wasn't necessarily heaven either, but it was my world. Call it hell, call it heaven or hell, it was mine. Before going home, I would follow a path to our neighbor's house through a landscaped yard and past a swimming pool. They had a rock garden full of small, soft pebbles that would trap the heat and stay warm in a way that it felt so good against my skin. I would lie down on those rocks and look up at the sky, feeling the warmth from below and above, thinking, I can make my own way in life. I can make my dreams come true. Lying quietly on those rocks, I felt God. I guess that was the whole prologue. So the whole prologue is very short. I guess I don't really want to show the page like too up close, but it's like that was the whole She's like, let's just get to the point. Who needs a prologue? Someone's saying that theirs didn't have a rose. Take the cover off and make sure. Okay. So now we're on chapter 1. We're flying through here. Raising kids in the South used to be more about respecting your parents and keeping your mouth shut. Today, the rules have reversed. It's more about respecting the kids. Disagreeing with a parent was never permitted in my house. No matter how bad it got, there was an understanding to stay mute. And if I didn't, there were consequences. In the Bible, it says your tongue is your sword. Yeah, this sounds pretty familiar of growing up in the South. I mean, I wasn't like quite exactly like, I wouldn't say that I was expected to stay mute. Like I could kind of like give a little bit of my opinions, but like you better do it in a very certain tone. You know what I mean? She says, my whole childhood, I sang. I sang along with the car radio on the way to dance class. I sang when I was sad. To me, singing was spiritual. I was born and went to school in Macomb, Mississippi, and lived in Kentwood, Louisiana, 25 miles away. Everyone knew everyone in Kentwood. Doors were left unlocked. Social lives revolved around church and backyard parties. Kids were put in matching outfits, and everyone knew how to shoot a gun. Oh, a GUN. Let's see. The area's main historic site was Camp Moore, a Confederate training base built by Jefferson Davis. Each year, there are Civil War reenactments the weekend before Thanksgiving. And the sight of the people dressed up in military outfits was a reminder that the holiday was coming. I love that time of year. Hot chocolate, the smell of the fireplace in our living room, the colors of the fall leaves on the ground. Yeah, okay. So, I don't know why they'd be doing those reenactments down there. It's like y'all lost pretty bad. So I don't know why they're reenacting like the Civil War. It's very strange. I mean, I've seen it before. I grew up in Louisiana too, but it's weird. I don't know why they do that. I mean, I have some ideas, but yeah. She says, we had a little brick house with a green striped wallpaper and wood paneling. As a girl, excuse me, as a girl, I went to Sonic. That is some small town vibes going to Sonic. Rode go karts and played basketball and attended a Christian school called Park Lane Academy. Actually, my best friend from elementary school ended up going to Park Lane, and I think she was in the same grade as Jamie Lynn Spears. Maybe she was one grade ahead. And she went there at the same time as Jamie Lynn. Park Lane is in Mississippi. She says, the first time I was truly touched and got shivers down my spine was hearing our housekeeper singing in the laundry room. They had a housekeeper, but they were so poor. Hmm. Always did the family laundry and ironing, but there you go. When times were better financially, they knew people were going to ask, Brittany, hold on. Y'all thought y'all was poor. She said she would do the family laundry and ironing, but when times were better financially, Lynn would hire someone to help. The housekeeper sang gospel music and was literally an awakening to a whole new world. I will never forget it. Ever since then, my longing and passion to sing have grown. Singing is magic. When I sing, I own who I am. I can communicate purely. When you sing, you stop using language of, hi, how are you? You're able to say things that are much more profound. Singing takes me to a mystical place where language doesn't matter anymore, where anything is possible. All I wanted was to be taken away from the everyday world and into that realm where I could express myself without thinking. When I was alone with my thoughts, my mind filled with worries and fears. Music stopped the noise, made me feel confident, and took me to a pure place of expressing myself exactly as I wanted to be seen and heard. Singing took me into the presence of the divine. As long as I was singing, I was half outside the world. I'd be playing in the backyard like any kid would, but my thoughts and feelings and hopes were somewhere else. Well, this is interesting to know this about Britney and singing because I knew she sang as a kid, but I kind of always thought that she really appreciated dancing a lot more than the singing. So, interesting to see. Again, still a little bit jury's out on who wrote this book, where it came from. Is it a Team Con push? We're only on page 5, but let's keep going. She said, I worked hard to make things look the way I wanted them to. I took myself very seriously when I shot silly music videos to Mariah Carey songs in my girlfriend's backyard. She says, by age 8, I thought I was a director. Nobody in my town seemed to be doing stuff like that, but I knew what I wanted to see in the world, and I tried to make it so. That every person in the South be singing is true. That's true. Artists make things and play characters because they want an escape into faraway worlds. And escape was exactly what I needed. I wanted to live inside my dreams, my wonderful, fictitious world, and never think about reality if I could help it. She never wanted to think about reality if she could help it. And that kind of gives you a little bit of insight into what was probably going on in her home life. Singing bridged reality and fantasy, the world I was living in and the world that I desperately wanted to inhabit. She says tragedy runs in my family. My middle name comes from my father's mother, Emma Jean Spears, who went by Jean. I've seen pictures of her, and I understand why everyone said we look alike. Same blonde hair, same smile. She looked younger than she was. Her husband, my grandfather, June Spears Sr., was abusive. And we knew this about June Sr. Jean suffered the loss of a baby when the baby was only 3 days old. June, that's the husband, sent Jean to Southeast Louisiana Hospital, by all accounts, horrible asylum in Mandeville, where she was put on lithium. So this runs in their family, locking up women who have depression after they give birth. It runs in their family to lock up and drug women who give birth and become depressed. Good to know. Jamie Spears' dad did that to his mom. I mean, we knew this already. It's not brand new knowledge, but it's in this book. So there's that. And Brittany is saying that they put her grandmother on lithium, which is exactly the same thing they put Brittany on to drug her against her will. So in 1966, when the grandmother, June, was 31, she unalived herself with a Second Amendment device. on her infant son's grave, just over 8 years after his passing. So 8 years later, June would, you know, effectuate steps to take away her own existence. Brittany says, I cannot imagine the grief that she must have felt. The way people talk about men like June in the South is to say nothing was good enough for him, that he was a perfectionist, that he was a very involved father. Brittany says, I would probably put it more harshly than that. A sports fanatic, June, that's the grandpa, made my father, that's Jamie, exercise long past exhaustion. Each day, when Jamie would finish basketball practice, no matter how tired or hungry Jamie was, he still had to shoot 100 more baskets before he could come inside. June was an officer for the Baton Rouge Police Department. And those are some of the most tyrannical tyrants that you're ever going to see. I mean, the Baton Rouge Police Department does not know how to act. Y'all should go watch Sean Reyes's audit of the Baton Rouge Police Department. He legitimately got assaulted. So it doesn't surprise me that this abuser, June, would be working for the Abuser Bureau at the Baton Rouge Police Department. He eventually had 10 children with 3 wives. As far as Brittany says she could tell, no one has had one good word to say about the first 50 years of his life. Even in Brittany's family, it was said that the Spears men tended to be bad news, especially in terms of how they treated women. Checks out from what we know. Jean wasn't the only wife June sent to the mental hospital in Mandeville. This is news to me. It wasn't news about June, but this is news to me that he also sent another wife to that same mental asylum. That thing ain't even open no more. I mean, it's like he sent his second wife there too. Brittany says, one of my father's half sisters said that June Oli abused her starting when she was 11 until she ran away at 16. So the grandpa was abusing that type of abusing the girls, the little girls in Brittany's family, according to them. Brittany says Jamie was 13 when his mother died on that grave. I know that trauma is part of why my father was how he was with my siblings and me. Why, for him, nothing was ever good enough. My father pushed my brother to excel in sports. He drank until he couldn't think anymore. He disappeared for days at a time. When my father drank, he was extremely mean. But June softened as he got older. I didn't experience the vicious man who had abused my father and his siblings, but rather a grandfather who seemed patient and sweet. My father's world and my mother's world were completely opposite from each other. According to my mother, my mom's mom, my grandmother Lily, was from an elegant, sophisticated family in London. She had an exotic air about her that everyone commented on. Her mother was British, and her father was from the Mediterranean island of Malta. Her uncle was a bookbinder. The whole family played instruments and loved to sing. So we've heard this before that Lynn Spears' mother was actually from London. And it kind of gives a little bit of insight into why Britney back in 2007 or whatever would often do this like fake British accent. It's like, no, that's like actually how her grandmother spoke. So to some extent, it probably wasn't fake. I mean, her grandmother was born in London, had a British accent. Okay. During World War II, Lily, that's Brittany's grandmother on her mom's side, met an American soldier, my grandfather, Barney Bridges, at a dance for the soldiers. He was a driver for the generals, and he loved to drive fast. She was disappointed, though, when he brought her. So the grandmother was disappointed when the grandfather brought her to America. She'd imagined a life like what she had in London. As she rode to his dairy farm from New Orleans, she looked out of the window of Barney's car and was troubled by how empty the world seemed. Where are all the lights? She kept asking her new husband. I sometimes think about Lily. riding through the Louisiana countryside, looking out into the night, realizing that her large, vibrant, music-filled life of afternoon teas and London museums was about to become small and hard. Instead of going to the theater or shopping for clothes, she would have to spend her life cooped up in the country, cooking and cleaning and milking cows. So my grandmother kept to herself, read tons of books, became obsessed with cleaning, and missed London until the day she died. My family said that Barney didn't want to let Lily go back to London because he thought that if she went, she wouldn't come home. My mother said Lily was so distracted by her own thoughts that she had a tendency to start clearing the table before everyone was actually done eating. All I knew was that my grandmother was beautiful, and I loved copying her British accent. Yeah, so there you go. Talking in a British accent has always made me happy because it makes me think of her, my fashionable grandmother. I wanted to have manners and a lilting voice just like hers. Because Lily had money. My mother, Lynn. Oh, okay. So it says, because Lily had money, my mother, Lynn, her brother, Sonny, and her sister, Sandra, grew up with what you might consider money, especially for rural Louisiana. Even though they were Protestant, my mom did attend Catholic school. She was a gorgeous teenager with her black hair worn short. She would always go to school wearing the highest boots and the tiniest skirts. She hung out with the gay guys in town who gave her rides on their motorcycles. My father took an interest in her, as well he might. I don't know what that means, as well he might. And probably in part because June made him work so ridiculously hard, my father was unbelievably talented at sports. People would drive for miles just to see him play basketball. My mom saw him and said, "Oh, who's this?" By all accounts, their relationship was born of mutual attraction and a sense of adventure, but the honeymoon was over long before I came along. Okay, that was the end of chapter 1. So, I guess chapter 1 was kind of just talking about the mom and the dad and kind of like what their background was about, the dad's parents were, his mom passed away. It was traumatic. She lost a child. That was traumatic. Um, you know, the dad sent two of his wives to a mental institution because he didn't want to deal with them. That was probably traumatic. And obviously, Jamie Spears learned from that father. Then you have on the other side Lynn's parents, who seemed a little bit more sophisticated. Lynn's father was well traveled. Thank you, Court Arad, for the super chat. Um, and if y'all are sending other super chats, I might be missing stuff going on in the comments and things because I'm, looking down. So thank you for anybody else who did send anything if that's the case. So then you look, it's a kind of stark juxtaposition as to how Lynn was brought up, which was a little more sophisticated. There was art, people were doing things with literature, bookbinding. Even Lynn's father was a little more well-traveled through the war. He went, elsewhere. He met people from other countries. And then you have Jamie's troglodyte family members, not the women. Obviously, they were victims of June, but okay, so thank you, Robin, for the super chat as well. So now we're going to move on to chapter 2. These chapters are not numbered, so it just says 2. Thank you, Melissa, for the super chat. Okay, so she says, when they got married, my parents lived in a small home in Kentwood. My mother was no longer supported by her family, so my parents were very poor. They were young. They were young, too. My mom was 21 and my father was 23. In 1977, they had my big brother, Brian. When they left that first small place, they bought a little 3-bedroom ranch house. After Brian was born, my mom went back to school to become a teacher. My dad, who worked as a welder at oil refineries, my dad was also a welder. Okay, so it's just the matrix glitches. So my name is Brittany Jareen, and I'm from Port Allen, Louisiana. Britney, who I did not grow up like a huge fan of, her name is Britney Jean, and she's from Mississippi and Kentwood, Louisiana. Her dad struggled with addiction. My dad struggled with addiction. Her dad apparently was a welder in oil refineries. My dad's a welder in oil refineries. And it's just because Well, he was. My dad, as y'all know, passed away 6 years ago. But it's just kind of weird how some of our story kind of overlaps. And it was one of the reasons why I started advocating for her in the first place, because I thought this didn't happen to me. And in my current life, it couldn't happen to me, but I could imagine a life where it could. It was like so many similarities. I just wanted to help. So Brian was born in 1977. And then she says, okay. The dad worked as a welder at oil refineries, hard jobs that would last a month or sometimes 3. That's called turnarounds. Thank you, Melissa. Oh, okay. Same one. Okay, cool. Wait, different one? Melissa? Okay. Thank you again if you sent 2. Okay. Heart, and if you sent 1, also thank you just for the 1. Thank you for anything that y'all, if y'all can't give super chats and stuff, just likes, comments, and stuff like that help. Anything you can do helps. Then Brittany says Jamie started to drink heavily, and before too long, that was taking its toll on the family. The way my mom tells it, a couple of years into the marriage, my grandfather, Barney, that's Lynn's dad. Oh, yeah, my mom's dad, died in a car accident. And in the aftermath, my dad went on a bender, missing Brian's first birthday party. It's funny because the way that Brittany puts it here is the way my mom tells it, right? Because Brittany wasn't there and she doesn't know. But yeah, that Barney Bridges, this all is talked about in, do I have those books? I don't guess I have them here. I used to have them up here. But I have all those books. I have the book that Brittany and her mom wrote together. I have the book that Lynn wrote in 2008, and I have Jamie Lynn's book, and they all kind of talk about these same stories. So Brittany wasn't there, right? Her brother was born several years before her, and so she doesn't know because she wasn't there. So she has to take her mom's word, but it just says that like the way my mom tells it. It's almost like leaves it open for the possibility that it's not true. I'm not saying that's what she is doing, but I am saying like this is probably the most looked forward to book release of the year. So I don't think a lot of stuff made it into this book by accident, in particular how they worded things. You know what I mean? Okay. The way my mom tells it, a couple of years into the marriage, Barney, Lynn's father, got in a wreck and he died. And in the aftermath, Jamie went on a bender, missing Brian's first birthday party. When Brian was a toddler, Jamie got drunk at a Christmas party, and I read about this one too, and he went AWOL on Christmas morning. We've read about this. It didn't just start, but we're only on page 12. Unknown Padawan. That time, my mother said she'd had enough. She went to stay with Lily. That's her grandmother, Lynn's mom. So Jamie went missing on Christmas after he went on a bender. He wasn't there for Christmas. And Lynn said, okay, bye. F you. I'm going to my mama's house. That March of 1980, she filed for divorce. But June, Jamie's parents, and June's new wife begged Lynn to take Jamie back. And then she did. For a while, apparently, everything was calm. Jamie stopped welding and started a construction business. My dad also started a construction business, 2 of them, I think, over the course of his life. It wasn't particularly successful in the long term, but he did do that. Then, after a lot of struggle, Jamie got a gym business going too. My dad did not do that. It was called Total Fitness, and it transformed some of the men in town, including my uncles, into bodybuilders. Thank you, sweet LA, for the super chat. Oh, staying true to myself. Okay. Jamie ran it in a detached studio space on their property next door to the house. An endless string of muscular men streamed in and out of the gym, flexing their muscles in the mirrors under the fluorescent lights. Oh, well, that reminds me of Sam Asghari a little bit. My dad started doing really well. In our little town, he became one of the most well-off men. My family threw big backyard crawfish boils. Oh my God, I've been craving crawfish so much. They had crazy parties with dancing all night long. I've always assumed their secret ingredient for staying up all night was bleep, since that was the DRUG of choice back then. My mom opened up a daycare center. So she's literally puts this, hold on. Brittany's funny. If she wrote this book, it's funny. If she didn't, it's still kind of funny because it says they had crazy parties with dancing all night long. Open parentheses. I've always assumed their open parentheses. I've always assumed their secret ingredient for staying up all night was bleep, since that was the bleep of choice back then. close parentheses, next paragraph. Like she just wants to slide that in, or someone does. I don't know if it's her. Then she says, my mom opened a daycare center with her sister, my Aunt Sandra. To cement their marriage, my parents had a second baby, me. That's a funny way to put it. To cement their marriage, they had a second baby. I was born on December 2nd, 1981. My mother never missed an opportunity to recall that she was in excruciating labor with me for 21 hours. I loved the women in my family. My Aunt Sandra, who already had 2 sons, had a surprise baby at 35. My cousin, Laura Lynn. Just a few months apart, Laura Lynn and I were like twins, and we were best friends. Laura Lynn was always like a sister to me, and Sandra was a second mother. She was so proud of me and so encouraging. And even though my grandmother Jean was long gone before I was born, I was I was lucky enough to know her mother, my great grandmother, Lexi Pierce. Lexi was wicked beautiful. And then she puts wicked in italics. I don't know what that's about. Always made up with a white face and red lipstick. She was a badass, more and more so as she got older. I was told, and I had no trouble believing, that she had been married 7 times. 7! Exclamation point. Obviously, she disliked her son-in-law, June, but after her daughter Jean died, she stuck around and took care of my father and his siblings and then her great-grandchildren too. So, even though Jean's daughter was no longer on this earth, she was still like helping Jamie with the kids and stuff, which I mean, good for her, because if I was that great-grandmother, I would be blaming Jamie, if you know what I mean, for all of this. Um Lexi, that's Brittany's great-grandmother on her mom's side, and I were very close. My most vivid and joyful memories of being a little girl are of the times I spent with her. We would have sleepovers, just the 2 of us. At night, we'd go through her makeup cabinet. In the morning, she would make me a huge breakfast. Her best friend, who lived next door, would come over to visit, and we'd listen to slow 1950s ballads from Lexi's record collection. During the day, Lexi and I would nap together. I loved nothing more than drifting off to sleep by her side, smelling her face powder and her perfume, and listening as her breathing grew deep and regular. One day, Lexi and I went to rent a movie. As we drove away from the video rental place, she ran into another car and then got stuck in a hole. We couldn't get out. A tow truck had to come rescue us. That accident scared my mother. From then on, I wasn't allowed to hang out with my great-grandmother. It wasn't even a bad accident, I told my mother. I begged to see Lexi. She was my favorite person. No, I'm afraid she's getting senile, my mom said. It's not safe for you to be with her alone anymore. After that, I saw her at my house, but I couldn't get in the car with her or have sleepovers with her ever again. It was a huge loss for me. I didn't understand how being with someone I loved could be considered dangerous. Oh, Orleania is from Mandeville. Is that asylum still open? South Louisiana Health Behavior, whatever. Is that the grandma who owned the Cajun fast food restaurant? I don't know. I have no idea. That would be interesting to know which one had the restaurant. At that age, my favorite thing to do besides spending time with Lexi was hiding in cabinets. It became a family joke. Where's Brittany now? At my aunt's house, I always disappeared. Everyone would mount a search for me. Just when they'd start to panic, they'd open a cabinet door, and there I would be. I must have wanted them to look for me. For years, that was my thing, to hide. Hiding was one way I got attention. I also loved dancing and singing. I sang in the choir for our church, and I took dance classes 3 nights a week and on Saturdays. Then I added gymnastics classes an hour away in Covington, Louisiana. I think that's where Theo Vaughn is from, Covington. I think. When it came to dancing and singing and acrobatics, I just couldn't get enough. At career day in elementary school, I said I was going to be a lawyer, but neighbors and teachers started to say that I was Broadway bound. And eventually, I embraced my identity as the little entertainer. I also used to say I was going to be a lawyer. I took dance lessons, but I wasn't going no 3 days a week. I think I took dance lessons like 1 day a week. 3 days a week was a lot of the budget. Well, I guess she was doing it 4. Okay, Louisiana Rue said, "No, that institution has been closed." And that's what I had heard, that it was closed, um, years ago. Okay, so Brittany was saying she wanted to be a lawyer, but everybody around her was like, "No, you're gonna be on Broadway, you're gonna sing," and stuff like that. And that is the crazy thing, is like when you're a little girl in Louisiana and you're saying you wanna be a lawyer, people will tell you everything else you need to be. "Don't be a lawyer. Oh, don't be a lawyer. The competition's too high, girl. Don't you wanna be a nurse? Don't you wanna be a teacher? No, that you go look at the," that's what they told me. "Go look in the yellow pages. Go look in the yellow pages at all them lawyers, and you're gonna be in competition with all of them." That's what they would tell me. Thank you, Court Arad. Brittany gets a chance to talk, and the first thing she talks about is why her dad is the way he is. Team con vibes. I mean, listen, y'all heard what I said at the beginning. And thank you for the super chat. I do not know if this is I gotta admit, I was thinking it. I was thinking it too. The first chapter is about Jamie and making me kind of like trying to make me feel sorry for him for being abused and stuff. And like, listen, I am. I do. I have a big heart. I don't know. I do feel bad. Even if it's a bad person like Jamie, I feel bad to think about a little kid, Jamie, getting treated bad, because kids don't deserve that. You know what I mean? But you are in full control of the choices you make as an adult, and I will hold those against him. Okay. I was 3 at my first dance recital and 4 when I sang my first solo What Child Is This for a Christmas program at my mother's daycare. I wanted to hide, but I also wanted to be seen. Both things could be true. Crouched in the cool darkness of a cabinet, I felt so small I could disappear. But with everyone's eyes on me, I became something else. Someone who could command a room. In white tights, belting out a song, I felt anything was possible. Matt is saying, I feel like this book was pieced together from journals. Could be. Yes, Alex, exactly what Alex said. But Jamie should have sought or seeked therapy. He should have gotten some therapy and healed his childhood wounds before starting a family. True. Or if he couldn't do that, at least not take it out on his own kids and stuff. You know what I mean? But yes, ideally he would be doing. Oh, it's 1111 people in here. That must be like Make a Wish. Sounds like TeamCon propaganda to me, just like the Zone Museum all over again. I'm keeping an open mind. I mean, we only have read 2 out of like 50 chapters, but it could be. It definitely could be. Eddie Savron said her diaries were stolen. So if her diaries were stolen, it could have been, that they made this book from her diaries. Let's keep moving on and see. This chapter 3. Again, no title. Miss Lynn, Miss Lynn, the boy shouted. Oh, hold on, let me. Okay. Well, it looks like this is about to be a description of some type of accident or something. So if y'all want to leave out, if you're not trying to hear that, and come back in, maybe 5 minutes or something. Okay. Chapter 3. Miss Lynn, the boy shouted. He was out of breath, panting at our front door. You have to come now. One day when I was 4, I was sitting in the living room of our house, sitting on the couch with my mom on one side and my friend Cindy on the other. Never heard of Cindy before. This is a new character. Kentwood was like a town in a soap opera. There was always drama. Cindy was chattering away to my mom about the latest scandal while I was listening in, trying to follow along, when the door burst open. So is Cindy? It says my friend Cindy, but I don't know if that's supposed to say my, or if it sounds like maybe it's Lynn's friend. I don't know. I was listening in, trying to follow along, when the door burst open. The boy's facial expression was enough for me to know something terrifying had happened. My heart dropped. My mother and I started running. The road had just been repaved, and I was barefoot, running on the hot black tar. I did that before, but it was on accident. We were on a field trip and I was walking straight through the wet cement and I got in so much trouble and I really did not know that it was I just started walking. I was aloof. I was in my own world as a kid, y'all. I was mouth breathing and all. I was not paying that much attention to the actual reality world around me. I was getting messages from the mothership I do not know. I got in so much trouble. It was one of the only times I really got in trouble in school. And they were like, "You're just doing stuff for attention." And I really wasn't that time. Really, I wasn't. I did like attention, but I wasn't that time. I was really not. Sorry for being off topic. Please check my comment on your retirement video. Okay, Kim, I will do that. Thank you so much for the super chat as well. Um, yeah, that's me all the time, Oracle said. Yeah, I mean, I still am a little bit more like that, but I've worked on it a good bit. Okay, so the boy's facial expression was enough for me to know that something terrifying had happened. My heart dropped. My mother and I started running. The road had just been repaved. I was barefoot, running on the hot black tar. Ow, ow, ow! I yelped with every step. I looked down at my feet and saw the tar sticking to them. Finally, we arrived at the field where my brother Brian had been playing with his neighborhood friends. They had been trying to mow down some tall grass with their four-wheelers. Four-wheeler is what we call like an ATV or I think that's what they call it, what y'all call them. We call them four-wheelers. And sometimes they only have three wheels. We call them a three-wheeler. A quad. Oh, a quad. They call them quad. Well, we call them four-wheelers. And that's what Brittany called it. This seemed like a fantastic idea to them because they were idiots. Brittany's funny. They had been trying to mow down some tall grass with their four-wheelers. This seemed like a fantastic idea to them because they were idiots. Inevitably, they couldn't see one another through the tall grass and had a head-on collision. Oh, that's not funny. I must have seen everything. Heard Brian hollering in pain, my mother screaming in fear, but I don't remember any of it. I think God made me black out so I wouldn't remember the pain and panic or the sight of my brother's crushed body. A helicopter airlifted him to a hospital. This story is also in Lynn's 2008 book, Through the Storm. When I visited Brian 8 days later, he was in a full body cast. From what I could see, he had broken nearly every bone in his body. And the detail that drove it all home for me as a kid was that he had to urinate through a hole in the cast. So that's what Brittany really remembers about the whole ordeal as a kid. The other thing I couldn't help but notice was the whole room was full of toys. My parents were so grateful that he survived, and they felt so bad for him that during his recovery, every day was Christmas. My mom catered to my brother because of guilt. She still defers to him to this day. It's funny how one split second can change a family's dynamics forever. That's good to know. That's good to know. So according to allegedly, according to her, this was a big moment because all of a sudden her mom started treating Brian like with favoritism because she was so happy he didn't DIE. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of something that happened to Jamie Lynn's child. She got in a really bad accident, and I think that, her heart maybe stopped or her lungs stopped. Something stopped, and they had to bring her back to life. The paramedic, it was very serious. I mean, it's not a good thing. It's not funny. I'm not making light of that at all. But it does kind of make me wonder, like, if any of those dynamics, like if Jamie started acting different toward her kids and stuff, like, did that change the dynamic, Jamie Lynn? Brittany says, the accident did make me much closer to my brother. Our bond was formed out of my sincere, genuine recognition of his pain. Once he came home from the hospital, I wouldn't leave his side. I slept behind him every night. He couldn't sleep in his own bed because he still had the full body cast, so he had a special bed. And they had to set up a little mattress for me at the foot of it. Sometimes I would climb into his bed. Aw, and just hold him. She's sweet. And she was the little sister. Once the cast came off, I continued to share the bed with him for years. Even as a very little girl, I knew that between the accident and how hard our dad was on him, my brother had a very difficult life. I wanted to bring him comfort. Finally, after years of this, my mom told me, Brittany, now you're almost in 6th grade. You need to start sleeping by yourself. I agree. Brittany said, I said no. I was such a baby. I did not want to sleep by myself, but she insisted, so I finally had to give in. Once I started to stay in my own room, I came to enjoy having my own space, but I remained extremely close to my brother. He loved me, and I loved him so much. For him, I felt the most endearing, protective love. I didn't want him ever to be hurt. I'd seen him suffer too much already. So it's interesting to me that she doesn't really remember seeing the incident of Brian and all of that in the field, but she remembers the aftermath and the recovery and how it made her feel in the aftermath. Oh, okay. So Coop Cooper Electric said, "I heard the audiobook and it is not Team Con." Cool. We'll see as we move forward. Once I started okay. As my brother got better, we became heavily involved with the community. Since it was a small town of just a couple thousand people, everyone came out to support the three main parades of the year. Oh, yes, if you're from Louisiana, you know this is the truth. Mardi Gras, 4th of July, and Christmas, like in that order. That's how they do the parades or the gatherings on the levee or back behind the levee. Yes, fireworks on the levee. Leave a firework in the chat if you've been to the fireworks on the levee in Louisiana or Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, all them states. All right. As my brother got better, we would become involved in the community. It was a small town, three main parades a year: Mardi Gras, 4th of July, Christmas. The whole town looked forward to them. The streets would be lined with people smiling, waving, leaving behind the drama of their lives for a day to have fun watching their neighbors slowly wander by on Highway 38. One year, a bunch of us kids decided to decorate a golf cart and put it in the Mardi Gras parade. There were probably 8 kids in that golf cart, way too many, obviously. There were 3 on the bench seat, a couple standing on the sides holding onto the little roof, and 1 or 2 swinging from the back. It was so heavy that the tires of the cart were almost flat. We all wore 19th century costumes. I can't even remember why. I was sitting on the laps of the bigger kids up front, waving at everybody. The problem was, with that many kids in a golf cart and its flat tires, the things got hard to control. And with the laughing and the waving and the excited energy, well, we only hit the car ahead of us a few times. But that was enough for us to get expelled from the parade. That's cute. That's a cute little story. Wonder if it's true. Back the levee, back the cutoff. Well, that was the end of chapter 3. My nose is itchy. Every time I was talking in this microphone for a long time, it starts itching. I think I'm allergic to it or something. So yeah, I guess like chapter 3 was just a little bit about her brother and about her hometown growing up and how she grew up. But we really haven't gotten into any of the like fame and fortune or any of that. She kind of talked a little bit about singing at her mom's daycare Christmas performance and dancing at a recital and stuff, but we haven't gotten to the Mickey Mouse Club or any Hollywood or wanting to be famous or anything. So let's see. Just reading some of y'all's comments. Alex said, I love going to Mardi Gras parades as a kid in Metairie. Yes. Reading y'all's. The levees. Yep. Metairie. Okay, now we're on chapter 4. We're making great time. Okay, Brittany says, when my father started drinking heavily again, his business started to fail. The stress of having no money was compounded by the chaos of my father's extreme mood swings. I was particularly scared to get in the car with my dad because he would talk to himself while he was driving. I couldn't understand the words he was saying. He seemed to be in his own world. Yeah, he's probably talking to literally Satan, who is in charge of his body, in my opinion, allegedly. I even knew then that my father had reasons for wanting to lose himself in the drinking. He was stressed out by work. Now, I see even more clearly that he was self-medicating after enduring years of abuse at the hands of his father, June. I don't know. I'm not here for the Jamie Spears redemption story, to be honest, but let's see what she says as we move along. At the time, I had no idea why he was so hard on us, though, why nothing we did seemed to be quite good enough for him. The saddest part to me was that I always wanted, oh, sorry. The saddest part to me was that what I always wanted was a dad who would love me as I was. Somebody who would say, I just love you. You could do anything right now. I would still love you with unconditional love. Went to the Rougarou last weekend. The Rougarou is like the Louisiana boogeyman. Vic said, my dad was the same exact way. There's no details about her, nothing about what songs she sang, the color of her room, nothing specifically about her, the small things. It seems more like a timeline than an autobiography, MM said. I agree he was self-medicating, but that doesn't change the fact that he was an awful father. Jordan says, my chair director saw, choir, sorry. Oh my God. That looked like an A. My choir director saw young elementary age Britney perform at an honor choir talent show and said that all the adults knew that she would be someone great. Yeah, this is true. This is true for kids. It's healing to see your parents as someone who's just a human or whatever. But it's like most of our parents don't put us in conservatorships and traffic us, is the thing. I mean, even the really bad ones. But true, it is true. If this is truly Brittany writing this and this is truly how she is understanding it now, I do think that is for the best. I mean, what's the point of sitting in there stewing in it? It's just going to hurt her to do that. I mean, the damage he's done has already been done. Yeah. Okay. My dad was reckless, cold, and mean with me, but he was even harder on Brian. He pushed him so hard to do well in sports that it was cruel. Brian's life in those years was much rougher than mine because our father put him through the same brutal regimen June had pushed on him. Brian was forced to do basketball and also football, even though he wasn't built for it. Oh, my dad could also be abusive with my mom, but he was more the type of drinker who would go away for days at a time. To be honest, it was a kindness to us when he went away. I preferred it when he wasn't there. What made his time at home especially bad was that my mom would argue with him all night long. He was so drunk he couldn't talk. I don't know if he would even hear her, if he could even hear her. But we could. Brian and I had to suffer the consequences of her rage, which meant not being able to sleep through the night. Her screaming voice would echo through the house. I'd storm out into the living room in my nightgown and beg her, just feed him and go put him to bed. He's sick. She was arguing with this person who wasn't even conscious, but she wouldn't listen. I would go back. I would go back to bed furious, staring daggers at the ceiling, listening to her yell, cursing her in my heart. Isn't that awful? He was the one who was drunk. He was the one whose alcoholism made us so poor. He was the one passed out in the chair. But she was the one who ended up pissing me off the most because at least in those moments, he was quiet. I was so desperate to sleep and she wouldn't shut up. In spite all of the nightly drama, by day, my mom made our home a place my friends wanted to come to, at least when my father respected us enough to drink somewhere else. All the kids from the neighborhood came over. Our house was, for the lack of a better word, the cool house. We had a high bar with 12 chairs around it. My mom was a typical young Southern mom, often gossiping, always smoking cigarettes with her friends at the bar. She smoked Virginia Slims, the same cigarettes I smoke now, or talking with them on the phone. I was dead to all of them. The older kids would sit on the bar chairs in front of the TV and play video games. I was the youngest one. I didn't know how to play video games, so I always had to fight to get the older kids' attention. Our house was a zoo. I was always dancing on the coffee table for attention. My mom was always chasing after Brian when he was little, jumping over couches, trying to catch him so she could spank him after back talking her. I was always overly excited, trying to draw the older kids' eyes away from the screen in the living room or to get the adults to stop talking to one another in the kitchen. Brittany, stop, my mother would yell. We have company. Just be nice. Be on good behavior. But I ignored her. I would always find a way to get everyone's attention. Now, it's really interesting because in Lynn's book, how Brittany is describing herself is kind of how Lynn described Jamie Lynn. She didn't describe Brittany like this. She described Brittany as being, kind of quiet and wanting to please everyone. But and this is to my memory, maybe I got it mixed up. But to my memory, she described Brittany as kind of more quiet, wanting to please people, but she did want to be more, she wanted to do dance. She wanted to do gymnastics. She wanted to do singing. She was worker. She's worked. But the way that Brittany's describing herself here seems a little bit more how Lynn described Jamie Lynn, like attention seeking, always trying to get everyone's attention, always trying to get the whole room to focus on her. Just something I'm noticing. That's great, sweet LA. Just reading some of y'all's comments. Marlboro Lights, not Virginia. So Samantha's saying, hold on. Brittany don't smoke Virginia Slims. She said it's Marlboro Lights. So do we have a little discrepancy of reality in this book? Chapter 5. So what was chapter 4 about? I mean, kind of just like her home life growing up. She had the cool house. Her dad was a, you know, ALC oholic, and yeah, maybe she switched. Who knows? Aren't they Lynn cigarettes? She hasn't smoked Okay, so Benji says no, she has not smoked Marlboro for years. Got some people cross-checking. Okay, so let me know. Let me know. Maybe she started smoking them since the concert. I don't know. I don't smoke cigarettes. I do not know. I don't smoke cigarettes. I never smoked a cigarette, not even one cigarette in my life, believe it or not. Okay, so now we're going to chapter 5. I'm kind of looking forward to getting to the parts where she's going to be famous, going to New York and all that. But so far, most of this, just to say, like, so far, other than just the way that Lynn described Britney and the way that Britney described her own self, I haven't seen any discrepancies between the books, the Jamie Lynn book and the Lynn Spears book, and this one, insofar as these same events they do keep talking about, the like Jamie not being there on Christmas and all that stuff. It kind of does seem to add up so far. Okay. 2002 says she switched to Marb Lights. Maybe she got a marketing deal. Y'all are funny. Now y'all knowing what she smokes. My kind of nosy. If this isn't her writing, the front loading of childhood is so they run out of room by the end. What do you think about Lynn? Ran a child over and never got charged for it. Oh, that is in her book too. Spirit Queen said it's hardest thing to quit. Just quit smoking 6 weeks ago. Congratulations, Charisma. Star Search back in the day, and Justin went by a different last name. Ooh, I wonder what Justin Bieber's other last name was. Okay, so let's go to chapter 5. I was quiet and small, but when I sang, I came alive, and I had taken enough gymnastics classes to be able to move well. When I was 5, I entered a local dance competition. My talent was a dance routine done wearing a top hat and twirling a cane. I won. Then my mother started taking me around to contests all over the region. In old photos and videos, I'm wearing the most ridiculous things. In my 3rd grade musical, I wore a baggy purple t-shirt with a huge purple bow on top of my head that made me look like a Christmas present. It was absolutely horrible. I worked my way through the talent circuit, winning a regional contest in Baton Rouge. Before too long, my parents set their sights on bigger opportunities than what we could accomplish picking up prizes in school gymnasiums. When they saw an advertisement in the newspaper for an open call for the all-new Mickey Mouse Club, they suggested we go. We drove 8 hours to Atlanta. There were more than 2,000 kids there. I had to stand out, especially once we learned after we arrived that they were only looking for kids over the age of 10. When the casting director, a man named Matt Casella, asked me how old I was, I opened my mouth to say 8, then remembered the age 10 cutoff and said 9. He looked at me skeptically. So far, this adds up to what I've heard before. I've heard before that Britney did try out for the Mickey Mouse Club. Where did we hear this? The New York Times documentary, I think. She tried out and she was good. They liked her, but she wasn't old enough. Like they had already set oh, my nose is so itchy. They had already set a cutoff. She said for my audition, I sang Sweet Georgia Brown while doing a dance routine, adding some gymnastics flips. They narrowed the group of thousands from across the country down to a handful of kids, including a beautiful girl from California, a few years older than me, named Carrie Russell. A girl from Pennsylvania named Christina Aguilera and I were told that we hadn't made the cut, but that we were talented. Matt said, so the casting director, we could probably get on the show once we were a little older and more experienced. He told my mom that he thought we should go to New York City to work. He recommended we look up an agent he liked who helped young performers get started in the theater. We didn't go right away. Instead, for about 6 months, I stayed in Louisiana and I went to work, waiting tables at Lexi's seafood restaurant, Granny's Seafood and Deli, to help out. So she was like literally 8 years old working at this restaurant. So Lexi is who? Jamie's grandmother? No, Lexi. Lexi is Lynn Spears's grandmother. Lynn's mom's mom, I think. Right? Who's Lexi? I forgot. Oh no, I'm gonna kiss a fool. You know who else is from Pennsylvania? Taylor Swift. Let me remind myself who's Lexi if I can. What was she in chapter 2? Sandra, Barney, Lily. Okay, so Lily, riding through Louisiana. Lily was Brittany's grandmother. Lily is Lynn's mom. I think Lexi is the mom. Was she British too? I don't know. Y'all tell me who's Lexi. No, she has to be Jamie's grandma, right? Lynn's grandma is what y'all are saying. The great grandma. Jamie's grandma, now y'all are saying. Lexi, Lily, Lynn. So it's Lynn's. Okay. Now y'all are still going with the Marlboros. It ain't Virginia Slims is what y'all are saying. Lexi was Jamie's grandmother, y'all are saying. Oh my God. Let me just go back and I don't even remember what page it was on. It's going to take all day. She lived really well. Let's see. Tragedy runs in my family, she said. Lexi, let's see. My mom opened a daycare. Okay, even though my grandmother Jean was gone long before I was born, I was lucky enough to know her mother. So this was not related to Jamie. Lexi was the mother of Brittany's paternal grandmother. So she was Brittany's great grandmother. It was on her, I guess, Jamie's mom. So it was Jamie's side. Jamie's grandmother was Lexi, and that's where Brittany worked on at the Cajun food store. All right. The restaurant had a terrible fishy smell. Still, the food was amazing, unbelievably good, and it became the new hangout for all the kids. The deli's back room was where my brother and all his friends would get drunk in high school. Meanwhile, out on the floor, at age 9, I was cleaning shellfish and serving plates of food while doing my prissy dancing in my cute little outfits. My mom sent footage of me to the agent, Matt. Oh, to the agent Matt had recommended, Nancy Carson. And isn't she on the New York Times documentary too? In the video, I was singing Shine On Harvest Moon. It worked. She asked us to come to New York and meet with her. After I sang for Nancy in her office, 20 stories up in a building in Midtown Manhattan, we got back on the Amtrak and headed home. I had been officially signed by a talent agency. Not long after we got back to Louisiana, my little sister, Jamie Lynn, was born. Laura Lynn and I spent hours playing with her in the playhouse like she was another one of our dolls. A few days after she came home with the baby, I was getting ready for a dance competition when my mother started acting strangely. She was hand sewing a rip in my costume, but while working the needle and thread, she just up and threw the costume away. She didn't seem to know what she was doing. The costume was a piece of bleep, frankly, but I needed it to compete. Mama, why'd you throw my costume away? I said. Then all of a sudden, there was BLOOD everywhere. Something hadn't been sewn up properly after she delivered. She was having a medical emergency. I screamed for my father. What's wrong with her? I yelled. What's wrong with her? Jamie rushed in and drove Lynn to the hospital. The whole way, Brittany kept screaming, something cannot be wrong with my mom. I was 9, so to see all of this happening would be traumatic for anyone. But for a child at that age, it was terrifying. I had never seen that much blood before. Once we got to the doctor, they fixed her in what felt to me like 2 seconds. No one even seemed that concerned. Apparently, postpartum hemorrhage isn't uncommon, but it is lodged in my memory. At gymnastics class, I'd always check to make sure my mom was on the other side of the window, waiting for me to be done. So Lynn was like a dance mom. It was a reflex, something I had to do to feel safe. But one day I did my usual check-in out the window and she wasn't there. I panicked. She had left. She was gone, maybe forever. I started crying. I fell to my knees. Seeing me, you would have thought someone had just died. My teacher rushed over to comfort me. Honey, she's going to come back. She probably just went to Walmart. Turned out my mom had done exactly that. She had gone to Walmart. But it was not okay. I couldn't take her leaving. Seeing how upset I was when she got back, she never left that window during class again. And for the next few years, she never really left my side. I was a little girl with big dreams. I wanted to be a star like Madonna or Dolly Parton or Whitney Houston. I had simpler dreams too. Dreams that seemed even harder to achieve and that felt too ambitious to say out loud. I want my dad to stop drinking. I want my mom to stop yelling. And I want everyone to be okay. With my family, anything could go wrong at any time. I had no power there. Only while performing was I truly invincible. Standing in a Manhattan conference room in front of a woman who could make my dreams come true, at least one thing was completely within my control. So that so far I think everything's kind of still adding up. Even that incident with the like having an issue, like sewing the costume, all that stuff. It almost makes me wonder, did Britney or did whoever wrote this like read Lynn's book and Jamie Lynn Spears' book first to like make sure it all added up? You know what I mean? Oh, my nose is so itchy. I'm having like allergic reaction to something. Yeah, so now we're finally starting to see a little bit of what's going on with, now we finally hear I had big dreams. I wanted to be famous like Whitney and Dolly and all that. And this is really the first time in the book that I saw that mentioned. Okay. So she says, when I was 10, now we're on chapter 6. When I was 10, I was invited to be a contestant on Star Search. On the first show, I did a spunky version of a song I'd heard sung by Judy Garland, I Don't Care. I got 3.75 stars. My rival, a girl who sang opera, got 3.5. I advanced to the next round. The next episode taped later that day, and I was up against a bolo tie wearing boy with a lot of hairspray in his hair named Marty Thomas, age 12. We were friendly. We even played basketball together before the show. I sang the Judds' Love Can Build a Bridge. Oh, yeah, we've all seen this one. Love can build a bridge. And she was like, singing real big, real loud, belting it, and like a little girl in just a little black dress, which I'd sung the year before at my aunt's wedding. While we were waiting for our scores, Marty and I were interviewed on stage by the host, Ed McMahon. I noticed last week you have the most adorable, pretty eyes, he said to me. Do you have a boyfriend? No, sir, I said. Why not? They're mean. Boyfriends? Ed said. You mean all boys are mean? I'm not mean. How about me? Well, it depends, I said. I get that a lot, Ed said. I got 3.75 again. Marty got a perfect 4. I smiled and hugged him politely, and as I walked off, Ed wished me luck. I kept it together until I made it backstage, but then I burst into tears. Afterward, my mom got me a hot fudge sundae. So I'm glad she put that part in about that man being a creepy creep, because he was creepy and it was creepy. And we've all seen that clip right before, either on a deep dive or on the New York Times, like, Britney documentary, Framing Britney Spears. Is like, they showed that Star Search clip, and it was, like, Ed McMahon, some old coot, acting like he wanted to be Britney Spears' boyfriend. She was 10 years old. It's disgusting. My mom and I kept flying back and forth to New York. The intensity of working in the city as a little girl was exciting for me, even if it was also intimidating. I got offered a job, an understudy role in the off Broadway musical Ruthless, inspired by The Bad Seed, All About Eve, Mame, and Gypsy. I played a sociopathic child star named Tina Denmark. Tina's first song was called Born to Entertain. It hit close to home. The other understudy was a talented young actress named Natalie Portman. Oh, interesting. While I was doing the show, we rented a little apartment for my mom, baby Jamie Lynn, and me near my public school, the Professional Performing Arts School. And I took classes nearby at a Broadway dance center, but mostly I passed the time at the Players Theater downtown. The experience was a validation in some way, proof I had enough talent to make it in the theatrical world. But it was a grueling schedule. There was no time to be a regular kid or really make friends because I had to work nearly every day. On Saturdays, there were two shows. I also didn't love being an understudy. I had to be at the theater every night until as late as midnight in case I had to take over for the main Tina, Laura Bell Bundy. Laura Bell Bundy. Who's that? Sounds familiar. After a few months, she left and I took over the lead, but I was awfully worn out. By the time Christmas came around, I desperately wanted to go home. Okay, this is adding up to Lynn's book. This is what Lynn said. Lynn said Brittany was tired and wanted to go home at Christmas. Then I learned I was supposed to perform on Christmas Day. In tears, I asked my mom, am I really going to do this for Christmas? I looked at the little mini tree in our apartment, thinking about the sturdy evergreen we would have in our living room in Kentwood. In my little girl mind, I didn't understand why I'd want to do that, continue performing through the holidays. So I quit the show and went home. The schedule of the New York City theater was just too rough on me at that age. One good thing did come out of it, though. I learned how to sing in a theater with small acoustics. The audience is right beside you, just 200 people in the room. Honestly, it's strange. But in that space, the feeling of singing is more electric. The closeness that you feel with the people in the audience is something special. Their energy made me stronger. With that experience under my belt, I auditioned again for the Mickey Mouse Club. Waiting to hear about the Mickey Mouse Club back in Kentwood, attending Park Lane Academy, I became a basketball point guard. I was tiny for 11, but I could run the plays. People imagine I was a cheerleader, but I never was. Thank you, Court Arad, working from home. Here for this all day, Jamie Spears redemption faces. Yeah, Natalie Portman was from Black Swan. This sounds like when Lynn wrote this book. Interesting. Someone, here, I'll put the comment up. I'm reading. Someone said, let's see. People imagine I was a cheerleader, but I never was. I danced a little bit on the side, but at school, I wanted to play ball, so I did, in spite of my height. I had this huge number 25 jersey, way too big for me. I was a little bitty mouse zipping around out there. That's funny. She was waiting to hear back from the Mickey Mouse Club, and she's calling herself a mouse at the time she was waiting to hear back from the Mouse Club. Let's see. I had a crush for a while on a basketball player who was 15 or 16. He made every three-pointer, and he made it look easy. People would come from far away to see him play, just like they had to see my dad. He was good, not as good as my dad had been, but still a genius with the ball. I marveled at him and my friends who were taller than me. My thing was to steal the ball away from an opposing player mid-dribble, run down, and make a layup. I loved the thrill of quickly weaving around the other team. Just the rush of no script, the play being unpredictable, completely unknown. It made me feel so alive. I was so small and so sweet that no one saw me coming. It wasn't the same as being on stage in New York City, but under the bright lights on the court, waiting for the sound of applause, it felt like the next best thing. This is all information out there, making stories off videos and pictures off the internet and the mom's book. Yeah, I haven't really seen much that's new. BW said Britney probably did not have much to say about this book. Yeah, I bet this is funny. Heavens Feel said people are being very paranoid when it comes to anything written in this book. Am I the only one who just takes it at face value, written by Britney, or at least with her instructions? Um, no, I think other people are taking it that way too. I think there's people on both camps. For me, um, I'm on the fence. I mean, because on the one hand, I do want Britney to have her own voice and tell her own story. And I can't imagine that, like, if that is what's going on, like all of us just being like, nope, wrong, that's not her, would be like tremendously gaslighting. Like if she did actually participate in this and give stories for it. But at the same time, like I don't really like fully free, like I don't fully free. I don't really fully feel like Britney is like fully in control of her own anything. So I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. That's why I wanted to read the book. So let's keep going. Chapter 7. My second audition for the Mickey Mouse Club got me booked. Matt, the nice casting director who had referred my mom to our agent Nancy, decided I was ready. Being in the show was boot camp for the entertainment industry. Yes, being in the Mickey Mouse Club was boot camp for the entertainment industry. I mean, like everybody from that class ended up being famous. There were dance rehearsals, singing lessons, acting lessons, time in the recording studio, and school in between. The Mouseketeers quickly split into our own cliques, divided by the dressing rooms that we shared. Christina Aguilera and I were younger kids, and we shared a dressing room with another girl, Nikki DeLoach. We looked up to the older kids, Carrie Russell, Ryan Gosling, and Tony Luca, who I thought was so handsome. And quickly I connected with a boy named Justin Timberlake. We were shooting at Disney World in Orlando, and my mom and Jamie Lynn, who at the time was 2 years old, had come along with me. During the day, for our breaks, the cast would go ride bikes and goof off. It was honestly a kid's dream, unbelievably fun, particularly for a kid like me. But it was also exceptionally hard work. We would run choreography 30 times in a day, trying to get every step perfect. The only bad moment was when, not long into filming, we got a call that my grandmother Lily had passed. Maybe because of her heart attack or stroke, but she drowned in the pool while swimming. We couldn't afford to fly home for the funeral, but Lynn Harless, Justin Timberlake's mother, lent us the plane fare. So Justin Timberlake's mom gave them money to fly home to the grandma's funeral because they could not afford it. It was something family would do, and the kids and parents on that show became family. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy. I'm like, I have to take a Benadryl or something. Oh. One day, Tony was looking for who's Tony? Oh, it's one of the Mouseketeers. One day, Tony, one of the Mouseketeers, was looking for a hat that a wardrobe person had left in the girls' room, and he came into our dressing room. He walked in, and my heart fell out of my chest. He was my crush. I couldn't believe the guy had just walked into my dressing room. My little heart just went to the floor. Another time at a sleepover, we played a game of truth or dare, and someone dared Justin to kiss me. A Janet Jackson song was playing in the background, and he leaned in and kissed me. It took me back to a moment in the library when I was in the third grade, holding a guy's hand for the first time. It was the biggest deal to me. So real, so powerful. That was the first time somebody had paid me any sort of romantic attention, and it felt like a wonderful rebellion. The lights were off. We'd been watching a movie, and we hid our hands underneath the desks so the teachers couldn't see. I wasn't doing all that. No, I wasn't doing all that. I was scared. I was scared I was gonna do it. Yeah, it's just my literally like this part of my nose that's like close to this microphone. Okay. The Mickey Mouse Club was a terrific experience. It got my feet wet in TV. Performing on that show ignited me. From then on, I knew I wanted to do what I did there, singing and dancing. Court Ara said, Chapter 4 was about why no one should blame Brian for his part in Team Con. I want this to be her so bad. Let's see, not convinced yet. Same. I'm on the same page. I want it to be. I would like it to be. Um, yeah. Alex is saying, this isn't really giving Britney. And here's the thing too, like Britney could have like told stories to someone who then like wrote it in that person's voice. Like that obviously wouldn't be Britney's voice. Um, because like a lot of times it's like these these book companies are kind of like elitist and pretentious, and they think that people need to have things written in this like, you know, author-y type of way instead of like truly the voice of the person telling the story, because it's like, you know, maybe it's not like proper grammar or whatever. And so it's like I'm leaving room open for the possibility of that as well. Also, thank you for the super chat as well, Cord Arid. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking like trying to keep an open mind. We're not even halfway there yet. So, but y'all know how I feel about it. I mean, I could go either way on it. Okay. Call me. So the Mickey Mouse Club really ignited her, but yeah, who is this? Someone from New York trying to call me? Girl, I don't know. Leave me alone. Okay. Reading y'all's comments. If they got to get a ghostwriter, they should have gotten a Southern one. It's true. That's the truth. This book is for the normies. Telling the story from childhood. I believe Brittany when she says she worked hard on this, Jordan says. We need stories that only she would know. This is why Zora Neale Hurston was so great. Oh, yeah, because she had like a authentic voice. Okay. Where were we? I decided, okay. So Mickey Mouse Club ignited her, but from then on, she wanted to do what she did there, singing and dancing. But when the show ended a year and a half later, a lot of my classmates were going off to New York or Los Angeles to continue chasing their dreams. But I decided to go back to Kentwood. Already within me was a push-pull. Part of me wanted to keep building toward the dream. The other part wanted to live a normal life in Louisiana. For a minute, I had to let normalcy win. Back at home, I returned to Park Lane, settling into normal teenage life, or the closest thing to normal that was possible in my family. For fun, starting when I was in 8th grade, my mom and I would make the 2-hour drive from Kentwood to Biloxi, Mississippi. And while we were there, we would drink daiquiris. We called our cocktails toddies. I loved that I was able to drink with my mom every now and again. The way we drank was nothing like how my father did it. When he drank, he grew more depressed and shut down, but we became happier, more alive, and adventurous. Some of my best times with my mom were those trips we took to the beach with my sister. As we would drive, I'd sip on a little bitty white Russian. To me, the drink tasted like ice cream. When I had the perfect amount of when it had the perfect amount of shaved ice and cream and sugar and not too much alcohol, that was my piece of heaven. My sister and I had matching bathing suits and matching perms. Now today it's basically illegal to give a little kid a perm, but back in the 90s, it was just cute as hell. At 3, Jamie Lynn was a living doll, the craziest, most adorable child ever. So that was our thing. We'd go to Biloxi, drink, go to the beach, come back happy, and we'd have fun. A lot of fun. Even amid all the darkness, there was still a lot of joy in my childhood. So this is another part I wanted to make a little commentary on my nose. You'll just have to bear with me. My nose, I don't know, I have an allergic reaction to something. This part of the book was leaked, or not leaked, but shared before it came out as a book or whatever. And like they had articles about it and things. And a lot of people were freaking out and saying, you shouldn't be giving your kid alcohol. And agreed. I mean, you're not going to hear me disagreeing on that one. But it does remind me a little bit of the Buzzball situation where recently, in the last, month or two, Brittany was seen outside a gas station or outside of the Dave's Hot Chicken with a buzz ball, which is a little alcoholic drink. And, people really freaked out about it. And it's like, she doesn't, she looks bad and she has, her hair's messed up and she doesn't have on a bra. And it's like, y'all, you can't just judge someone's actions out of context. Like every single one of my friends growing up, their first drink they ever had was with their parents. Does that make it okay? Hell no. I don't live in Louisiana for a reason. Okay. The stuff they doing over there is cute sometimes, but a lot of times this does not add up with what my values are. So I left. So I'm not saying, oh, it's totally fine that Lynn did this. What I am saying is it was totally normal at the time. Is it okay? No. Is it fine? No. But it's not like Lynn would have been the only person out here doing this. If you are from the South and you are in my age or older, most likely your first drink was in the supervision of your parents. It's just how it goes. It's just how it was. I mean, I used to work at restaurants and people would be like, bring my kid a beer, even though they're 17 years old, because I'm here and the parent can consent to it. Again, this is crazy. It's crazy that that's the culture. It's not acceptable. It should change if it hasn't. But it's not like this wasn't a totally normal thing for the culture, for the climate at that time, especially considering Britney had basically been in Hollywood. I mean, it was in Orlando. It wasn't in I actually think it was Hollywood, Florida, actually. But just consider the whole context. It's like, well, Lynn is the first one who started her drinking. And yes, true. She shouldn't have did that. But it's also like, let's not blame Lynn for a whole entire culture's problem either. I mean, Lynn, just like Jamie, had the choice as an adult to make the right choice. So I'm not saying like, oh, don't be mad at Lynn. I'm just saying like, let's think of the context in which all of this is happening. I mean, she's drinking one small white Russian. It doesn't sound like they were like, playing drinking games or nothing. Still, it was illegal, shouldn't have happened. All that. Actually, I don't know if it was. I think the drinking age was like 18 in Louisiana for a very long time until, pretty recently. Look, Cassie, I ain't even gonna read that, but y'all read Cassie's comment in the in the chat right now. No, you're saying BJ is always doing that. Who's saying that? Yeah, if you're younger than 30. It's legal to drink at 16 with your parents. Yeah, this is always what was told to me. I don't know. I mean, I never looked at the statute, but this is the urban legend that like if you're 16 at home, you can have a drink with your parents. Yeah, see, it is weird. I'm not saying it's good. I definitely am not. I mean, if I have a child, that's not how it's going to be going down. But yeah, I mean, I think we all agree on this, MB. Yeah, yeah. So for the people saying that Britney didn't write it because the grammar is correct, that's probably not a very good reason, because a lot of times there's things called a copy editor who will come out and correct the grammar. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's kind of a Southern country parent thing. My mom used to make me hot toddies for migraines when I was a kid, people said. This is the weird part. Okay? Like, then she couldn't even have coffee as an adult. Very weird. Thank you for the super chat, Onur. She name drops Lou, Robin, TriStar, and Andrew Wallet. Ooh, I can't wait to get to it. All right, yeah. I am I done got distracted. Okay. Getting a drink and getting drunk is very different as well. Yes, good and family. I agree. Okay. Some of the best times were with her mom. Da da da. Okay, so by 13, I was drinking with my mom and smoking with my friends. I had my first cigarette at one of my quote bad friends' house. All of my other friends were geeks, but this friend was popular. Her sister was a senior, and she always had the best makeup, and guys were all over her. She took me out to a shed and handed me my first cigarette. Even though it was just tobacco, I felt HIGH. Look, I got makeup. Look, this from me scratching all over my nose. Girl, this is why I can't have nice things. I remember thinking, am I going to DIE? Is this feeling going to go away? When is the feeling going to go away? Once I survived my first SIG, I immediately wanted another one. I did a pretty good job hiding my habit from my mother. But one day she was having me drive us home from the store along the long road that led to our house. I started driving at 13 too, when suddenly she started sniffing the air. I smell smoke, she said. Have you been smoking? She grabbed one of my hands off the wheel fast and pulled it to her to smell. And as she did that, I lost control of the wheel and the car spun off of the road. I felt like everything was moving in slow motion. I looked back and saw little Jamie Lynn pressed backward into the seat, and she had on a seatbelt but wasn't in a car seat. Another very common thing. All these are very common, very usual in Louisiana, but like, do we necessarily like want them to be happening? Like I think I started learning how to drive when I was about 13 or 14. My dad would take me down the back roads and teach me how to drive, let me drive, and very unsafe. And then also like kids wouldn't always be in the boosters. I know like 6, 7-year-old kids that are still in booster seats. I stopped sitting in a booster seat when I was about 4 or 5 years old. I mean, we should have been. It's safer, but it's kind of one of the things we've talked about with Brittany's kids before. It's like whenever she was driving with him in her lap, she shouldn't have been doing that from a safety perspective. But from a cultural perspective, that's very normal. Like you just sit in your parents' lap and you steer the wheel. And that's how I first started learning how to drive. I would sit in my grandpa's lap or my mom's lap or whoever, and I would just steer and they would do the pedals. Shouldn't have been doing that. And I'm not making excuses or justifications for it. But you do have to understand what people are doing in the context of their culture. Otherwise, you're just doing unfair judgment. Very on brand for Lynn. She's always been dangerous behind the wheel. You can get a permit at 14 and 9 months. Not completely wild to drive at 13, somebody's saying. Brittany's saying. Super common in the 80s. I'm the same age as Britney. US is different. Okay. Cool. All right. So what next? So Lynn caught her smoking. I looked back, saw little Jamie Lynn. As we spun, what felt like very slowly, I kept thinking, we're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die. Then wham, the butt of the car hit a telephone pole. Hitting the way we did was a miracle. If we hit the pole going forward, we would have gone through the windshield. My mother jumped out of the car and just started yelling at me for crashing, at cars passing by for help, and the world for letting this happen. No one was hurt, fortunately. All three of us walked away. Even better, my mom forgot all about how she'd caught me smoking. The crime of teenage me smoking? Whatever. We almost died. After that, she never mentioned it again. One day, some of the boys in the 6th grade at school asked me to go smoke a cigarette in their locker room during break. I was the only girl they ever asked to join them. I had never felt cooler. Fortunately, the boys' locker room had 2 doors, one that led to the outside. I remember we jammed the door open so the smoke would escape and we wouldn't get caught. It became a ritual, but it didn't last. A little while later, I decided to try it on my own, without the boys, and this time my best girlfriend and I went to smoke in the girls' locker room. But that room only had 1 door. Disaster. We got caught red-handed and were sent to the principal's office. Were you smoking? The principal asked. No, I said. My best friend reached down and secretly pinched my hand so hard. It was clear the principal didn't believe me, but guess what? Somehow we actually got away with a warning. Later, my friend said, I swear to God, Brittany, you are the worst liar I've ever seen in my life. Let me do the talking next time, please. I wasn't just drinking and smoking by that age. I was precocious when it came to boys. I had a huge crush on one of the guys who was always hanging around my bad friend's house. He was 18 or 19 and he had a girlfriend at the time, a tomboy. They were really together, the it couple at our school. I wished he'd look at me, but I didn't have much hope given that I was 5 years younger than him. One night I was sleeping over. Rochelle, congratulations. Thank you for becoming a member. Leanne said, I feel like the book is written pretty simply. Alex Kahn said, my parents were strict AF. They weren't doing all this alcohol stuff. I wasn't like fully driving. I wasn't fully driving, but I would like sit in Papa's lap and like steer or, go like down the street, like like a block or something, but I wasn't like fully driving. 15, I was 15. I get in the car and go. I get my mom's camera and go. Okay. God, my nose itches. I wish it would stop. Oh, y'all, thank you to Rochelle. Shout out Rochelle, gifting 5 memberships. If y'all want a membership, click on the gift box. As long as it is there, you'll be able to get one. And everybody help me with thanking Rochelle for gifting those membership. The tip of your nose itches too. I'm just so itchy. And it hasn't happened like this in a while. It's literally when I'm live too. It's like, I don't know, haunted. One night, Britney was sleeping over at her bad friend's house. With no warning, the guy Britney had a crush on snuck into the house in the middle of the night. It must have been 3 in the morning. Brittany said, I was sleeping on the couch and I woke up to him sitting next to me. He started kissing me and we were fully making out on the couch. What is happening? I thought it was like some sort of seance, like I conjured him. I couldn't believe my crush had just appeared out of nowhere and started making out with me. And it was sweet. That was all he did, just kiss me. And he didn't try anything else. That year, I liked a lot of the boys in my brother's crowd. As a kid, Brian was funny, weird in the best way. But when he was a senior, he became the king of the school, an absolute badass. His senior year, I started dating his best friend and I lost my bleep to him. I was young for the 9th grade and the guy was 17. My relationship with him ended up consuming a lot of my time. I would go to school like normal at 7 a.m., but leave at lunchtime around 1 p.m. and spend the afternoon with him. Then he would drive me back right as school was getting out. I would just innocently get on the bus and go home like nothing happened. There's a little gift box at the top of the chat. Fabian says, do I think that Britney is talking about Reg Jones? I don't know, Fabian. I do not know. I do not know why she isn't naming this person's name. Now, it could be because a lot of these other people are famous and they're public figures, and there's like a difference between public figures and private. What you have to click on the gift box. Yes, click on the gift box. If there's no gift box up there, it might be the 5 people already got their memberships. Yeah, she said no. She said it was this guy, her brother's best friend, not Justin. Yeah. You cannot accept the gift on your phone. Y'all have to go on the computer and do it. Okay, so she was sneaking out of school as a freshman with her senior boyfriend. Eventually, my mom got a call from the school office and I had missed 17 days and I had to make them up. My mom said, how did you do it? How did you just leave? Brittany said, oh, I forged your signature. The age difference between me and that guy was huge, obviously. Now it seems outrageous. And so my brother, who was always very protective, started to hate that guy. When Brian caught me sneaking out to go visit his friend, he told on me to our parents. As punishment, I had to walk around the neighborhood all day with a bucket, cleaning up garbage like a prisoner on the highway. Brian followed me around taking pictures as I picked up the trash, crying. Moments like that aside, there was something so beautifully normal about that period of my life. Going to homecoming and prom, driving around our little town, going to the movies. But the truth was, oh, look, she gave 5 more. Y'all better go click the present. You got to do it on a computer, though. You can get membership gifts from your phone, but they're random. You can't choose who gets the gifts. You just get them or not. Oh, I see. You can do it on your phone. You just have to accept gifts. Oh, you have to turn on your gift acceptance. Thank you, Animal. Also gave a membership. Shout out to Animal. Thank you. Do you have to go into gift settings? Yes, you have to go into the gift settings and allow gifts. It's automatically turned off unless you pick it. Lilo said, I want a membership, but I don't have money. Get one of the gifts. There's like 11 gifts. YouTube makes gifting so complicated. I want free membership. Y'all better click the gift box. Make sure you have your gift setting turned on. Okay, so the truth was I missed performing. My mom had been in touch with a lawyer that she'd met on my audition circuit, a man named Larry Rudolph, who she would call sometimes for business advice. She sent him videos of me singing and suggested I record a demo. Okay, here's the discrepancy. Let me close the book. Here's a discrepancy. Here's a discrepancy. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go see if I can get Lynn's book. Just somebody play some music about just do something. Entertain yourselves. I'll be right back in like 40 seconds. Okay, I'm back. So what we're looking at here is the Lynn Spears Through the Storm, published 2008. And let me look at the dedication page. Hold on. What is in the pages? No dirt on my kids. Let me see. In this book, Mark. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm in the Lynn Spears book, Through the Storm from 2008. Page X, it's not even like page numbers yet. It says, one reason I've written this book is to honor Mark Steverson, an entertainment lawyer who strategically planned Britney's career. He worked with Larry Rudolph, her manager, but somehow Mark never got the proper credit for all he did to help Britney along. Mark was a wonderful, kind man who always encouraged me to do something with the poems and journal entries I had written over the years. But every time we were going to pursue a publishing project together, something would happen with one of my kids and I got distracted. That fine man died in 2007 of cancer. He never got to see this dream of ours come true. She does not give Larry Rudolph credit in this book. Okay. Now, again, this 2008. So what was that, like 10, like 15, 16 years ago, 15 years ago? She ain't given Larry Rudolph credit. She said, one reason I've written this book is to honor Mark Steverson, an entertainment lawyer who strategically planned Britney's career. He worked with Larry Rudolph, Britney's manager, but somehow Mark never got the proper credit for all he did to help Britney along. Why do you think he didn't get the proper credit? Because he died in 2007, the same year that Britney tried to fire Larry Rudolph before she rehired him after the conservatorship started in 2008. Y'all seen what's going on? It seems to me, in my opinion, like maybe Larry Rudolph had a lot to do with Mark Steverson not getting the attention he deserved. And this is one of the biggest red flags for me so far. I mean, we're on page 45. This is one of the biggest red flags for me so far, that Mark Steverson was given so much credit in Lynn's book, but in Britney's book, we just talking about Larry. You see what I mean? Something's not adding up. Oh my gosh. Animal. Would allergy medication help my itching? I mean, probably. Animal has given 10 memberships. Okay, so now only Angie is saying YouTube randomly picks who gets the gift memberships. I thought you could click the gift box. Thank you so much, Animal, for the 10, now 11. Looking like the Puffs commercial. I know, I had to put more makeup on my. Turn on accept gifts. Eddie, thank you for becoming a member. If you got a membership from Animal or from any of the other, who else gave gifts? Let me see. Eddie. Let's see who else gave gifts. Animal gave gifts. If you got a gift membership, please thank the people who are giving the gifts. Hold on, I'm scrolling now. I forgot who gave the gifts. Oh, Animal gave a bunch of them. Animal. Where's the other? Rochelle. Rochelle gave the gifts. Okay. If y'all got gifts from any of the gifts, thank the gift givers. That's gift memberships. Thanks so much. Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you, Animal. Okay. So interesting. The Mark Steverson situation, interesting, because now it's talking about Larry Rudolph, right? The truth was I missed performing. My mom had been in touch with a lawyer she met at my audition circuit named Larry Rudolph, but her mom actually in her book gives credit to Mark Steverson, not Larry Rudolph. I just wanted to point that out. Let's see. If you get a membership, you will be able to use the alien emojis. She went, so Lynn sent Larry, which probably was Mark Steverson, because they were working together. Thank you, Lindsay, for the super chat. And Larry requested that Britney. Oh, suggested. Okay. Lynn sent videos of Britney singing, and Larry suggested Britney record a demo. He had a song in mind that Toni Braxton had recorded for her second album that had ended up on the cutting room floor, and it was called Today. Larry sent Britney the song, and Britney learned it and then recorded it in a studio an hour and a half away from them in New Orleans. This would become the demo that Britney would use to get in the door at the record labels. Around the same time, Justin and another Mouseketeer, JC Shazay, how do you say his name? Shazay? I don't know. Shazaz. Were in a new boy band called NSYNC that was being assembled. Another castmate, Nikki, with whom I had shared a dressing room, was joining a girl group. But after I talked it over with my mom, we decided to pursue the solo avenue instead. Larry, okay, all right. This is another place where I actually have a little bit more knowledge. So it's very interesting. Okay, I'm going to read this paragraph again, and then I want to give y'all some commentary. So I'm just reading y'all's thing. Gift acceptance is on if anyone would like to get a Summer Butterfly. Welcome to memberships. Around the same time, thank you, Ruki, for the super chat. That's very generous. Thank you so much. Around the same time, Justin and another Mouseketeer, JC, were in a new boy band called NSYNC that was being assembled. Now, that was being assembled by Lou Pearlman in Florida. Remember that. He was one of Jeffrey Epstein's friends. Another castmate, Nikki, with whom Britney had shared a dressing room, was joining a girl group. But after talking it over with her mom, we decided to pursue the solo avenue instead. Okay. This is also another place where there's some discrepancies. So there's some stuff left out too. The girl group Nikki was joining was a girl group called Innocence, and Innocence was being put together by Lou Pearlman, who was the founder of the NSYNC and also Backstreet Boys, O-Town, LFO. Like he had like many boy groups, and he ended up going to prison for some things, but he was also accused of some other things. And I really don't want to get into the details. Welcome to membership, Susie. I know I got to go to an appointment if I'm still here when I get back. I know exactly. Oh yeah, I might still be here. So she's in this one paragraph talking about two different bands. One called NSYNC, which we've heard of, and then another one that her friend Nikki was joining, right? Come to find out, both of these bands were founded by Lou Pearlman. And it just so happened that the girl group called Innocence was co-founded and co-managed by Lou Pearlman and someone else, a woman named Lynn Harless. Who is Lynn Harless, you might be wondering? Does it sound familiar to you? We just talked about her. It's Justin Timberlake's mom. So Justin Timberlake's mom and Lou Pearlman, who was the manager of NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys, wanted Britney Spears to be the front runner, the lead ringleader, the lead singer of Innocence. Justin Timberlake's mother wanted to manage Britney Spears' career as a member of a girl group. Now, Larry Rudolph has done interviews in the past, like since all this happened. And Larry has said the reason that Britney didn't go into the girl group was because they were specifically wanting to put Britney as a solo artist. So that is another discrepancy here. It's like the way this is saying it is like, oh, Britney and Lynn just innocently spoke about it and decided to go solo. No, no. It was very strategically planned by Mark Steverson and probably Larry Rudolph, because it literally says in this book, Through the Storm, that Mark Steverson strategically planned. Hold on, let me tell y'all one more time. An entertainment lawyer who strategically planned Britney's career. I don't think it was just an accident. Britney just decided to be solo. No, it was all strategically planned. It was all strategically planned. Every single thing was strategically mapped out. It wasn't just, oh, Britney decided. No, that's not how it happened. Okay. All right. Animal gave 10 more. Well, I haven't taken one of these in about years. I would say it's been maybe 10 years. I don't take pain. I don't even take Tylenol. I don't take Tylenol. I don't take medicine really like that. So sorry your nose itched on that, but I haven't taken that a very long time. All right. So this Larry Rudolph discrepancy, she sent him videos singing Tony Braxton's song. He sent the song, learned it, recorded a studio in New Orleans. This would become the demo. Around the same time, Justin's in the band. Lynn Harlish, Justin's mother, is trying to become a manager of a girl band. Larry played the demo for some executives in New York who told him they wanted to see what I could do. So I put on my little bitty heels and my cute little dress and returned to New York. I had tried to go back to being an ordinary teenager, but it didn't work. I still wanted something more. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't need to do all that. Yeah, I wouldn't really know about this pain pill stuff y'all are talking about. I mean, it's just not something I do. Chapter 8. Who is this man? I thought. I have no idea, but I like his office and I really like his dog. He was just a little old man, but his energy was insane. I estimated that he was probably 65 years old. He was actually in his 50s. Hit the like button. Just reading something else. Where's my Xanax emoji? I don't take that either. I used to have oxytocin addiction and my nose would always itch like crazy. Well, I mean, I didn't even get to take no medication to cause it. I'm just itching. I think it's this thing. I really do think it's this. I think it has something on it. It's like dust mites or something. Is that loud? Can y'all hear that? Sorry. There's like lint on here. Okay. All right. Larry had told me that the man was a big contact named Clive Calder. I had no idea what he did. If I had known going in that he was a record executive who founded Jive Records, maybe I would have been more nervous. Instead, I was just curious, and I loved him from the second I met him. He had an incredibly intimidating 3-story office, and in the office was a teacup terrier, a kind of dog I didn't even know existed. That was, I swear to God, the smallest, most precious thing. When I walked in and saw the office and that dog, I felt like I was entering a parallel universe. Everything opened up into a different dimension. I walked into an amazing dream. "Hi, Brittany," he said, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "How are you?" He acted like he was part of some oh, girl. He acted like he was part of some sort of powerful secret society. Girl, yes, Lou Pearlman didn't sing. Heater season dries your skin and nose out. Oh, that's probably what it is. It's probably the heater season. He acted like he was part of some sort of powerful secret society. First of all, how does one know how someone in a powerful secret society acts? And second of all, what was he doing? Like, how do they act? I mean, I really don't know. They don't hang out with me. They don't tell me their secrets. I promise you that. He had a South African accent that made it sound to me like he was a character in an old movie. I never heard anyone talk that way in real life. He let me pick up his dog. As I held the tiny animal so warm in my arms and looked around at the giant office, I couldn't stop smiling. In that moment, my dreams got a jump start. I hadn't recorded anything yet other than the demo. I was just visiting these people that Larry told me to meet with. I knew I was supposed to go sing a song for record label executives, and I knew I sure wanted to be around that guy more, and that the way he was had something to do with the way I wanted to be. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had been my uncle in a past life. I wanted to always know him. It was his smile, clever, smart, wise. He was a mystical smile of a man. So here's another one where it's like, okay, now y'all are trying to make me like think that Britney likes these like creepy record executives. All right, okay. Okay, we'll see. I'll never forget it. I felt so much joy with him, and I felt like the trip to New York was more than worthwhile, even if all it gave me was a chance to meet someone like that, someone who believed in me. But my day wasn't done. Larry took me around town, and I went into rooms full of executives and sang Whitney Houston's I Have Nothing. Gazing out at rooms full of men in suits looking me up and down in my small dress and high heels, I sang loud. Clive signed me right away. And so I ended up getting a recording deal with Jive Records at the age of 15. My mother was teaching second grade now in Kentwood, and Jamie Lynn was little. So we got our family friend Felicia Collada. I called her Miss Faye, or is it Fee? I think it's Faye. Fee? Fuh? To come with me everywhere. The label wanted me in a studio immediately. They put Felicia and me up in an apartment in New York. We would drive to New Jersey every day, and I would go into the booth and sing for producer and songwriter Eric Foster White, who'd worked with Whitney Houston. Honestly, I was clueless. I didn't know what was going on. I just knew I loved to sing and I loved to dance, and so whichever of the gods could come down and coordinate that for me, I was going to show up for them. If anyone was able to put something together for me that presented me in front of a format people could relate to, presented me in a format people could relate to, I was ready. I don't know what happened, but God worked his magic, and there I was in New Jersey recording. The booth I sang in was underground. When you're inside it, you just hear yourself singing and nothing else. I did that for months. I never came out of the booth. After working nonstop, I went to a barbecue at someone's house. I was very girly at the time. I always was in a dress and heels. I was there talking with people, trying to make a good impression. And at one point, I ran in to get Felicia and bring her out on the balcony, but I didn't realize there was a screen door. I ran straight into it, hit it with my nose, and fell back. Everyone looked up and saw me on the floor holding my nose. When I tell you I was embarrassed, I swear to God, I got up and someone said, there's a screen there. Yeah, thanks, I said. Of course, everyone just laughed their little fannies off. I was so embarrassed. Isn't it funny that out of all the things that happened to me in that first year of recording, that is one of my most vivid memories? That was over 25 years ago, but I was devastated. And honestly, I think I was more in shock because I didn't know that the screen was there. It made me think I might have been recording in that booth for too long. About a year into my time in New Jersey, things were coming together for my first album. Then all of a sudden, one of the executives told me, "You need to meet this producer from Sweden. He's really good. He writes cool songs." All right, I said. Who's he worked with? I don't know how I knew to ask that question, inexperienced as I was, but I'd started to have clear ideas about how I wanted to sound. I did a little bit of research too and learned that at that point he had done songs for the Backstreet Boys, Robin, and Bryan Adams. So who one of the executives, I bet one of them executives was Lou Pearlman because he was working with Max Martin all the time with the Backstreet Boys. Max Martin flew to New York and we had a dinner meeting, just me and him, with no assistants or label people. Even though I usually had handlers around because of my age, in this case, they wanted me to meet him by myself. As we sat down, a waiter came over and said, "How may I help you?" Thank you, Grace, all over the place for the super chat. As we sat down, a waiter came over and said, "How may I help you?" Somehow, a candle flipped over and sent the whole table up in flames. We were at one of the most expensive restaurants in New York City, and our table had just become a wall of fire. From "How may I help you" to flame wall in under 1 second. Max and I looked at each other in horror. We should go now, yeah? He said. He was magic, and we started working together. I flew to Sweden to record songs, but I barely registered the difference between there and New Jersey. I was just in another booth. Felicia would come in and say, "Do you want some coffee? Let's go take a break." I would shake her off. I worked for 8 hours straight. My work ethic was strong. I would never come out. If you knew me then, you wouldn't hear from me for days. I would stay in the studio as long as I could. And if anyone wanted to leave, I would say I wasn't perfect. The night before we recorded Baby One More Time, I was listening to Soft Cell's Tainted Love and fell in love with that sound. I stayed up late so that I'd get into the studio tired. My voice fried. It worked. When I sang, it came out gravelly in a way that sounded more mature and sexier. Once I felt what was happening, I became so focused on the recording. And Max listened to me. When I said I wanted more R&B in my voice, less straight pop, he knew what I meant and he made it happen. Then, when all the songs were done, someone said, "What else can you do? Do you want to dance now?" And I said, "Do I want to dance? Hell yeah, I do." So what y'all saying? Who's been a favorite of mine? The girl next door. She has just we'll call it you. One thing, it's kind of making it seem like Britney herself was like trying to make her voice sound sexier, like just for no reason. But we do know from other documentaries, the New York Times documentary, for example, and stuff like that, that it was the executives themselves that wanted her to sound like that. So she was doing that to sound like that for them. She knew that's what they were going for. So this kind of makes it seem like it was all her idea. And even if she did write this, like I totally like that's great. Good for her, like wanting to take control of her, narrative and stuff. But like we got to also tell the truth and like tell the full story, which is the executives wanted a young teenage Britney Spears to sound sexy. Like that is what was going on. Read Neil's comments. Thank you, CJ, for the super chat. She had to fake that baby voice. Yes, she did. Yes, exactly. Oh, baby. Especially if you look at like how she was singing as a child, like the girl could sing. She was belting like gospel song, like Whitney Houston, Toni Braxton. Like, I don't really like how they're trying to rewrite history in this book. I'm gonna put that under red flag number 2. For me, the fact that this is in here and it makes it seem like Britney was the one like trying to like push this fake voice thing. Chapter 9. The label came to me with a concept for the Baby One More Time video, in which I would play a futuristic astronaut. The mock up I saw had me looking like a Power Ranger. That image did not resonate with me, and I had a feeling my audience wouldn't relate to it either. I told the executives of the label that I thought people would want to see my friends and me sitting at school bored, and then as soon as the bell rang, boom, we would start dancing. The way the choreographer had us moving was so smooth. It helped that most of the dancers were from New York City. In the pop dance world, there are 2 camps. Most will say that LA dancers are better. No disrespect to them, but my spirit has always liked New York dancers best. They have more heart. We rehearsed at Broadway Dance Center, where I'd taken classes as a kid, so I was comfortable there. When Jive Records executive Barry Weiss came into the studio, I turned it. Okay, so Barry Weiss, oh my God. I've had a whole entire story about Barry Weiss for like 2 years. I just have not gotten around to making a video about, but this reminds me I need to make that one. When Jive Records executive Barry Weiss came into the studio, I turned it on for him. In that moment, I showed him what I was capable of. The director for the video, Nigel Dick, was open to my ideas. In addition to the school bell cueing the start of the dancing, I added that it was important that there be cute boys. I'm reading y'all's. Comments. I added it was important that there be cute boys. And I thought we should wear school uniforms to make it seem more exciting when we started dancing outside in our casual clothes. We even got to cast Miss Felicia as my teacher. I found it hilarious to see her in nerdy glasses and frumpy teacher clothes. Making that video was the most fun part of doing that first album. So she liked to make that video, apparently, I guess, according to this book. That's probably the moment in my life when I had the most passion for music. I was unknown and I had nothing to lose if I messed up. There's so much freedom in being anonymous. I could look out at a crowd who'd never seen me before and think, you don't know who I am yet. It was just kind of liberating that I didn't really have to care if I made mistakes. For me, performing wasn't about posing and smiling. On stage, it was like a basketball player driving down the court. I had ball sense, street sense. I was fearless. I knew when to take my shots. Starting in the summer, Jive sent me on a mall tour to something like 26 malls. Doing that form of promotion is not much fun. No one knew who I was. No one knew who I was yet. I had to try to sell myself to people who weren't that interested. My demeanor was innocent, and it wasn't an act. I didn't know what I didn't know what I was doing. I just say, "Yeah, hi, my song's really good. You got to check it out." Before the video came out, not a lot of people knew what I looked like. But by the end of September, the song was on the radio. I was 16 when on October 23rd, 1998, the Baby One More Time single hit stores. That's interesting. She was 16 when the single hit stores, and it was October 23rd, 1998, when the single hit the stores. This book came out on October 24th, 2023. So this October 23rd, October 24th date must have some type of significance. I mean, I guess it could have came out yesterday, but it didn't come out till today, midnight today, you know. The next month, the video premiered, and suddenly I was getting recognized everywhere I went. On January 12th, 1999, so just a few months later, the album came out and sold over 10 million copies very quickly. I debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200 chart in the US. I became the first woman to debut with a number 1 single and album at the same time. I was so happy, and I could feel my life start to open up. I didn't have to perform at malls anymore. Things were moving fast. I toured with NSYNC, including my old Mickey Mouse Club friend, Justin Timberlake, in tour buses. I was always happy. Oh, I'm sorry. I was always with my dancers, or Felicia, or one of my 2 managers, Larry Rudolph and Johnny Wright. I acquired a security guard named Big Rob, who was unbelievably sweet to me. I became a regular on MTV's TRL. Rolling Stone sent Dave LaChapelle to Louisiana to shoot me for the April cover story inside the heart, mind, and bedroom of a teen dream. When the magazine came out, the photos were controversial. So this is the one with the Teletubbies. She's on the front of a magazine. She's holding a purple Teletubby in one arm and she's on the phone in the other. And she's like half dressed and she's a teenager. And then the title of the article is like inside Britney's bedroom. And she was like almost 17 or something, like 16. Yeah, I hope she finds peace for sure. Okay, so she acknowledges it. These pictures were controversial because the cover shot of Britney in her underwear holding a Teletubby played up how young she was. My mother seemed concerned, but I knew that I wanted to work with David LaChapelle again. Every day was new. I was meeting so many exciting people. Right when Baby came out, that's the One More Time song, I met singer-songwriter Paula Cole at a party in New York. She was about 14 years older than me. Oh my God, I looked up to her so much. At first, just based on her appearance, she was the smallest thing, with the curliest brown hair flowing down her back. I had no idea who the hell she was, only that she was beautiful with this incredible look and energy. Years later, I figured out that she was also the singer of songs I loved. When I first heard her voice, I thought she looked completely different than she actually did. Putting her angelic face to her super dirty words on Feel in Love, her tiny body with the strength of her voice on I Don't Want to Wait, I realized how powerful it can be when women defy expectations. Could be hyping up these execs so hard as a shade to someone else. Like maybe her dad, he hated that guy or something. Yeah, true. Could be a shade. Yeah, I found the cover to be very weird. I still find it to be weird. I can't imagine my childhood trauma was out there for the world to see. Girl, same. Love Big Rob. Oh, did he pass? They're putting full page ads. Not her skipping over the Rolling Stone cover. What was on the Rolling? Isn't that it? That is the Rolling Stone cover, right? When the magazine, yeah. Yeah, Rolling Stone sent David LaChapelle to Louisiana to shoot me for the April cover story. Yeah, they do. They do mention it. I just read about it. So I don't know what the skipping over was. Didn't she say she felt exploited by the cover? Did she? I don't remember that. I remember like the New York Times documentary mentioning it. Um just joining. Yes, I saw the rose. Yes, I did. She's not even mentioning her cousin who was modeling at that time who played her love interest. Really? I'll never forget in elementary school seeing that cover of yeah, it was I found it to be very weird. She worked with him for the Make Me and I think she also worked with him for the Glory, or was it just Make Me? So some girl is saying it does not seem like Britney wrote this. She has stated previously she thought that the cover would be more innocent. Okay. But Eriton said, oh no, that wasn't the one. This one. Always remember her. Oracle said, always remember her speaking positively of the LaChapelle work. I don't know. What do y'all think? Mine better have the road. Y'all are funny. Okay, so now we're on to chapter 10. I don't know yet, Bo, if she wrote it or not. I don't know yet if she wrote it or not. I'm still making up mine. Anna said Big Rob is still active on Insta. I know. I wish y'all could pass some snacks to me. I want a snack. All right, chapter 10. Ooh, chapter 10 starts with the words Justin Timberlake. Justin Timberlake and I stayed in touch after the Mickey Mouse Club and enjoyed spending time together on the NSYNC tour. Because remember, she was opening for them. Having shared that experience at such a young age gave us a shorthand. We had so much in common. We met up when I was on tour and started hanging out during the day before shows and then after shows too. Pretty soon I realized I was head over heels in love with him. So in love with him, it was pathetic, she says. When he and I were anywhere in the same vicinity, his mom even said this. We were like magnets. We would just find each other immediately and stick together. You couldn't explain the way we were together. It was weird, to be honest, how in love we were. His band, NSYNC, was what people, oh God, was what people back then called so pimp. They were white boys, but they loved hip hop. I don't know why we had to put in the P word. To me, that's what separated them from the Backstreet Boys, who seemed very consciously to position themselves as a white group. NSYNC hung out with the black artists. Sometimes I thought they tried too hard to fit in. One day, Jay and I were in New York, going to parts of town I had never seen before. Walking our way was a guy with a huge blinged out medallion. He was flanked by two giant security guards. Jay got all excited and said so loud, "Oh yeah, for shiz, Genuine. What's up, homie?" After Genuine walked away, Felicia did an impression. "Oh yeah, for shiz, Genuine." Jay wasn't even embarrassed. He just took it and looked at her like, "Okay, F you, Faye." That was the trip where he got his first necklace, a big T for Timberlake. I had a hard time being as carefree as he seemed. I couldn't help but notice that the questions he got asked by talk show hosts were different from the ones they asked me. Everyone kept making strange comments about my breasts, wanting to know whether or not I had plastic surgery. Press could be uncomfortable, but at award shows, I felt real joy. The child in me got a thrill seeing Steven Tyler from Aerosmith for the first time at the MTV Video Music Awards. I saw him coming in late, wearing something fantastic that looked like a wizard's cape. I gasped. It felt surreal to see him in person. Lenny Kravitz came in late too. And again, I thought, legends everywhere I look. I started running into Madonna all over the world. And Madonna makes sense because Larry Rudolph and Madonna co-own or owned, I don't know if it's still open, um, Maverick Entertainment. And now it's like Maverick Management, Maverick other stuff, Guy O'Siri, Madonna, and Larry Rudolph are business partners. So it would make sense that Britney, who's saying that Larry was managing her, would have been running into this, the artist managed by the same people or in this business world with these same people would run into each other. I would do shows in Germany and Italy, and we would end up performing at the same European awards shows. We would greet each other as friends. Again, makes sense because Madonna is a business partner to Larry Rudolph. At one awards show, I knocked on Mariah Carey's dressing room door and she opened it and outpoured the most beautiful otherworldly light. You know how we all have ring lights now? Well, more than 20 years ago, only Mariah Carey knew about ring lights. And no, I can't say just her first name. To me, she is always going to be Mariah Carey. I asked if we could take a photo together and tried to take one where we were standing. And she said, "No, come stand here, darling. This is my light. This is my side. I want you to stand here so I can get my good side, girl." She kept saying that in her deep, beautiful voice. My good side, my good side. I did everything Mariah Carey told me to do, and we took the photo. Of course, she was completely right about everything. The photo looked incredible. I know I won an award that night, but I couldn't even tell you what it was. The perfect photo with Mariah Carey was the real prize. Meanwhile, I was breaking records, becoming one of the best-selling female artists of all time. People kept calling me the Princess of Pop. At the 2000 VMAs, I sang the Rolling Stones' "I Can't Get No Satisfaction," and then, oops, I did it again. While going from a suit and hat to a glittery bikini top and tight pants, my long hair down. Wade Robson choreographed it. He always knew how to make me look strong and feminine at the same time. During the dance breaks in the cage, I did poses that made me look girly in the middle of an aggressive performance. Later, MTV sat me down in front of a monitor and made me watch strangers in Times Square give their opinions of my performance. Some of them said I did a good job, but an awful lot of them seemed to be focused on my having worn a skimpy outfit. They said I was dressing too sexy and thereby setting a bad example for kids. And I know y'all remember that. I remember everybody talking about how Britney was wearing skimpy clothes and she was she was being a bad role model. But like for me, I never really like felt like Britney Spears or any famous person was a role model. I never felt that way. Like everybody always said it, like she's setting a bad example, but like I mean, I guess it would have been cool to like be famous or something. Maybe I wanted that. But like, I don't know. I could look at famous people wearing skimpy clothes and know for a fact my mom was not letting me wear that outside of my house. So there was really no desire to do it because it wasn't going to be able to happen. Like if my mom would let it, my dad definitely wouldn't. So it was like, I don't know why they were saying that really. I mean, I think they were just trying to like, they were trying to do like the Madonna whore thing on a person. Like, I think that famous people have to be famous within certain archetypes. I'll get into this like all one day, but I think they can only be a certain set of archetypes. Like famous people cannot be all the archetypes. Otherwise they get destroyed or the media will turn them into another archetype. And the archetype here is the embodiment of the Madonna whore, where it's like you build somebody up as innocent and small town girl and girl next door, and then you attack them and you attack that innocence with depravity, which is what happened to Britney and continues to happen today. That's just my analysis. What do I know, girl? What do I know? The cameras were trained on me, waiting to see how I would react to this criticism and if I would take it well or if I would cry. Did I do something wrong? I wondered. I just danced my heart out on the award show. I never said I was a role model. All I wanted to do was sing and dance. The MTV show host kept pushing. What did I think of the commenters telling me I was corrupting America's youth? Finally, I said, some of them were very sweet, but I'm not the children's parents. I just got to be me. I know there are going to be people out there. I know not everyone's going to like me. It shook me up. And it was my first real taste of a backlash that would last years. I felt like every time I turned on an entertainment show, yet another person was taking shots at me, saying I wasn't authentic. I was never quite sure what all these critics thought I was supposed to be doing. A Bob Dylan impression? I was a teenage girl from the South. I signed my name with a heart. I like looking cute. Why did everyone treat me, even when I was a teenager, like I was dangerous? Meanwhile, I started to notice more and more older men in the audience, and sometimes it would freak me out to see them leering at me like I was some kind of Lolita fantasy for them, especially when no one could seem to think of me as both sexy and capable or talented and hot. If I was sexy, they seemed to think I must be stupid. If I was hot, I couldn't possibly be talented. I wish back then I'd known the Dolly Parton joke. I'm not offended by all the dumb blonde jokes because I know I'm not dumb. And I also know that I'm not blonde. My real hair color is black. Trying to find ways to protect my heart from criticism and to keep the focus on what was important, I started reading religious books like the Conversations with God series by Neil Donald Walsh. I also started taking Prozac. She's funny if she really said that. Yeah, no, it's really gross how they release on UN Day. This year's theme is human rights. LOL. Brit ain't a real blonde. Remember when that song dropped? Where's Ella? She's downstairs. Brit ain't a real blonde. Okay. When Oops, I Did It Again came out, I was a household name and in control of my career. Around the time of my first world tour for Oops, I was able to build my mom a house and settle my father's debts. I wanted to give them a clean slate. Okay, so we get a little finance hint in this one. When Oops, I Did It Again came out, Britney was a household name and she was in control of her career. She tells us that. I haven't even been making my little notes. Usually I do this. In 2000, Britney says she was in control of her career. She was a household name. She wanted to clear her parents' debts and she built her mom a house. She wanted to give her parents a clean slate. Y'all, I don't know. It says my real hair color is black. She also said earlier in the book, there's a discrepancy. She said earlier in the book that her hair color was blonde. So I really don't know. Because remember she said her and her grandma both had the same blonde hair. I don't know if the same blonde hair means like bleach. I don't know. But sometimes your hair can look dark, and if it's, left to its own devices, it is lighter. Like my hair looks very dark at the roots. Like this is my natural color, but if I don't get any highlights and just let it grow, it does get like reddish, brownish blonde. It does get like blondish, not this blonde, but like it looks so dark up here. But like if you just let it to its own devices, expose it to the sun and stuff, it kind of almost could pass for blonde. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Also, when I was born, it was like white. So maybe that's what happened to Britney, but it is confusing because she said her hair was blonde and she said her hair was black in the same book. I don't know. Girl. Yeah, it's strange. I agree. No, Desi, it could be read as if she was saying what Dolly said, but in the quote, this is on page 61, if anybody wants to look in your own book. I wish back then I'd known the Dolly Parton joke, open quote. I'm not offended by the dumb blonde jokes. I know I'm not dumb. I also know that I'm not a blonde, end quote. And then the next sentence, it's outside of quotes. It says, my real hair color is black. But she did say her hair color was blonde earlier. So I don't think either one of those is true. I think her hair is probably brown. So no. Dolly wears a wig, she said. Yeah, she could be referring to the Dolly Parton quote. But she doesn't quote Dolly Parton. There's no quotes around the statement. There's quotes around other parts of the statement, but the quotes end before she says my natural hair color is black, which means that the quote's not being attributed to Dolly. It means she's saying it. So maybe it was just a typo. Could have been. I could have had blonde when she was a kid and turned brown, but from blonde to black, I've never heard of that. Me neither, girl. Me neither. Sometimes hair darkens as you get older. Yes, mine has darkened quite a bit as I've gotten older. Thought the book was meant to expose those who've wronged her with facts and receipts. At this point, I'm not sure if it's an NDA that's holding her back, some girl said. Yes. Well, we're making our way downtown, so let's see if she's going to expose anybody. So far, no exposing has happened. So far, really. Chapter 11. There was hardly any time to rehearse. I only had a week to get ready. I was performing at the 2001 Super Bowl halftime show alongside Aerosmith, Mary J. Blige, Nelly, and NSYNC. I remember this show with her little jersey with little strings on it. Yeah, I was blonde until I was 5, got darker over time. Now it's like medium to dark brown. Yeah. Justin and the rest of his band had special gloves that shot fountains of sparks. I sang Walk This Way, wearing a sexy version of a football uniform with shiny silver pants, a cropped shirt, and an athletic sock on one of my arms. I was brought to Steven Tyler's trailer to meet him right before the show, and his energy was incredible. He was such an idol to me. When we finished, the stadium lit up with fireworks. I think the whole Steven Tyler performance was nasty and creepy. I think he's just a nasty creep, but that's just my opinion. I really do not know. Right, remember. Thank you, GS. That GS, thank you. Who is Steven Tyler and Aerosmith's manager at that time? It's Lou M. Taylor, to my knowledge. Maybe not at that exact time, but I really think it was. Yeah, no, totally. It was nasty. If y'all haven't seen the deep dive about Steven Tyler, check it out because it's very, very enlightening. I had light blonde hair, and now my hair is deep brunette. So it can happen. Hey, Rye Guy. Genetics are real funny and will surprise you every time. I know. One of Prim's cousins just had a baby, and obviously Prim's cousin is Indian, and so his eyes are brown, and his skin is brown, and his hair is like dark brown. Well, he had the baby. The mom of the baby is Caucasian or white or whatever. The baby's eyes are blue, and the mom's eyes aren't even blue. It's very, very, very interesting. Okay, chapter 11. We had already started that. Okay. When we finished, the stadium lit up with fireworks. The halftime show was just one of the seemingly endless good things happening for me. And I do remember this time, like Britney Spears was not an escapable concept. Like you could not get away from Britney Spears. Everywhere you went, it was Britney Spears something. And like I said, I wasn't really a huge fan of Britney Spears. And a lot of people get like offended when I say that. It's like, y'all have to understand, in order to be a fan of something, you need money. I was way too poor to be a fan of something like that. Like in the 90s, to be a fan meant you had to buy the merch. You had to buy the CD. You couldn't stream. It wasn't streamable for free. You had to buy it. You had to have money. I didn't have money. So it was just like easier for me not to become a fanatic of stuff because then you would need to collect the stuff. Like I heard Britney's music on the radio, but yeah, you would go in the Walmart and there's Britney Spears posters or Britney Spears tape, little tapes you would play, or CDs, of course, would be everywhere, and magazine. It's just, everywhere. The magazine on the front cover of the magazine, the J14. She was everywhere. It was songs were dropping left and right. She was at the Super Bowl. She was doing a concert. She was opening for this person. The hit clips on the bus. No, girl, we were poor. My friends didn't have hit clips either. You know what my friends were into? I remember them being a lot more into the Spice Girls than Britney Spears too. Like I would get like Spice Girls hand-me-down stuff, but Britney not really. Almost all the girls I knew in Texas hated her. And I do think a lot of people did not like her because they were like jealous or whatever. Cause it's like, how does this like girl from small town get to be this famous, glamorous pop star? Like I'm a girl from a small town. Like I'm not Britney's age. I'm like 10 years younger than her. So I wasn't thinking about it like that. But I think a lot of people who didn't like her, they didn't like her for that reason. My eyes are green. My mom's was green. Both of my parents had blue. Four out of my grandparents had blue. That's like a 1% chance. Oh God, we literally been here 2 hours. I should probably get my research proposal sorted. Y'all, I told y'all I was going to be here all day. This is an all day situation. I didn't even know she was from Texas back then either. She's not from Texas. She was born in Mississippi and she grew up in Louisiana. I always knew she was from Louisiana. It was like the first thing I knew. This girl was from Louisiana. Her name's and then it haunted me because then like for some time I was still going by Britney. Like now I kind of go by BJ. It just depends on, actually it's both now. It just depends on the circumstance and stuff. But when I would tell people my name was Britney, they'd be like, oh, like Britney Spears. And it's like, no, it's actually not spelled like that. Okay. I landed the most powerful one. Okay. So she said the halftime show was just one of the seemingly endless good things happening for me. I landed the quote, most powerful woman spot on the Forbes list of most powerful celebrities. The following year, I will be number one overall. Wait. I learned that the tabloids were making so much money off of photos of me. I was almost single handedly keeping some magazines in business, and I was starting to get amazing offers. At the 2001 MTV Video Music Awards that September, the plan was for me to sing I'm a Slave for You, and we decided I would use a snake as a prop. It's become an iconic moment in VMA's history, but it was even more terrifying than it appeared. Thank you, Lisa Lely. Could you please check if there's a rose or flower on Lynn and Jamie Lynn's books? Yeah. No, not on Lynn's. Let me go get the Jamie Lynn one. Might as well keep that one in here too, right? I doubt there's a flower, but I'll just go grab the book. I'll be back in like the same amount of seconds as it took last time. Okay, no, I don't see. Okay, so on Lynn's book, it's a no. Jamie Lynn's book, no, nothing. Worthy is the name of this book publisher. Trying to see, Thomas. Okay, so the publisher here is Thomas Nelson. The publisher here is Worthy. No, no flowers. Yeah, y'all get up and stretch. I also brought this one, but this one doesn't seem to have any flower either. So thank you for the super chat. Yeah, this is very interesting. There must be some type of blue gene back in there. Thank you, Spooky Fox, for the super chat. Okay, so Rachel says a person has rights to their own image or likeness. Is the paparazzi stealing the image or likeness by taking pictures and selling them? No. And the reason for that is because anything that can be seen in public, you can take a picture of it. So it's kind of more like a constitutional issue. That is a good question. Yes, oh my God, yes, I do. Do y'all remember? Oh my God, how embarrassing. When Jamie Lynn tried to name her book, I Must Confess, then lied and said that wasn't going to be the name of the book when it clearly was, because the Barnes & Noble had already started putting out stickers and stuff said, I Must Confess. Stupid. Oh my God, she's so stupid. Whew, okay. In my opinion. Hello from Ireland. Doesn't Lou have a publisher? I'm sure she has her favorites. Public is free game. Yep. If you can trademark your face, Taylor Swift will figure out how. That's funny. I passed a page with a half flower on the 3 book. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's flowers in these books, but I think she had asked if there was any on the cover, and doesn't look like it. I'm sure there's flowers in them somewhere. Hello, MF. Slovakia. Thank you, Fairy. What did Alex say? She came into my work one time when I lived in Hammond. Oh my God, it's crazy. Both my parents have brown eyes, plus me and one brother. But the other brother has blue. That is crazy. Yeah, I can't listen to Aerosmith anymore after the deep dive. No, it's nasty. And then there's a lawsuit about it now. Okay. So she's talking about the snake, and she says it was even more terrifying than it appeared. The first time I saw the snake was when they brought it to a little black room of the oh, back, sorry. A little back room of the Metropolitan Opera House in Manhattan where we would be doing the show. The girl who handed it over was even smaller than me. She looked so young and she was very tiny with blonde hair. I couldn't believe they didn't have some big guy in charge. I remember thinking, you're letting us two little munchkins handle this huge snake? But there we were, and there was no going back. She lifted up the snake and put it over my head and around me. To be honest, I was a little scared. That snake was a huge animal, yellow and white, crinkly, and gross looking. It was okay because the girl who gave it to me was right there, plus a snake handler and a bunch of other people. Everything changed though when I actually had to do the song on stage with the snake. On stage, I am in performance mode. I'm in a costume and there is nobody else there but me. Once again, the little munchkin came to me and handed me that huge snake. And all I knew was to look down because I felt if I looked up and caught its eye, it would kill me. I would be scared to do that too. And that snake looked heavy and they're strong. Like you can really feel like how like their muscles and stuff. In my head, I was saying just perform. Just use your legs and perform. But what nobody knows is that as I was singing, the snake brought its head right around to my face, right up to me, and started hissing at me. You didn't see that shot on the TV, but in real life, I was thinking, are you bleep serious right now? This bleep bleep snake's tongue is flicking out at me right now. Finally, I got to the part where I handed it back. Thank God. The next night at Madison Square Garden in New York City, just days before September 11th, I performed a duet of The Way You Make Me Feel with Michael Jackson to celebrate the 30th anniversary of his solo career. In my heels, I prowled all over that stage. The audience went crazy. At one point, it felt like the whole crowd of 20,000 was singing along with us. They probably were. The way you make me feel, you really turn me on. Doc Antle and his cult ladies from Tiger King were there. Oh, were the animal handlers? That is true. I remember them talking about that. I think it was the man from Tiger King, the Doc Antle. Yeah, this is crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy. A lot of the same management, the Geralds. Did y'all see Courtney Love's daughter, Kurt Cobain's daughter? What's her name? Frances Bean just now got married to Tony Hawk's. Hold on, I'm reading an email. Tony Hawk's son. Sorry, I needed to read an email. All right. Tony Hawk's son and Kurt Cobain's son. Oh, sorry. Tony Hawk's son and Kurt Cobain's daughter just got married earlier this month. Did y'all know that? Why is it weird? Because I didn't know they were dating for one, and it's just like small world. Like when I started covering like celebrity stuff, I didn't really ever anticipate like how much they would all like cross over and intersect and interlap. Just small world. I mean, it's not like weird. I mean, it actually makes sense that they would like each other and they would like it adds up. But like just out of nowhere, like small world kind of thing, because it's both our topics like relating very closely to things that I've covered, but it does make sense. Um, no, I don't have any issues with the Tony Hawk son. I think that Tony Hawk son, I don't know I didn't even know he had a son till today when I found that out. So I really don't know. Somebody said they feel bad for the snake because it's a stressful situation. The name of the overriding management firm is Azov. They own Ticketmaster and Live Nation. The Azovs are the top of the heap. That makes sense, Aaron. Because of they also own the Planet Hollywood or whatever. Caesars. Wherever, well, one of those residency places I think they also own, if I'm remembering correctly. Makes sense. Like Haley and Justin, like arranged marriage, allegedly. Recommend Carrie Fisher's memoir. Oh, I do want to read that one. Such an old mama. I'm excited for them to have babies. Yeah, I mean, I hope they are very happy. They both seem to probably deserve it, especially Frances Bean. She deserves happiness, poor thing. Okay. Pepsi hired me to do commercials for them. In the joy of Pepsi, I started out as a delivery driver and then wound up in a huge dance number. And now and then, I got to wear cute outfits from various eras. For the 80s section, I got made up as Robert Palmer for a version of Simply Irresistible. I was in hair and makeup for 4 hours, and they still didn't quite manage to make me convincing as a man. But in the 50s part, I loved dancing at the drive in. I had Betty Boop hair. Working in all those different genres, I was amazed at how intelligently done those commercials were. The first movie I did was Crossroads, written by Shonda Rhimes and directed by Tamra Davis. We had filmed it in March 2001, around the same time I was recording the album Britney. In the film, I was playing a good girl named Lucy Wagner. The experience wasn't easy for me. My problem wasn't with anyone involved in the production, but with what acting did to my mind. I think I started method acting, only I didn't know how to break out of my character. I really became this other person. Some people do method acting, but they're usually aware of the fact that they're doing it. But I didn't have any separation at all. It's embarrassing to say, but it's like a cloud or something came over me and I just became this girl named Lucy. When the camera came on, I was her. And then I couldn't tell the difference between when the camera was on and when it wasn't. I know that seems stupid, but it's the truth. I took it that seriously. I took it seriously to the point where Justin said, "Why are you walking like that? Who are you?" All I can say is it's a good thing Lucy was a sweet girl writing poems about how she was not a girl and not yet a woman and not a serial killer. I ended up walking differently, carrying myself differently, talking differently. I was someone else for months while I filmed Crossroads. Still to this day, I bet the girls I shot that movie with think she's a little quirky. If they thought that, they were right. I was a baby, just like the character. I should have played myself on camera, but I was so eager to do a good job that I kept saying, oh, sorry. But I was so eager to do my job that I kept trying to go deep with this character. I had been me my whole life, and I wanted to try something different. I should have said to myself, it's a teen road movie. It's not that deep. Honestly, just have a good time. Um, I'm just looking at something else comments. Good thing she wasn't a serial killer. And I think that this could give a little insight into the relationship that Heath Ledger and Britney Spears seem to have with each other. I mean, I remember seeing Heath Ledger at one point say um that he was like in love with Britney. Andy. I was just reading some text messages. Sorry. I had to handle a couple things. Okay. Um, because I mean, it's widely speculated that the reason for his passing was because he kind of got too into the role of the Joker, like this, like he method acted the Joker. He became the Joker, and it was just too dark for him to, come back. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, y'all have heard that speculated before, right? And so it kind of maybe that gives a little insight into their relationship. I mean, I know they were close. I know he had said before that he would like treat her so nice and he loved her or something. But he did pass away like 2007 or 8, I think. Oh, Brittany is a psychological operation at this point. I don't think she wrote this book. It's not even her on Instagram. She's been replaced. Why fall for it? Time wasted. Tiffany, I've addressed this quite a few times in this live stream, so maybe rewind to the beginning and see what my thoughts are on that before jumping to conclusions, girl. Okay, so then she says, I was eager to do a good job. I kept trying to go deep. After the movie wrapped, one of my girlfriends from a club in LA came to visit me. We went to CVS. I swear to God, I walked into that store, and as I talked to her while we shopped, I finally came back to myself. When I came outside again, I was cured of the spell that the movie had cast. It was so strange. My little spirit showed back up in my body. That trip to buy makeup with a friend was like waving some magic wand. Then I was pissed. I thought, oh my God, what have I been doing for the past few months? Who was I? That was pretty much the beginning and end of my acting career, and I was relieved. The Notebook casting came down to me and Rachel McAdams, and even though it would have been fun to reconnect with Ryan Gosling after our time on the Mickey Mouse Club, I'm glad I didn't do it. If I had, instead of working on my album in the zone, I'd have been acting like a 1940s heiress all day and night. So this is another thing that I find interesting about this, other than the Heath Ledger connection that did come to mind, is I've read a few like of the what's it called? Articles, the press coverage about this about this book lately. And a big thing that they did focus on was this. Like I had seen this part already before that she was going to, yes, Britney was going to be in the Notebook. I'm going as you to work for Halloween. I need facts ain't defamation t-shirt. You're funny. Okay, you gotta make sure you gotta get a headband. So another thing that comes to mind is just the stuff that this was being reported on and the other stuff being reported on in this book we haven't gotten to yet is like Brittany would say that she was forced to play a little girl because she didn't have any womanly autonomy, right? She was forced to um not be a grown up. And I'm wondering if this that she's describing here, which is to become another character who's not her, is related in a way to her real life as well. Because here she's, playing this sweet girl. She goes to the CVS. She kind of comes back to herself. She said her soul came back into her body. What she say? My little spirit showed back up in my body. The trip to buy makeup with a friend was like waving a magic wand. And it speaks a lot to personal connections that you've had since before you were successful. I mean, I've spoken about this a little bit before on this channel, but it's like people start acting brand new once you achieve something. Like, I'm from a poor background and the trailer park and all that. But now and what I'm doing now, I've gone to college, graduated, gone to law school, graduated, lived in New York, lived in Philly, right? It's like big, big things. And then people kind of want to like come around and be your friend, sometimes not for good reasons. It's very, very healing to be around people that liked you before you were anybody, before you were educated, before you had anything to offer, and they still liked you. You know what I mean? It's like there's something about that you should try and hang on to those friendships. And this, kind of what happened to her, and it kind of snapped her out of this like method acting that she was doing. Sure, a lot of the problem was that my first experience with acting. Oh, sorry. I'm sure a lot of the problem was that it was my first experience with acting. I imagine there are people in the acting field who have dealt with something like that, where they had trouble separating themselves from a character. But I feel like they keep perspective. I hope I never get close to that occupational hazard again. Living that way, being half yourself, half a fictional character, is messed up. After a while, you don't know what's real anymore. And that was what Tony Hsieh, the CEO, the founder and CEO of Zappos, who passed away in 2019, it was one of the last things that he said. Like he kept harping on not being able to tell fiction from reality, not being able to tell fact from fiction, fantasy from reality. He just didn't know what was real. And it's hard to know when you get up in these echelons and everyone's just being fake with you all the time. But here's Britney saying, like, I'm playing a half fake character. I don't even know who I even was at the time. So that was so that was the end of chapter 11. I want to read a couple of y'all's comments. It was probably the only tea she's allowed to spill, and that's what that's what I'm wondering. It's like, this is Britney, but this is like the only thing that actually made it past the cutting room floor. Y'all know her team is watching, trying to see if we're buying the BS. When people are younger and fame gets pushed on them, I would understand why. You got to be grounded. Thanks for sharing the book with us. There's 49 chapters, but they're all pretty short. Yeah, that was the end of chapter 11. So now we will get to chapter 12. When I think back on that time, I was truly living the dream, living my dream. My tours took me all over the world. One of my happiest moments on tour was playing the music festival Rock in Rio 3 in January 2001. In Brazil, I felt liberated, like a child in some ways, a woman and a child all in one. I was fearless at that point, filled with a rush and a drive. At night, my dancers, there were 8 of them, 2 girls, the rest guys, and I went skinny dipping in the ocean, singing and dancing and laughing with each other. We talked for hours under the moon. It was so beautiful. Exhausted, we headed into the steam rooms where we talked some more. I was able to be a little bit sinful then, skinny dipping, staying up all night, nothing over the top. It was a taste of rebellion and freedom, but I was just having fun and being a 19-year-old. The Dream Within a Dream tour, right after my album Britney came out in the fall of 2001, was my fourth tour and one of my favorites. Every every night on stage, I battled a mirror version of myself, which I felt like it was probably a metaphor for something. But that mirror act was just one song. There was also flying and an Egyptian barge and a jungle, lasers, snow. Wade Robson directed and choreographed it, and I give great credit to the people who put it together. I thought it was well conceived. Wade had this concept of the show as reflecting a new, more mature phase in my life. The set and costumes were so clever. When someone knew just how to style me, I was always grateful. They were shrewd about how they presented me as a star, and I know that I owe them. The way they captured me showed they respected me as an artist. The minds behind the tour were brilliant. It was by far my best tour. It was what we had all hoped for. I'd worked so hard to get to that point. I'd done mall tours before Baby was released, and then the Baby tour was the first time I got to see a lot of people out there in the crowd. I remember feeling like, oh, wow, I'm somebody now. Then, Oops was a little bit bigger, so by the time I did the Dream Within a Dream tour, it was all magic. By the spring of 2002, I had hosted SNL twice, playing a butter churn girl at a colonial reenactment museum opposite Jimmy Fallon and Rachel Dratch, then playing Barbie's little sister Skipper opposite Amy Poehler as Barbie. I was the youngest person to host and perform as the musical guest in the same episode. Around that time, I was asked if I'd like to be in a movie musical. I wasn't sure I wanted to act again after Crossroads, but I was tempted by this one. It was Chicago. Executives involved in the production came to a venue where I was performing and asked if I wanted to do it. I had turned down 3 or 4 movies because I was in my moment with the stage show. I didn't want to be distracted from music. I was happy doing what I was doing. But I look back now and think when it came to Chicago, I should have done it. I had power back then. I wish I'd used it more thoughtfully, been more rebellious. Chicago would have been fun. It's all dance pieces, my favorite kind. Prissy, girly, follies, pussycat doll like serve off your corset moves. I wish I had taken that offer. I would have gotten to play a villain who kills a man and sings and dances while doing it too. I probably could have found ways, gotten training to keep from becoming Chicago character in the way I had with Lucy in Crossroads. I wish I tried something different. If only I'd been brave enough not to stay in my safe zone, done more things that weren't just within what I knew. But I was committed to not rocking the boat and to not complaining even when something upset me. Hello everybody. In my personal life, I was so happy. Justin and I lived together in Orlando. We shared a gorgeous, airy 2-story house with a tile roof and a swimming pool out back. Even though we were both working a lot, we would make time to be home together as often as we could. I always came back every few months, so Justin and I could be together for 2 weeks, sometimes even 2 months at a time, and that was our home base. One week, when Jamie Lynn was young, my family flew out to see us. We all went to FAO Schwartz at Point Orlando. They closed down the whole store for us. My sister got a miniature convertible car that had actual doors that opened. It was in between a real car and a go-kart. Somehow we got it back to Kentwood, and she drove it around the neighborhood until she outgrew it. That child in that car was unlike anything else. This adorable little girl driving around in a miniature red Mercedes. It was the cutest thing you could ever see in your entire life. I swear to God, the vision was unbelievable. That's how we all were with Jamie Lynn. You see it, you like it, you want it, you got it. As far as I could tell, her world was the Ariana Grande song 7 Rings come to life. When I was growing up, we didn't have any money. My prized possessions were my Madame Alexander dolls. There were dozens to choose from. Their eyelids went up and down, and they all had names. Some were fictional characters or historical figures like Scarlett O'Hara or Queen Elizabeth. I had the girls from Little Women. When I got my 15th doll, you would have thought I hit the lottery. That was a good time in my life. I was so in love with Justin, just smitten. I don't know if when you're younger, love's a different thing, but what Justin and I had was special. He wouldn't even have to say anything or do anything for me to feel close to him. In the South, moms love to round up the kids and say, listen, we're going to church today and we're all going to color coordinate. That's what I did when Justin and I attended the 2001 American Music Awards, which I co hosted with LL Cool J. I still can't believe that Justin was going to wear denim. And I said, we should match. Let's do denim on denim. At first, honestly, I thought it was a joke. I didn't think my stylist was actually going to do it. And I never thought Justin was going to do it with me, but they both went all in. The stylist, Justin, the stylist brought Justin's all denim outfit, including a denim hat to match his denim jacket and denim pants. When he put it on, I thought, whoa, I guess we're really doing this. I'm reading somebody else's comments. Iconic. That's so cute. Tuxedos. Canadian tuxedo. It was the style, Brit. It's okay. Justin and I were always going to events together. We had so much fun doing the Teen Choice Awards, and we often color coordinated our outfits. But with the matching denim, we blew it up. That night, my corset had me sucked in so tight under my denim gown, I was about to fall over. I get that it was tacky, but it was also pretty great in its way, and I'm always happy to see it parodied as a Halloween costume. I've heard Justin get flack for the look. On one podcast where they were teasing him about it, they said, you do a lot of things when you're young and in love. Oh, he said, you do a lot of things when you're young and in love. And that's exactly right. We were giddy, and those outfits reflected that. There were a couple times during our relationship when I knew Justin had cheated on me. Oh, there were a couple times during our relationship when I knew Justin had cheated on me, especially because I was so infatuated and so in love, I let it go, even though the tabloids seemed determined to rub it in my face. When NSYNC went to London in 2000, photographers caught him with one of the girls from All Saints in a car, but I never said anything. At the time, we'd only been together for a year. Another time, we were in Vegas, and one of my dancers who'd been hanging out with him told me he gestured toward a girl and said, yeah, man, I hit that last night. I don't want to say who he was talking about because she's actually very popular and she's married with kids now. I don't want her to feel bad. That's a little bit like, I know you cheated on me with Justin, and I don't want you to feel bad. My friend was shocked and believed Justin was only saying it because he was high and felt like bragging. There were rumors about him with various dancers and groupies. I let it all go, but clearly he had slept around. It was one of those things where you know, but you just don't say anything. So I did too. Not a lot. One time with Wade Robson. We were out one night and we went to a Spanish bar and we danced and danced. So that Wade Robson is the choreographer from the Dream Within a Dream tour. I made out with him that night. I was loyal to Justin for years, only had eyes for him with that one exception, which I admitted to him. That night was chalked up to something that will happen when you're as young as we were, and Justin and I moved past it and stayed together. I thought we were going to be together forever. I hoped we would be. At one point, when we were dating, I became pregnant with Justin's baby. It was a surprise, but for me, it wasn't a tragedy. I love Justin so much. I always expected us to have a family together one day. This would just be much earlier than I had anticipated. And besides, what was done was done. But Justin definitely was not happy about the pregnancy. He said we weren't ready to have a baby in our lives and that we were way too young. I could understand. I mean, I kind of understood. If he didn't want to become a father, I didn't feel like I had much of a choice. I wouldn't want to push him into something he didn't want. Our relationship was too important to me. And so I'm sure people will hate me for this. but I agreed not to have the baby. It was something I never could have imagined choosing for myself, but given the circumstances, that is what we did. I don't know if that was the right decision. If it had been left up to me alone, I never would have done it. And yet Justin was so sure that he didn't want to be a father. We also decided on something that, in retrospect, wound up being, in my view, wrong. And that was that I should not go to a doctor or a hospital. It was important that no one find out about the baby or the bleep, which meant doing everything at home. We didn't even tell my family. The only person who knew besides Justin and me was Felicia, who was always on hand to help me. I was told it might hurt a little bit, but you'll be fine. On the appointed day, with only Felicia and Justin there, I took the little pills, and soon I started having excruciating cramps. I went to the bathroom and stayed there for hours. I would leave out if y'all are in any way affected by this type of content because it goes on. I went to the bathroom and stayed there for hours, lying on the floor, sobbing and screaming. They should have numbed me with something, I thought. I wanted some kind of anesthesia. I wanted to go to the doctor. I was scared. I laid there and I was wondering if I was going to die. When I tell you it was painful, I can't even begin to describe it. The pain was unbelievable. I went down to the ground on my knees, holding the toilet. For a long time, I could not move. To this day, it is still one of the most agonizing things I have ever experienced in my life. Still, they didn't take me to the hospital. Justin came to the bathroom and laid on the floor with me. At some point, he thought maybe music would help. So he got his guitar and he laid there with me, strumming it. I kept crying and sobbing until it was all over. It took hours, and I don't remember how it ended, but I do, 20 years later, remember the pain of it and the fear. After that, I was messed up for a while, especially because I still did love Justin so much. It was insane how much I loved him. And for me, it was unfortunate. I should have seen the breakup coming, but I didn't. So that was the end of chapter 12. I would think at best it's a combination, Britney and PR. I think this was a true trauma that Britney is releasing. I think this truly happened too. Anyone with an idea of how excruciating? Did you see that there are rumors Justin allegedly has a secret daughter? No, I did not see those. Rumors. So happy to be here at the live reading. When you get hurt in relationships, it's tough. True. I know, poor girl. It sounds terrible. And not necessarily like fully her choice. There's evidence they did not even check the facts. The Egyptian barge was on femme fatale. Oh, uh-oh. Fabian with the receipts. Like, I don't know all this stuff like y'all do. There is evidence they didn't even. Fabian said, hold on, here's some evidence they didn't even fact check because that Egyptian barge was not in Dream Within a Dream. It was in Femme Fatale. So who wrote this book? I needed this to get through my workday. Brett Gray said this is her story. She told it to a professional ghostwriter, and that's why it doesn't seem like her voice, but that is very common. It is very common. I would venture to say most people's biographies, autobiographies, and all that are written by other people, like as a ghostwriter. About after she had Sam Lanksey wrote it, they said. I've got where it said this is the person who wrote it. I don't know who that is. Should I know who that is? The blind item from the NT lawyer says she did not. But could she have told it to a ghostwriter? Because that is pretty common. Okay. That was the end of chapter 12. That was pretty bad. So let's go to chapter 13. When Justin began making his first solo album, Justified, he started being very standoffish with me. I think that was because he had decided to use me as ammunition for his record. And so it made it awkward for him to be around me, staring at him with all that affection and devotion. Ultimately, he ended our relationship by text message while I was on the set for the video for Overprotected Remix by Darkchild. After seeing the message as I sat in my trailer between takes, I had to go back out and dance. She got broke up with in her trailer and she had to go back out and dance. For as much as Justin hurt me, there was a huge foundation of love. And when he left me, I was devastated. When I say devastated, I mean I could barely speak for months. Whenever anyone asked me about him, all I could do was cry. I don't know if I was clinically in shock, but it felt that way. Everyone who knew me thought something was wrong. With me, really wrong. Oh, okay. Thought something was wrong with me. Really wrong. I went back home to Kentwood, and I couldn't talk to my family or my friends. I barely left the house. I was that messed up. I laid in my bed and stared at the ceiling. Justin flew out to Louisiana to visit me. He brought me a long letter he'd written and framed. I still have it under my bed. And at the end, it said, "It makes me want to cry to think about it. I can't breathe without you." Okay. At the end, it said, "And it makes me want to cry to think about it. Quote, I can't breathe without you." Those are the last words in it. Reading that, I thought, damn, he's a good writer. Because that's exactly how I felt. It almost felt like I was suffocating. Like I couldn't breathe after all that had happened. The thing is, though, even after I saw him and read the letter, I did not come out of the trance. He did all that. He came there to see me, and I still couldn't talk to him or anybody. So that was like the whole entire chapter 13. GS said, yeah, he's a good writer. He didn't mean it at all. It was made out that Britney cheated on him. Yeah. I still have it under my bed. She's tempting people with that. Yeah, why did he frame it? What a weirdo. And then he came out with Cry Me a River. You can feel the tone of her life changing right here. Yeah, it does seem like this was like her first major loss. Like that just complete shock. So you remember the leaked voice memos Britney dropped like last year? I feel like she had discussed this with the therapist and that's what they used. Oh yeah, that would be messed up. What a narcissist who frames their own letter before giving it. True. That is true. Yeah, this. Yeah. Good things are kept. Their family needed photos of Richard. Justin is a horrible person for that. Yeah, I have yeah, it's like henna that I think it's called Mendy. But yeah, this was from a wedding I went to. It's kind of starting to fade off now, but yeah. Okay. Let's see what chapter 14 has in store for us. Even though the last thing I wanted to do was perform, I still had tour dates left in my contract, so I went back out to finish them. All I wanted was to get off the road, to have days and nights all to myself, to walk onto the Santa Monica Pier and breathe in the salt air and listen to the rattle of the roller coaster and stare out at the ocean. Instead, every day was a grind. Load in, load out, sound check, photo shoot, asking, what town are we even in? I had loved the Dream Within a Dream tour when it started, but it had become a slog. I was tired in mind and body. I wanted to shut it all down. I'd begun fantasizing about opening a little shop in Venice Beach with Felicia and quitting show business completely. With the gift of hindsight, I can see that I hadn't given myself enough time to heal from the breakup with Justin. In late July 2002, and at the very end of the tour, we headed south to do a show in Mexico City. But getting there was almost a disaster. We were traveling in vans, and once we'd crossed the border, we came to a sudden halt when stopped by a bunch of guys holding the biggest guns I'd ever seen. I was terrified. It felt like we were being ambushed. It just didn't make any sense to me, but all I knew is we were surrounded by these angry looking men. Everyone in my van was so tense. I had security with me, but who knew what was going to happen? After what felt like forever, there seemed to be some kind of peace talks happening. Like it was like a movie. It's still a mystery to me what actually happened, but in the end, we were allowed to carry on and we got to play to 50,000 people, though the second show on the following day had to be canceled halfway through because of a massive thunderstorm. That thunderstorm canceled show was the last date of the Dream Within a Dream tour. But when I told people after finishing the tour that I wanted to rest, everyone seemed nervous. Okay, so, whew, all right. So, with the Britney book, we're starting to see some things that are being repeated from what we already have heard about later in her career. So, this is late July 2002, literally 20 years ago. Okay, literally 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, 21 years ago. And yeah. And Brittany is saying, I'm tired. I wanted to take a rest, right? What do we know happened all the way in 2019 or 2018 with the Domination Tour? I'm tired. I want to rest. I have been working my whole life. I want to take a damn nap. I want to go walk on the Venice Beach Pier, the Santa Monica Pier, whatever she was doing. And look, it started 21 years ago. Even as a child, she would get tired. She would want to go back home, that Christmas Broadway thing. She was 11 years old or whatever it was. They paid the cartel. Is that what y'all are saying? DEA and military checkpoints. They wanted bribe. Yeah, first cut is the deepest. Did this man have her just to dump her? Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. That little shot bit was sad. She just wants to she does. To me, it's just she just wants to sit around the fire pit and drink a Bud Light or whatever. I mean, it's just obvious to me that that's what the girl wants. The cartel story is funny, I know. It's still a mystery to me what actually happened. Girl, you know exactly what happened. Um, that's why she dances constantly now. She's always had to. Exactly. Stripped of her own autonomy. Has Britney ever released a significant piece of writing that gives people something to compare this to? How do y'all know this isn't what Britney's writing sounds like? Well, Desi, I think that one thing that people are thinking Britney doesn't writing wouldn't sound like this is because maybe they're comparing it to like Instagram captions or like her blog posts that she used to write. Um for me, it does sound a bit formal, but I don't know. I mean, y'all, I can write in 16 different ways. I can write a book as if it's like a 5-year-old wrote it, and I can write a book as if a PhD candidate wrote it. So it's like I don't think the writing style in and of itself is particularly dispositive. And I also don't think that um a person has to write a book like in their voice because like Grace mentioned, it's very, very common to use a ghostwriter, which would not be technically speaking in your voice, but it would be your story still that you told. You see what I mean? Very Cliff Notey. It's not emotional and from the heart, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll get into something a little bit more exposy soon, but so far it's just kind of Cliff Notey. I like that, Anthony. Okay. I wanted to rest, she says. That thunderstorm canceled show was the last date of the Dream Within a Dream tour. But when I told people after finishing the tour that I wanted to rest, everyone seemed nervous. When you're successful at something, there's a lot of pressure to keep right on doing it, even if you're not enjoying it anymore. And as I would quickly find out, you really can't go home again. I did an interview with People magazine back in Louisiana for reasons that seemed ridiculous to me. I wasn't promoting anything, but my team thought that I should show that I was doing well and, quote, just taking a little break. The photographer shot me outside and then inside with the dogs and my mom on the couch. They had me empty out my purse to reveal that I wasn't carrying drugs or cigarettes. All they found was juicy fruit gum, vanilla perfume, mints, and a bottle of St. John's wort. My daughter is doing beautifully, my mom told the reporter confidently. She's never, ever been close to a breakdown. Part of what made that period of time so difficult is that Justin's family had been the only real loving family I had. For holidays, the only family I would go to was his. I knew his grandmother and his grandfather, and I loved them so much. I thought of them as home. My mom would come out and visit us every once in a while, but she's not who I went home to, ever. My mom was trying to recover from her divorce from my dad, which she'd finally gone through with. Depressed and self medicating, she could barely get up off the couch. My dad was nowhere to be found. And my little sister, well, when I tell you she was a total bitch, I'm not exaggerating. I had always been the worker bee. While I was doing my thing on the road with Felicia, I hadn't been paying attention to what was happening in Kentwood. But when I came home, I saw how things had changed. My mom would serve Jamie Lynn while she watched TV, bringing her little chocolate milkshakes. It was clear that the girl ruled the roost. Meanwhile, it was like I was a ghost child. I can remember walking into the room and feeling like no one even saw me. Jamie Lynn only saw the TV, and my mother, who at one time had been the person I was closest to in the world, was on another planet. And the way adolescent Jamie Lynn spoke to my mother, my mouth would just drop. I would listen to her spew these hateful words, and I would turn to my mother and say, "Are you going to let this little witch talk to you like that?" I mean, she was bad. I felt betrayed by how Jamie Lynn had changed. I'd bought a house for Jamie Lynn to grow up in. She was not exactly grateful for it. She would later say, "Why'd she get us a house?" Like it was some sort of imposition. But that house had been a gift. I'd bought it because our family had needed a new house, and I wanted her to have a better life than I had. Life in Louisiana passed me by. I felt like I had no one to talk to. Going through that breakup, going home, and seeing how much I just didn't fit in anywhere anymore. I realized that I was technically growing up, becoming a woman. And yet, honestly, it was almost like I went backward at the same time and became younger in my mind. Have you seen the curious case of Benjamin Button? That's how I felt. Somehow that year, and becoming more vulnerable, I started to feel like a child again. So that was the end of chapter 14. So when was this? Late July. So this is around 2002 that all this was happening. And Brittany's saying she started to feel like a child again. Her mom was being kind of in her own world because of things going on in her life. Jamie Lynn Spears did not know how to act, still clearly does not know how to act. And Brittany was just kind of like, I don't really fit in with these people. She was like longing for this family, this sort of adoptive type style family that she had been a part of for a while dating Justin. And she was missing them too. So she's kind of feeling she doesn't have any family. Yeah, middle child, no fun, very lonely, bit more insightful about how Brittany felt. Yeah. I'm reading something else comments. Yeah, she's like pure jealousy. Some things were happening that were happening when she was little. Preferential treatment to Jamie Lynn, also being overworked. It's sad. Yes. Lynn was really going through the storm. True. Okay, so chapter 15. To get my confidence back in December 2002. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I said December. To get my confidence back in September 2002, I went to Milan to visit Donatella Versace. That trip invigorated me. It reminded me that there was still fun to be had in the world. We drank amazing wine and ate amazing food. Donatella was a dynamic host. I was hoping things would turn around a little bit from that point. She had invited me to Italy to attend one of her runway shows, and she dressed me in a beautiful, sparkly rainbow dress. I was supposed to sing, but I really didn't feel like it. So after I did a little bit of posing, Donatella said we could take it easy. She played my cover of Joan Jett's I Love Rock and Roll, and I said hi to the models, and we were done. Then it was time to party. Donatella is known for her lavish parties, and this was no exception. I remember seeing Lenny Kravitz there and all these cool people. The party was really the first thing I did to put myself out there a bit after the breakup with Justin. On my own. Innocent. During the party, I noticed a guy, and I remember thinking he was so cute. He looked like he was probably Brazilian, dark hair, handsome, smoking a BLUNT, your typical bad boy. He was nothing like the LA actor types I had known. He was more like a real man, and kind of like the kind of man you might have a one night stand with. He was just SEX. When I first noticed him, he was off talking to these two girls, but I could tell he wanted to talk to me. Eventually, we did start talking, and I decided I would like to have drinks with him at my hotel. We headed to my car, but during the drive, he did something that just turned me off. Honestly, I can't even remember what it was, but it was like one little thing that really irritated me. So I told the driver to pull over, and without saying a word, I kicked the guy out on the side of the street and left him there. She don't even remember what he did. Now that I'm a mom, I would never do anything like that. I'd be more like, I'll drop you off at this place at this time. But back then, 20 years old, it was pure instinct. I made a bad mistake letting this stranger inside my car and I kicked him out. Soon after my return, Justin was preparing to release his solo album, Justified. On 2020, he played an unreleased song for Barbara Walters called Don't Go, Horrible Woman, that seemed to be about me. I thought our love was so strong. I guess I was dead wrong, but to look at it positively, hey girl, at least you gave me a song about another horrible woman. Less than a month later, he released a video for Cry Me a River, in which a woman who looks like me cheats on him and wanders around sad in the rain. In the news media, I was described as a harlot who broke in the heart of America's golden boy. The truth? I was comatose in Louisiana, and he was happily running around Hollywood. May I just say that on his explosive album and in all the press that surrounded it, Justin neglected to mention the several times he had cheated on me. There's always been more leeway in Hollywood for men than women. And I see how men are encouraged to talk trash about women in order to become famous and powerful. But I was shattered. The thought of my betraying him gave the album more angst, gave it purpose, shit talking an unfaithful woman. The hip hop world of that era loved a storyline with the theme F you, bitch. Getting revenge on women for perceived disrespect was all the rage at the time. Eminem's violent revenge song, Kim, was huge. The only problem with the narrative was that in our case, it wasn't like that. Cry Me a River did very well. Everyone felt sorry for him, and it shamed me. Thank you for the super chat, Haley. Haley says, wasn't it confirmed this was her book because she will be doing the audiobook along with Michelle Williams? Thanks for reading. I think that's a good question. I haven't heard the voice of the Britney reading part. And I'm also like not really a Britney voice, expert, but could be. Yeah, exactly. Kicking a creep out of our car in Italy countryside. The kind of brave I wish every girl could be. Thank you for the super chat. That is funny. What chapter are y'all on? I think we're on 15 or 16. Okay. What are we talking about? Okay. I felt there was no way at the time to tell my side of the story. I couldn't explain because I knew no one would take my side once Justin had convinced the world of his version. I don't think Justin realized the power he had in shaming me, and I don't think he understands to this day. After Cry Me a River came out, anywhere I went, I could get booed. I would go to clubs and I would hear boos. Once I went to a Lakers game with my little sister and one of my brother's friends, and the whole place, the whole arena booed me. Justin told everyone that he and I had a bleep relationship, which some people have pointed out, depicting me as not only a cheating SLUT, but a liar and a hypocrite. Given that I had so many teenage fans, my managers and press people had long tried to portray me as an eternal V card holder. Never mind that Justin and I had been living together and I had been having bleep since I was 14. Was I mad at being outed by him as bleep active? No. To be honest with you, I kind of liked that Justin said that. Why did my managers work so hard to claim that I was some kind of young girl virgin even in my 20s? Whose business whose business was it if I had SE bleep or not? I appreciated it. I had appreciated it when Oprah told me on her show that my bleepality was no one else's business. And that when it came to the V card situation, quote, you don't need a world announcement if you change your mind. Yes, as a teenager, I did play into that portrayal because everyone was making such a big deal out of it. But if you think about it, it was pretty stupid for people to describe my body in that way, for them to point to me and say, look, a VIRGIN. It's nobody's business at all. And it took the focus off of me as a musician and performer. I worked so hard on my music and on my stage shows, but all some reporters could think of to ask me was whether or not my boobs were real. They were actually, and whether or not my bleep was intact. Yeah, kicking on was funny because it's true. Thank you for the super chat. For all the dads. Yeah, it was nasty. Exactly. As a young fan, that narrative was it was weird. And it like kind of made us feel like that was somehow like important or something to be like constantly like other people were being obsessed over it over your like I thought that was weird. I always thought that was very strange. Very strange. I still think it's weird to this day. The way Justin admitted to everyone that we had had a bleep Ewell relationship broke the ice and made it so I never had to come out myself as a non V card holder. His talking about our engaging in that activity never bothered me at all. And I've defended him to people who criticized him for doing it. That's so rude, people have said about his talking about me in that way, but I liked it. What I heard when he said that was, she's a woman. No, she's not a VIRGIN. Shut up. As a child, I'd always had a guilty conscience, a lot of shame, a sense that my family thought I was just plain bad. The sadness and the loneliness that would hit me felt like my fault somehow, like I deserved unhappiness and bad luck. I knew the truth of our relationship was nothing like how it was being portrayed, but I still imagined that if I was suffering, I must have deserved it. Along the line, surely I had done bad things. I believe in karma, and so when bad things happen, I imagine that it is just the law of karma catching up with me. I've always been almost disturbingly empathic. What people are feeling in Nebraska, I can subconsciously feel even though I'm thousands of miles away. Sometimes women's periods sync up. I feel like my emotions are always syncing up with those around me. Yeah, I identify with this like a lot. This is definitely how I've experienced life. Like I could, if you're feeling it in Nebraska, I could feel it too. I don't know what hippie word you would want to use for it. Cosmic consciousness, intuition, psychic connection. All I know is that 100% I can feel the energy of other people. I cannot help but take it in. I believe you, Brittany, because me too. Same. 100%. Now, I'm not going to argue with nobody about it. Call it whatever you want. Psychic, medium, empath, whatever. Whatever. I could definitely pick it up. I could definitely feel it. At this point, you might be saying to yourself, oh my God, is she really going to talk about this new age stuff? Only for one more minute. Because the point is, I was so sensitive and I was so young and I was still reeling from the unborn child situation and the breakup. I just didn't handle things well. Justin framed our time together with me as the bad guy, and I believed it. So ever since then, I felt like I'm under some sort of curse. And yet, I also started to hope that if it were true, if I had so much bad karma, it might be up to me as an adult, as a woman, to reverse my luck, to bring myself good fortune. I couldn't stand it anymore. So I escaped to Arizona with a girlfriend. That girlfriend happened to have been dating Justin's best friend, and we had all broken up around the same time. So we decided to take a road trip to get away from all of it. We found each other and decided that we would leave it all behind. Given what she had been through, my friend was heartbroken too, so we talked a lot, beside ourselves with grief and loneliness, and I was grateful for her friendship. The sky overhead was full of stars while we drove fast through the desert in a convertible with the top down. The wind blowing in our hair, no music playing, just the sound of the night whipping past us. As we looked out at the road stretched before us, an eerie feeling settled over me. I'd been moving so fast for so long, it was like I couldn't even catch my breath. Now, in this moment, something filled me, a profound beauty, otherworldly and humbling. I looked over at my friend, wondering if I should say something, but what could I say? Do you believe in aliens? So I stayed quiet, and I sat there with the feeling for a long moment. Then I heard a voice over the wind, and she said, "Do you feel that?" She looked at me. What is that? Whatever it was, she felt it too. I reached for her hand and held it tight. The poet, Rumi, says the wound is the place where the light enters you. I've always believed that. The thing we felt that night in Arizona, we felt it at that moment because we needed it. We were so spiritually open and so raw. It showed us that there was more than just what we could see. Call it God, call it a higher power, call it a paranormal experience, whatever it was real enough that we could experience it together. While it was first happening, I didn't want to bring it up to my friend because I was embarrassed. I was scared she would think that I lost my mind. There have been so many times when I was scared to speak up because I was afraid somebody would think I was crazy. But I've learned that lesson now the hard way. You have to speak the thing you're feeling, even if it scares you. You have to tell your story. You have to raise your voice. Why am I getting emotional? I'm crying. Oh, neurospicy. Um, yeah, no. And I think like, okay, listen, here's my conspiracy theory about the whole thing. I think that Arizona, Utah, Nevada, like out there around over there, it's like there's these like portals, like there's like pockets of energies. I was watching a documentary called Skinwalker Ranch, and that one's in Oklahoma or Utah or something. But it's like you can actually measure with like tools, like scientifically, the different electromagnetic frequencies that are emitted in certain hotspots, is what they're called. And I wouldn't be surprised, if that's messages from the mothership, girl. I just really do not know. Okay. There have been so many times, yeah, I don't know. I got emotional on that part. Well, because it's just I'm really empathetic. She's talking about empathy. She's talking about that, bringing it up. And I've had these profound experiences too. I don't know if Britney wrote this book still. I'm really not, I don't know if she did. But on the chance that she did, or the chance that Britney Spears herself actually did have this experience at any point ever, it's like, I know that feeling of like, you just know stuff and you just feel it. And you're like, I don't know, girl. Like I was born with a little antenna that picks up the stuff around me. And it's like, I could be looking around. Nobody else got the antenna. And I'm like, y'all, this is what's going on. And then they're like, okay, girl, take your schizophrenia meds. Oh, that's another thing. I'm gonna have to thank you, Court Arid, for the super chat. That's another thing too. There's like a troll on Twitter that's saying like, BJ, your family is worried about you. Please contact your family. We know you haven't taken your schizophrenia medications in over a month. Girl, I do not have schizophrenia diagnosis. I've never taken a schizophrenia medication for schizophrenia, girl. I did not do that. I don't know what that troll's trying to do. It's almost like they're trying to set up like a paper trail to like get me 5150 or something. So I just want to say it very publicly to 1,600 people. I do not have schizophrenia. That person on Twitter is a troll and have blocked them. But I'll make a whole video about that. Okay. Let's see. I've learned that lesson now the hard way. You have to speak the thing you're feeling, even if it scares you. You have to tell your story and you have to raise your voice. There was a lot I still had left to discover that night when I was lost and felt God in the desert. But I knew that I wouldn't let the darkness consume me. Even in the darkest night, you can still find so much light. True. I liked that little piece of insight. Yeah. The troll is the one with the schizophrenia, it seems. Yes, girl. Empaths are common with addicts as parents. So that makes sense. Thank you, Paris. Paris said she'll testify. You have to follow your feeling. You have to follow your feelings and make sense. Yes. That's Bam's brother. I mean, it could be. I mean, the man has sexually harassed me on multiple occasions at this point. So I wouldn't be surprised for him to be harassing in other ways. Okay, well, that was chapter 15. So now, yeah, Daniel Martinez. No, do you say Martinez or Martinez? I believe this book is Brittany. She used, oh, sorry, she used to post audios on Instagram talking about her life and stuff. And what I believe is that she sent a bunch of those audio memos to a ghostwriter and they tried the best. I could see that being what it is. Yeah, I mean, you just some of us just do. Thank you for the super chat, Haley. Just listen to her audio intro. She starts with her nervous Instagram voice, then settles into her For the Record 2008 documentary voice. That is awesome. Do I think it's alarming? Rosengart told Penny that they had $1.5 million contract. Oh, I didn't know this. I didn't know that they had I didn't know Rosengart's been talking about this book contract. Empaths are the ones who are born to break that darkness and generational curses and trauma that plagues the family. I agree, Alex. I do think that's what it is. He clearly is obsessed. I would agree. He is obsessed. The man is completely obsessed with me. It is true. Agreed. I don't necessarily think she sat down at a typewriter, but I do think the info is from her. I don't picture Brittany memorizing Rumi. I do. I do think she knows exactly who Rumi is. She's very educated when it comes to the ancient spiritual traditions. She knows, and she quotes a lot about them. I do think she knows exactly who Rumi is. I think she's probably inspired by him a lot. BJ doesn't have schizophrenia. Again, she does not. Her family isn't looking for her. Again, she doesn't take meds, doesn't have what the crazy lady is claiming. Right? Again. They keep saying again. Very weird. Yeah, I mean, I am sensitive. I am sent that is true. It's like part of it. So let's get to 16, chapter 16. The first word in this chapter is Justin. Justin ended up sleeping with 6 or 7 girls in the weeks after we officially broke up. Or so I heard. Hey, I get it. He was Justin Timberlake. This was his first time to go solo. He was a girl's dream. I was in love with him. I understood the infatuation people had with him. I decided if Justin was going to date, I should try to get out there too. I hadn't dated in a while since I had been heartbroken and on tour. That winter, I saw a guy who I thought was so handsome, and a club promoter friend said I had good taste. That guy is so cool, my friend said. I wonder if the club promoter friend is Sam Lutfi. His name is Colin Farrell, and he's shooting a movie right now. Well, talk about balls. I got in my car and drove up to the set. Oh, I got in my car and drove up to the set of his action movie, SWAT. Who did I think I was? There was no security or anything, so I went straight onto the soundstage where they were doing a set piece in a house. When the director saw me, he said, "Come sit in my chair." Okay, I said. So I sat in the chair and watched them shoot. Colin came over and said, "Do you have any pointers for what I should do here?" He was inviting me to direct him. We wound up having a 2-week brawl. Brawl is the only word for it. We were all over each other, grappling so passionately. It was like we were in a street fight. In the course of our fun time together, he took me to the premiere of a spy thriller he was in called The Recruit with Al Pacino. Oh, I think that's one of them tinfoil hat movies. Like they said that the a certain 3-letter agency had financed that movie. I don't know if that's true. I wore a pajama top. I was so flattered he asked me to go. I wore a pajama top. I thought it was a real shirt because it had miniature studs on it, but I see the photos and think, yeah, I definitely wore a full-blown pajama top to Colin Farrell's premiere. I was so excited to be at that premiere. Colin's whole family was there, and they were so warm to me. As I had before, when I felt too attached to a man, I tried to convince myself in every way that it was not a big deal, that we were just having fun, and that in this case, I was vulnerable because I wasn't over Justin yet. But for a brief moment in time, I did think there could be something there. The disappointments in my romantic life were just one part of how isolated I became. I felt so awkward at the time. I did try to be social. Natalie Portman, who I had known since we were little girls in the New York theater circuit, and I even hosted a New Year's Eve party together, but it took a huge amount of effort. Most days, I couldn't even bring myself to call a friend on the phone. The thought of going out and being brave on stage or at clubs, even at parties or dinners, filled me with fear. Joy around groups of other people was rare. Most of the time, I had serious social anxiety. The way social anxiety works is that what feels like a totally normal conversation to most people, to you feels mortifying. Being around people at all, especially at a party or some other situation with expectations of presenting well for no apparent reason, causes surges of embarrassment. I was afraid of being judged or saying something stupid. When that feeling hits, I want to be alone. I get scared and just want to excuse myself to the bathroom and then sneak out. I veered between being very social and being incredibly isolated. I kept hearing that I seemed so confident. It was hard for anyone to imagine that someone who could perform for thousands at a time could backstage with just one or two people be gripped by panic. People are saying relatable. Relatable, relatable. Yeah, this is the neurospicy. I mean, I've definitely felt this way. For me, like being around people, it's less about like, I don't know, maybe it is the expectations, but for me, it's just kind of like legitimately draining. Like I feel the energy leaving my body. Like it's like a meter. I just feel it leaving every new random person I have to do small talk with. And it's like, if we want to talk about quantum mechanics, we want to talk about like what's the meaning of life and stuff, I can talk about that. But you want to talk about like the weather and like how my mom is and stuff, like, oh girl, I can do about 3 of those conversations before I'm sneaking out the back door and I'm going home, sit on my couch. I was afraid of being judged for saying something stupid. What'd she say? Anxiety is strange in that way. And mine grew as it became clear to me that whatever I did, and even plenty I didn't do, became front page news. These stories were often illustrated by unflattering photos of me taken when I least expected it. I was already designed I was already designed to care what others thought about me. The national spotlight turned my natural tendency to worry into something unbearable. While the news about me was often not at all that friendly, the entertainment press was full of positive stories about Justin and Christina Aguilera. Justin was on the cover of Rolling Stone half naked. Christina was on the cover of Blender dressed like a madam from the Old West. And they were together on the cover of Rolling Stone, him in a black tank top looking at her with sexy eyes, her looking out at the camera wearing a lace up black shirt. In that story, she said she thought Justin and I should get back together, which was just confusing given how negative she had been elsewhere. Seeing people I had known so intimately talk about me that way in the press stung. Even if they weren't trying to be cruel, it felt like they were just pouring salt in the wound. Why was it so easy for everyone to forget that I was a human being, vulnerable enough that these headlines could leave a bruise? Listen, I'm just reading what it says. I am an Aquarius rising sidereal, and yes, I agree 1,000,000% always craps on because I can't do small talk. I'm Aquarius rising too. No, I'm not. I'm North Node in Aquarius. I can't pin down my rising sign because it was always Aries rising until like 2 years ago. I took another like it's always the same time, always the same everything I put in. Then it was like, no, you're a Libra rising. Then I got a reading the other day and they were like, you a Pisces rising. And I'm like, is the matrix glitching? Because I've been an Aries rising this whole time. And then they said Libra and now they're saying Pisces. Now I just don't even know. You can go to Cafe Astrology or Astrology Cafe is where I do mine. Go to the birth chart feature. Is free. Yeah, I feel the same. Even interesting and sweet people make me feel socially drained. Yes, I just feel it draining. I lived in Arizona. That place is full of energy, good and bad. I've heard before that Arizona is the center of the world, somebody said. I don't know if that's true. Obviously, it's not. But that is what somebody said one time I heard. Okay, so then Brittany says, wanting to disappear. I found myself living in New York City alone for months in a 4-story NoHo apartment that Cher used to live in. It had tall ceilings, a terrace with a view of the Empire State Building, and a working fireplace, much fancier than the one that had been in my living room in Kentwood. It would have been a dream apartment to use as a home base to explore the city, but I hardly ever left the place. One of the only times I did, a man behind me on an elevator said something that made me laugh. I turned around and it was Robin Williams. At one point, I realized I had somehow lost the key to the apartment. I was arguably the biggest star on earth, and I didn't even have a key to my own apartment. What a idiot. I was stuck, both emotionally and physically, without a key, I couldn't go anywhere. I also wasn't willing to communicate with anyone. I had nothing to say, but trust that I've always had the key to my house these days. I didn't go to the gym. I didn't go out to eat. I only talked with my security guard and Felicia, who, now that I'm no longer needed a chaperone, had become my assistant and was still my friend. I fell off the face of the earth. I ate takeout for every meal, and this will probably sound strange, but I was content staying home. I liked it there. I felt safe. This is me. I don't ever really wanna leave my house. This is my favorite place to be. I don't wanna leave. No. I'll eat here, I'll go in my backyard if I wanna see outside, there's trees, there's grass, there's a pool, and that's what else could I need? I don't like leaving. On rare occasions, I went out. One night, I put on a $129 BB dress and high heels, and my cousin took me to a sexy underground club with low ceilings and red walls. I took a couple hits from a joint, my first time partaking. Later, I walked all the way home so I could take in the city, breaking one of my heels along the way. When I got to my apartment, I went to my terrace and just looked at the stars for hours. At that moment, I felt one with New York. This one thing we don't have in common. I do not like New York City at all. I do not like a big city. I don't like any city. I don't like being in a city. LA, New York, Philly, Boston. No. No. I want nature. I want to hear crickets. If I can't hear crickets, I like the crickets. I like hearing chirp chirp, you know what I mean? One of my few visitors during that strange surreal time was Madonna. Red flag number 3. She walked into the place and immediately, of course, she owned the room. I remember thinking, it's Madonna's room now. Stunningly beautiful, she exuded power and confidence. She walked straight to the window, looked out, and said, "Nice view." "Yeah, it's a nice view, I guess," I said. Madonna's supreme confidence helped me see a lot about my situation with fresh eyes. I think she probably had some intuitive sense of what I was going through. I needed a little guidance at the time. I was confused about my life. She tried to mentor me. At one point, she did a red string ceremony with me to initiate me into Kabbalah, and she gave me a trunk full of Zohar books to pray with. Oh, also, I have this red string. I just need y'all to know that this is not Kabbalah. This is from a puja I did at the Durga temple, which is Hindu, and it's just like a little prayer you do, and then this is like God is blessing you or something. But this ain't Kabbalah string, so don't start no rumors. Uh, At one point, Madonna did the red string ceremony with her to initiate her into Kabbalah, and she gave her a trunk full of Zohar books to pray with. I don't know, I'm not familiar. At the base of my neck, I tattooed a word in Hebrew that means one of the 72 names of God. Some Kabbalists think of it as meaning healing, which was the thing I was still trying to do. Also, I think Matt Rosengart represented the Kabbalah Center before he was Britney's lawyer. In many ways, Madonna did have a good effect on me. Thank you, Court Arad, for the. How was she wearing that? Did she sell? Girl, I don't know nothing about the Cell and the Soul, girl. I have no idea. The temple in New Jersey. I know I want to go. I want to go so bad. That wasn't the one I went to though. This was a different one. Kabbalah means to receive and references how nothing becomes something to create life. This was trendy in Hollywood at the time. Yes, it was. I do remember that. I have red string tattoos, always have clear. So that anyway, Madonna is very questionable. Def red flag. I have a video about her, unpopular opinion video, where the one where she's kissing Britney, and it was weird. Okay. In many ways, Madonna did have a good effect on me. She told me I should be sure to take time out for my soul, and I tried to do that. She modeled a type of strength that I needed to see. There were so many different ways to be a woman in the industry. You could get a reputation for being a diva, you could be professional, or you could be nice. I'd always tried so hard to please my parents, to please audiences, to please everyone. I must have learned that helplessness from my mom. I saw the way my sister and dad treated her and how she just took it. Early in my career, I followed that model and I became passive. I wish I had more of a mentor then to be a badass bitch for me. So I could have learned how to do that sooner. If I could go back now, I would try to become my own parent, my own partner, my own advocate, the way I knew Madonna did. She had endured so much sexism and bullying from the public and the industry. and had been shamed for her bleep uality so many times, but she always overcame it. This, for the record, is not my opinion of Madonna, by the way. But Britney, if she really wrote this and really thinks that, she's entitled to her opinion. I mean, she knows Madonna. I don't, but no, no. I think Madonna has been sexually depraved and disgusting in a lot of ways. I'm not talking about just being expressive of sex. No, 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 no. I'm talking about the men like a half of her age or a third of her age that she's dating and sticking her tongue down people's throats whenever they're clearly uncomfortable with it and stuff like that. That's not embracing your sexuality. That is being a predator creep. Okay. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I don't like her, in my opinion. When Madonna accepted her Billboard Woman of the Year award a few years ago, she said she'd been subjected to blatant misogyny, sexism, constant bullying, and relentless abuse. If you're a girl, you have to play the game. What is that game? You're allowed to be pretty and cute and sexy, but don't act too smart and don't have an opinion. I mean, she is right about that, but I still don't like her. She's right that the music industry, really the whole world, is set up more for men, especially if you're, quote, nice, like me. You can be completely destroyed. By that point, I had become almost too nice. Everywhere I went, Felicia would write thank you notes to the chef, the bartender, the secretary. To this day, as a Southern girl, I do believe in a handwritten thank you note. Madonna saw how much I wanted to please and how I wanted to do what others did instead of locking something down and saying, okay, everyone, listen up. This is what's going to happen. We decided to perform together at the VMAs. That's not how it happened. See my Madonna video if you want to know how it happened. Every time we rehearse, we did an air kiss. About 2 minutes before the performance, I was sitting on the side of the stage and thinking about my biggest performance to date at the VMAs when I'd pulled off a suit to reveal a sparkly outfit. I thought to myself, I want a moment like that again this year with the kiss. Should I just go for it? A lot was made of that kiss. Oprah asked Madonna about it. The kiss was treated like a huge cultural moment, and it got both of us a lot of attention. Thank you very much, Brett, for the super chat. Call it neurodiversity or whatever, but I think it's magic. Something that can't be expressed in words. If you know, you know. And those jerks on Twitter won't ever know how boring their lives must be. I think they do know how boring their lives are. That's why they got to obsess over us so much. Yes, thank you for the super chat as well. While we were rehearsing for the VMAs, I also had an idea for a collaboration. In the Culver City studio, my team and I were sitting on silver metal folding chairs talking about how the record company was lukewarm on my new song, Me Against the Music, a song I loved. I just done I'm a Slave for You on my last record, and Barry Weiss, who ran my label, wanted more songs like that. He wanted more songs where Britney was telling people she was a literal slave. Okay, so that makes sense. Got it. Then what if we do a feature on it? I said. A song can become a massive hit because of the event that drives it. I thought if we could find someone to be on the song, we could create a story around it. Who do you want to feature? My manager asked. Larry asked. Her, I said, pointing across the room at Madonna. Let's get her on the song. Okay, at this point, Larry Rudolph and Madonna are business partners. It's not like some random lady. It's Britney's manager's business partner. And again, this story, how it's being played out in Britney's words or in Britney's book, is absolutely not the way that was described by Larry Rudolph as taking place. So somebody lied or someone is mistaken. I'll just leave it there. What do you want to feature? Her. Holy shit. Yeah, that would work. Instead of asking through her team, we agreed that I would ask her directly. So I went over to Madonna. Let's talk, I said. I told her how much fun it would be. This is not how Larry Rudolph described this happening. This is not how this is described elsewhere. This is red flag number 3. I see his perspectives, but perspectives don't change reality. Like, what's the truth? Whose perspective is the right one? You know what I mean? I thought we could help each other. And also the fact that this book isn't mentioning at all the substantial business partnership between Larry and Madonna, I think is very misleading. And maybe it's Britney don't even know. I'm not even blaming Britney for it. But that is something that's very blatantly missing here. It's like, it's not just some random famous person. It's her manager's business partner who is also trying to revamp her career at the same time. Let's not forget. On the first day of our shoot for the song's video, which was to last 2 or 3 days, we were told a seam had come undone on Madonna's white suit, and a seamstress had to be called to fix it. So there would be a delay in our start time. I wound up having to sit in my trailer for hours waiting for the suit to be fixed. Really? I thought. I didn't even know taking so much time for oneself was an option. If I broke a heel on my shoe, I would never make production take the 5 minutes to let me fix it. I would do whatever the director told me to do, even if I had to hobble onto the set without a heel, even if I had to show up barefoot. During our shoot together, I was in awe of the ways Madonna would not compromise her vision. She kept the focus on her. Going along with Madonna's ideas and being on her time for days was what it meant to collaborate with her. It was an important lesson for me, one that I would take a one that would take a long time for me to absorb. She demanded power, and so she got power. She was the center of attention because she made that the condition of her showing up anywhere. She made that life for herself. I hoped I could find ways to do that while preserving the parts of my nice girl identity that I wanted to keep. That was the end of chapter 16. Yeah, without that kiss, Madonna wouldn't have sold those couple million albums. Yeah, I mean, none of us even knew. Too much is missing. Too much is missing. She barely even mentioned the kiss, and that's because the story already and the things that she did mention don't add up to what's been told publicly. It's very hard to keep track of all the different stories that they've told. What's the real story? In my opinion, what really happened? This is just speculation. What I think really happened, piecing together all the stories, Larry Rudolph knew Britney needed a publicity stunt to be more like coming of age. And Larry Rudolph, in my opinion, wanted to help his business partner who had financial interest in her success, Madonna, also boost her career, sell her coffee table book or whatever she was doing. I mean, Britney could be missing pieces, and I don't think that she really does know fully all of the different incestuous business relationships that all of her handlers have had. I don't think she really even does know. So how could she? Why would they tell her? Yeah, they have too much pull. It is confusing. Okay. Chapter 17. I was happy with my new album, In the Zone, Me Against the Music, featuring Madonna. Oh, there's a period there. Okay, I see. I was happy with my new album, In the Zone. Me Against the Music, featuring Madonna, was the first single off the album. The next single was Toxic, for which I won a Grammy. Toxic was innovative as well as a massive success and is still one of my favorites to perform. To promote the album, I went out with an MTV camera crew in New York City one night to film a special called In the Zone and Out All Night. We drove all over the city to appear at 3 nightclubs: Show, Splash, and Avalon. It was electrifying to see large groups of people dancing to the new songs. As has happened again and again in my career, my fans reminded me why I do what I do. No, Drake hated the kiss. They kept all that from her. Invited. Yeah, I mean, she invited Madonna to her wedding, but I hope she talks about the wedding in here, does she? But then one day there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, 4 men just walked in right past me. I didn't recognize 3 of them. I never saw their faces before in my life. The fourth was my father. Oh, I'm scared. They proceeded to sit me down on a sofa, the same one I have to this day in my bedroom. Immediately, they started peppering me with questions, questions, more questions. I was mute. I wasn't willing to talk with anyone. I had nothing to say. A day later, I got a call from my team that I was going to speak to Diane Sawyer. And on that same sofa, because of what happened with Justin and everything I had been through, I felt like I was no longer able to communicate with the world. I had a dark cloud over my head. I was traumatized. I'd often retreated to my apartment to be alone, but now I was being forced to speak with Diane Sawyer there and cry in front of the entire nation. It was completely humiliating. I wasn't told what the questions would be ahead of time, and it turned out they were 100% embarrassing. I was too vulnerable then, too sensitive to do this type of interview. She asked things like, he's going on television and saying you broke his heart. You did something that caused him so much pain, so much suffering. What did you do? I don't want to share anything private with the world. I didn't owe the media details of my breakup. I should not have been forced to speak on national TV, forced to cry in front of this stranger, a woman who was relentlessly going after me with harsh question after harsh question. Instead, I felt like I had been exploited, set up in front of the whole world. Tell them. Now, this does remind me of a Instagram post that has been posted to Britney's Instagram account before. That interview was a breaking point for me internally. A switch had been flipped. I felt something dark come over my body. I felt myself turning, almost like a werewolf, into a bad person. I honestly feel like that moment in my life should have been a time for growing and not sharing everything with the world. It would have been a better way to heal. But I had no choice. It seemed like nobody really cared how I felt. Back home in Louisiana, again for the holidays, I invited some friends over. We were trying to hang out in the guest house that I had built behind the main house, and my mom got annoyed with us for being noisy. Suddenly, it hit me that I had enough money and we didn't even have to stay in Louisiana. I booked us a trip to Las Vegas for New Year's Eve, and some friends from my tour joined us. I feel like this is about to be Jason Alexander territory. Jamie reappeared for Diane Sawyer, and that is how his creepy butt showed back up. I gotta look at dates. Thank you for the super chat. When did he take the loan? I don't know when he took the loan. And some people are like emotional vampires. That is true. Yes, please press the like button. That would be very great. Thank you very much. How many chapters in this book? I think it's 40 something. We're on like 17 now, I think. 18, 17, 17. Okay. I booked us a trip to Las Vegas for New Year's Eve, and some friends from my tour joined us. We cut loose at the Palms Casino Resort and drank. Palms, I think, is owned by one of them Azovs. Who is it? Not Azov. Yeah. No, that's not their last name. Is it? I don't remember. I have to look it up. I'll admit we got phenomenally stupid. I will also say that this was the one time I almost felt overwhelmed having that much freedom in Sin City. I was this little girl who worked so much, and then all of a sudden the schedule was blank for a few days. And so, hello, alcohol. Maloof. Yes, thank you so much. GS. It is Maloof. Yes. Oh my God. Yes, Maloof. Yes, Maloof. That's it. Oh, thank God. Paris Hilton showed up at the casino to hang out and have some drinks. Before I knew it, we got on top of tables, took our shoes off, and ran through the whole club like fairy dusted idiots. No one got hurt, and I had the best time with Paris. We were just playing, and we still do every time we get together. I wasn't rude to anybody. It was just innocent fun. Most people will probably judge, and now you can't do things like that because people will all whip their cameras out. But back then, that time in Vegas, we just acted silly. Having already been under so much media scrutiny, I was not interested in causing trouble. It was just about feeling free and enjoying what I had been working so hard to achieve. As a 20 something will do after a few drinks, I wound up in bed with one of my old friends, a childhood friend who I'd known forever. That must be Jason. The third night we were there together, he and I got bleep faced. I don't even remember that night at all, but from what I pieced together, he and I lounged around the hotel room, stayed up all night watching movies, Mona Lisa Smile and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then had the brilliant idea of going to a little white chapel at 3:30 in the morning. Oh, okay, sorry. Then we had the brilliant idea of going to a little white chapel at 3:30 in the morning. When we got there, another couple was getting married, so we had to wait. Yes, we waited in line to get married. People have asked me if I loved him. To be clear, he and I were not in love. I was just honestly very drunk, and probably in a more general sense at the time of my life, very bored. The next day, my whole family flew out to Vegas. They showed up and stared at me with these eyes of such fury. I looked around. What happened last night? Did I kill someone? You got married, they said, as if that might be somehow worse. We were just having fun, I said, but my mom and dad took it very seriously. We have to get this annulled, they said. They made way too big of a deal out of innocent fun. Everybody has a different perspective on it, but I did not take it that seriously. I thought a goof around Vegas wedding was something people might do as a joke. Then my family came out and acted like I started the World War III. I cried the whole rest of the time I was in Las Vegas. I'm guilty, I said. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have gotten married. We signed all the documents they told us to sign. The marriage lasted 55 hours. I thought it was strange that they got so involved so quickly and so decisively without my even having the time to regret what I had done. It wasn't that I wanted to start a family with this guy or to be with him forever. It was nothing like that. And yet, what happened was that my parents interrogated me so much that part of me almost was like, hey, maybe I do want to be married. Every young person knows what it feels like to want to rebel against your family, especially if they're controlling. Oh, Bam Margera comes to mind. I now feel like I was having a very human reaction. They were putting a curious amount of pressure on me about something I thought was innocuous. And in any case, that was my own business. I like that pun. My own business, right? Like she was minding her own business, but it's like Britney the brand was her own business. So it's like, why were Jamie and Lynn so concerned and Brian about Britney's business? And I think cash register sounds, we know why. In fact, my family was so against the wedding that I started to think maybe I'd accidentally committed a brilliant act because I realized something about my being under their control and not having a stronger connection to someone else had become very, very important to them. What do I have over you guys? I wondered. Why would someone else be so huge a threat? Perhaps it's worth mentioning that by this point, I was supporting them financially. Like I just said, cash register signs. Everyone was asking me, where do you go from here? And it was a good question. I had the answer. I told interviewers again and again that what I most wanted was some time to myself. I'd started a dream about finding true love and settling down. I felt like I had been missing out on life. I think most parents would have something to say to this wedding. Yeah, I think most parents would have something to say to this wedding, but I think the girl was about 24 years old at the time. So I don't think most parents would be flying across the country and forcing you to do something and sign papers that you don't want to sign. That's kind of the issue. Okay, so that was the end of chapter 17, and now we're going to go to 18. We hit the road once again. More buses, more costume racks, more long rehearsals, more step and repeats. That was already one of the darkest times in my life. The vibe of the tour was dark too. A lot of sweaty numbers, dark themes, moody lighting. The tour marked a change in my relationship with my brother, Brian. Working now as part of my team, Brian was very well paid, and so was I, for the Onyx Hotel tour. He also did a huge deal for me with Elizabeth Arden, and yet I had trouble not resenting him a bit once I went out on what was to be an unbelievably grueling tour, while he stayed in Los Angeles and New York and enjoyed his life. I lost track of my brother in those years, and so, in many ways, it felt as though I lost Justin and Brian around the same time. I think that Elizabeth Arden deal ended up getting messed up because of Lou Taylor later, and there's a whole lawsuit about it too, I think. This tour felt so depressing. In Moline, I don't know how to say that, Moline, Illinois, I hurt my knee really bad toward the end of the show. I had a previous knee injury while rehearsing for the music video of Sometimes off my first album. That was more extreme. I'd cried hysterically. With this injury, I only had to reschedule 2 dates, but in my mind, I'd already started to check out. I was craving some lightness and joy in my life. Then Kevin Federline was holding me. That's the thing I remember best. We met at a club called Joseph's Cafe in Hollywood, where I used to sit at a table in the back. Right away from the moment I saw him, there was a connection between us, something that made me feel like I could escape everything that was hard in my life. That very first night that we met, he held me, and I mean held me, in a pool for hours. That was how he was to me, steady, strong, a comfort. I remember we would go swimming and he would just wrap his arms around me in the water and not let me go until I wanted him to, no matter how long that took. It was beyond a sexual thing. It wasn't about lust. It was intimate. He would hold me as long as I wanted to be held. Had anyone in my life ever done that before? If so, I couldn't remember when. And was there anything better? After what I had gone through with Justin, I hadn't been with someone in a real way in so long. Meanwhile, the press kept suggesting famous men who I should date, royalty, CEOs, models. How could I explain that I just wanted to be held for an hour by a man in a swimming pool? I feel like a lot of women, and this is definitely true for me, can be as strong as they want to be, can play this powerful role. But at the end of the day, after we've done our work and made our money and taken care of everyone else, we just want someone to hold us tight and tell us everything is going to be okay. I'm sorry. I know it sounds regressive, but I think it's a human impulse. We want to feel safe and alive and sexy all at the same time. And that is what Kevin did for me. So I held on to him like there was no tomorrow. In the beginning, my relationship with Kevin was playful. Kevin liked me the way I was, a woman who had spent so much time trying to live up to society's expectations. Being a man who gave me permission to be exactly who I was, it felt like such a gift. Oh, she said being with a man. Being with a man who gave me permission to be exactly who I was felt like such a gift. Kevin had a bad boy image. Still, I had no idea when we met that he had a toddler or that his ex girlfriend was 8 months pregnant with his second baby. I was clueless. I was living in a bubble and I did not have a lot of good close friends to confide in or get advice from. I had no idea until after we'd been together for a while and someone told me, he has a new baby, right? I didn't even believe it. But when I asked, he told me it was true. He told me he saw them once a month. You have kids? You have children? Not only one child, but two children? So a number was done on me, obviously. I had no idea. That spring of 2004, I had to go back to work to make good on my contracted dates, even though I was in no mood to do it. I figured it would be tolerable if Kevin could go with me, and he agreed to come. We had so much fun together on that tour. He helped keep me distracted from the work, which felt as challenging as it ever had. After the shows, I didn't have to go back to my hotel room alone. Flying home, we were chatting away, and I asked him to marry me. He said no, and then he proposed. Reading somebody else's comments, door at a party. She walked into a screen door at a party. Oh, wait, let me see. Sam Lansky, hold on. Brittany Sands said, Sam Lansky, or Lansky, Lansky, the ghostwriter, is mutual on Instagram with Dina LaPolte and is a CAA client. Michelle Williams is Rosengart. Okay, is a client Rosengart's wife. What does this mean? Client Rosengart's wife. Rosengart's client's wife is a client of Rosengart. Is Rosengart's wife's client? I'm confused. So no one, it seems like something conflicty, but I don't know what it means. She went from one trauma who will make bad choices, and people sometimes just want to have the company of a man. So sad every relationship played out for. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We were allowed to have our bad boyfriend choices and move on. Growing up in an unstable household, I feel the same way. It comes around to walk on eggshells as a child. I would assume Brittany was saying ex-girlfriend because that's probably what she was told. I'm sure that she doesn't get her news from tabloids, considering how much they lie about her. Thanks so much for the super chat, Swiss Miss. Rosengart's wife's client. Okay, interesting. But then again, I mean, they're all kind of like interconnected anyway. It's all just kind of like, I mean, who knows? But yeah, it is suspicious. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Brittany proposed to Kevin. He said no, and then he proposed. We filmed tour diaries together. The original concept was a documentary like Madonna's Truth or Dare, but it became more like a collection of our home movies, especially after I got hurt again, and it was later released as a reality show called Britney and Kevin Chaotic. The Onyx Hotel tour was just rough. It was too bleep you all for a start. Justin had embarrassed me publicly, so my rebuttal on stage was to kind of go there a little bit too. But it was absolutely horrible. I hated it in the moment. In fact, I hated that entire stupid tour so much that I prayed every night. I said, God, just break my arm, break my leg. Can you make something break? Then on June 8th, 2004, with still 2 months of shows to go, I fell again on the set of my video for Outrageous, got another knee injury, and had to have surgery. The rest of the tour dates were scrapped. I thought back to how much I'd suffered as a teenager doing physical therapy for my knee. The experience had been excruciating. I had to move my legs up and down, even as they were causing unspeakable agony. So, when the doctors offered me Vicodin, I took it. I didn't want to experience that level of pain again. I just went to my apartment in Manhattan, got into my princess bed, and if anyone, friends, family, people in the business wanted to talk to me during this time, I said, leave me alone. I don't want to do anything or see anyone. And I definitely didn't want to go back on tour for a while if I could help it. Part of it was that I believed that I had earned the right to make my own decisions in my personal life after such a grueling schedule. She was correct. She did earn that right. Okay. I felt like I had been manipulated into going straight back to work after the breakup with Justin because it was all I knew. The Onyx tour was a mistake, but in my mind, I thought I should just do what I was supposed to do, which was work. I realize now I should have sat back and taken my time getting over the breakup with Justin before I resumed touring. The music industry was just too hardcore and unforgiving. You often visit a different city every day. There is no consistency, and it's not possible to find stillness when you're on the road. When I made the Britney Spears Live and More video special in Hawaii in 2000, I began to realize that TV is really easy. TV is the luxury part of the business. Touring is not. My sister had also just landed a huge Nickelodeon deal. I was happy for her. Seeing her learning the lines and doing wardrobe fittings reminded me that I could have loved to have a job that was more like the cozy world of children's television. I liked thinking about the Mickey Mouse Club and remembering how easy everything had seemed back then. I thought Kevin would give me the stability I was craving and the freedom too. Not a lot of people were happy for Kevin and me. Whether or not I liked it, I was one of the biggest stars in the world at the time. He was living a more private life. I had to defend our relationship to everyone. Kevin and I got married that fall. We held a surprise ceremony in September, but the lawyers needed more time with the prenup, so the legal event didn't take place for a couple weeks. People shot the ceremony. I wore a strapless dress, and the bridesmaids wore burgundy. After the ceremony, I changed into a pink sweatsuit that read Miss Federline, and everyone else put on juicy tracksuits too, because we went to a club after to dance all night. Now that I was married and thinking about starting a family, I decided to start saying no to things that didn't feel right, like the Onyx tour. I parted ways with my managers. Okay, so this must have been around 2007. She fires Larry. Remember that? I posted a letter to fans on my website in which I told them I was going to take some time off to enjoy my life. I actually learned to say no. I wrote and I meant it. Quote, with this newly found freedom, it's like people don't know how to act around me. I'm sorry that my life seemed like it was all over the place the past 2 years. It's probably because it was. I understand now what they mean when they talk about child stars. Going and going and going is all I've ever known since I was 15 years old. Please remember that times are changing, and so am I. I felt so much peace after announcing my intention to control my own life at last. Things are going to change around here, I thought excitedly, and then they did. Had a similar upbringing to Brittany. My dad was an addict, not alcoholic. Reading Pam's currently so good. And now the drama begins, right? Yikes, little did she know about the club. What, the Rat Club? Masterpiece. So many were on Barney. Planned obsolescence is real. Barney was my jam. I loved Barney too. I love Barney. Okay, chapter 19. That was now the end of chapter 18. Now we're going to start 19. Two things about being pregnant. I loved sex and I loved food. Both of those things were absolutely amazing throughout both of my pregnancies. Other than that, I can't say there was much that brought me any pleasure. I was just so mean. You did not want to hear from me those whole 2 years. You did not want to hear from me those whole 2 years. I did not want to be around almost anyone at all. I was hateful. I didn't want anyone, not even my mom, to come near me. I was a real mama bear, America's sweetheart, and the meanest woman alive. I was protective over Jamie Lynn, too. After she complained to me about a co-star of hers on her TV show, I showed up on the set to have words with the actress. What I must have looked like, hugely pregnant, yelling at a teenage and I would later learn innocent girl. Are you spreading rumors about my sister? Then she puts in parentheses, to that young actress, I'm sorry. So she's talking about Alexa Nicholas. When I was pregnant, I wanted everyone to stay away. Stand back. There's a baby here. It's true what they say. When you have a baby, no one can prepare you. It's a miracle, creating another body. You grow up saying that person's pregnant, that person had a baby. But when you actually experience it yourself, it is overwhelming. It was such a spiritual experience, such an incredibly powerful bond. My mother had always talked about how painful childbirth was. She never let me forget that she was in many hours of agonizing labor with me. I mean, everybody's different. Some women have an easy time of it. I was terrified of giving birth naturally. So when the doctor offered me a C-section, I was so relieved. Sean Preston was born September 14th, 2005. Okay, so no, she's back in 2005. So she fired her management all the way in 2005. I thought it was 2007. I was thrilled that I would have oh, wait, hold on. Right away, you could tell he was a sweet, kind little boy. 3 months later, I got pregnant again. I was thrilled that I would have 2 kids so close in age. Still, it was hard on my body, and there was a lot of sadness and loneliness in that time. I felt like so much of the world was against me. The main danger I had to watch out for was the aggression of the paparazzi. I stayed out of the public eye. Surely, eventually, I thought the photographers, if I stayed out of the public eye, surely, eventually, I thought the photographers would leave me alone. But whether I was sitting at home or trying to go to a store, photographers found me every day and all night. They were there waiting for me to come out. What no one in the media seemed to realize was that I was hard on myself as it was. I could be wild, but at heart, I was always a people pleaser. Even at my lowest, I cared what people thought. I grew up in the South where manners are so important. I still to this day, regardless of their age, call men sir and women ma'am. Just on the level of civility, it was incredibly painful to be treated with such disregard, such disgust. Everything I did with the babies was chronicled. What I drove off to, when I drove off to escape the paparazzi with Sean Preston on my lap, that was taken as proof that I was unfit. I got cornered by the paparazzi with him at the Malibu Country Mart, and they kept taking my picture as I was trapped and held him and cried. As I was trying to get out of a building and into a car in New York, pregnant with Jaden James and carrying Sean Preston, I was swarmed by photographers. I was told I had to get in the car on the other side. So I said, oh, and I made my way through another 1,000 camera shutters and shouts of Britney, Britney, Britney to get there. If you watch the video and don't just look at the still photos, you can see that while carrying a cup of water in one hand and my baby in the other arm, my heel turned and I almost went down, but I didn't fall. And in catching myself, I didn't drop either the water or the baby, who, by the way, was completely unfazed. This is why I need a Second Amendment device, I said to the camera, which probably didn't go over all that well. But I was at my wit's end. The magazine seemed to love nothing more than a photo that they could run with the headline, Britney Spears got huge. Look, she's not wearing makeup. As if those two things were some kind of sin. As if gaining weight was something unkind I'd done to them personally, a betrayal. At what point did I promise to stay 17 for the rest of my life? I like that part. Help the doctors, Capricorn, Capricorn 2. Pam's a Cancer. I've always loved Cancer. Let's see. How was she put into a car seat when he? Yeah, I don't know how she was supposed to even put him in the car seat. That's my question. So that is the end of chapter 19. So let's just move right along to chapter 20. Oh. When Sean Preston was very little, Kevin started working harder on his own music. He wanted to He wanted to make his own name, which was something I encouraged. He was recording a lot, which was his passion, and sometimes I would drop by the studio where he was working, and it seemed like a clubhouse. I could smell the WEED wafting out of the studio door before I even walked in. He and the other guys would all be getting HIGH, and it felt like I was in the way. Like I wasn't invited to their party. I couldn't stand being around that type of smoke. Even the smell of it nauseated me, and I had the baby and was pregnant, so it wasn't like I could hang out all day. So mostly I just stayed home. It's not as if I was it's not as if that was such a hardship. I had a beautiful home, a dream home. We would hire an amazing chef, too expensive to use very often, but one time eating something the chef cooked, I said, "Oh my god, this is the most delicious thing I have ever had. Can you just live with us? I love you so much." And I meant it. I loved him. I was so grateful for any additional help around the house. Maybe this is the way married couples are, I thought, as Kevin and I grew more estranged. You take turns, letting each other be a little selfish. This is his first taste of fame for himself. I should let him have it. I gave myself pep talks. He's my husband. I'm supposed to respect him, accept him on a deeper level than I would accept someone I was just dating. And he's the father of my kids. His demeanor is different now, but if it changed, it could change back. People say he's going to break up with me while I have tiny children, like he did with the mother of his first two children when they were infants. But no way. How how he was with his other family won't be the way how he is with me. And trying to make up all these excuses in my head, I was lying to myself. I was in total denial this whole time that he was leaving me. I flew to New York to see him. He had been so out of touch that I thought we needed to have some time together as a family in the city. I checked myself into a nice hotel, excited to see my husband. But he wouldn't see me. It seemed like he wanted to pretend I didn't exist. His manager, who had been on my team for years, wouldn't see me either. He was on Kevin's team now, and it seemed like they were done with me. Damn, really? I said. All I could think was that I just wanted to get close enough to Kevin that I could ask him what was going on. I wanted to say, when you left to come here, we hugged, you kissed me. What's going on? What happened? I suspected something was up, that he was changing, especially once he started getting press and feeling himself. One time he came home late and he told me he had been at a party. Quote, Justin Timberlake was there. Lindsay Lohan was too, he said. Oh, girl, as soon as I'm tired, I'm getting off of here. Don't you worry. I got my sweet tea. Okay. His manager, who had been on okay, damn, really. All I could think was I wanted to get close and okay. I suspected something was up, that he was changing. Especially, Lindsay Lohan was there. Okay. Do you think I care about your stupid party? I thought. Do you have any idea how many parties like that I've gone to? I've known some of those people longer than I've known you. Do you know how much I went do you know how much I went through in my years with Justin? No, you know none of it. I didn't say any of that. But I wanted to say it and a whole lot more. Kevin was just so enthralled with the fame and the power. Again, again and again in my life, I've seen fame and money ruin people, and I saw it happen with Kevin in slow motion. In my experience, when most people, especially men, get that type of attention, it's all over. They love it too much. And it's not good for them. Some celebrities handle fame very well. They have perspective. They have fun being admired, but not too much fun. They know whose opinion to listen to and whose opinion to ignore. Getting awards and trophies is cool, and in the beginning, those first 2 years when you become a celebrity, well, it is a feeling you cannot explain. I think some people are great at fame. I'm not. My first 2 or 3 years, I was good at it and it was fine, but my real self in school, I was a basketball player. I didn't cheerlead. I didn't wanna be out there. I played ball. That's what I loved. But fame, that world isn't real, my friends. Not wow. She's funny. But fame, that world isn't real, my friends. It's period, not period, real. You go along with it because, of course, it's going to pay the family's bills and everything. But for me, there was an essence of real life missing from it. I think that's why I had my babies. What else she's saying? So, getting awards and all that fame stuff, I liked it a lot, but there's nothing lasting in it for me. What I love is sweat on the floor doing rehearsals or just playing ball and making a shot. I like the work, I like the practicing. That has more authenticity and value than anything else. I actually envy the people who know how to make fame work for them because I hide from it. I get very shy. For example, Jennifer Lopez, a Lou Taylor client, from the beginning struck me as someone who was very good at being famous, at indulging people's interests, but in her at indulging people's interest in her, but knowing where to draw the lines. She always handled herself well. She always carried herself with dignity. Kevin did not know how to do any of that. I'll confess, I'm not great at it either. I'm a nervous person. I run away from most kinds of attention as I've gotten older. Maybe because I've been really hurt. At the time of that rough trip to New York, I should have known my marriage was over, but I still thought it could be salvageable. Later, Kevin moved on to another studio, this one in Las Vegas, and so I went there, hoping to talk to him. When I found him, he had his head shaved. He was getting ready to shoot the cover for his album. He was in the studio all the time. He really thought he was a rapper now, bless his heart, because he did take it so seriously. Shade. And so I showed up in Vegas, carrying Sean Preston, still pregnant with Jaden James, full of sympathy for Kevin's situation. And he was trying to make something happen for himself. Everyone seemed to be doubting him. I knew what that was like. It is scary to put yourself out there like that. You do really have to believe in yourself when the world makes you wonder if you have what it takes. But I also felt like he should have been checking in more and should have been spending time with me. Our little family was my heart. I'd had his babies inside of me for a very long time, and I had sacrificed a lot. I had all but abandoned my career. I'd done everything to make our life possible. I left Sean Preston at the hotel with a nanny, and I showed up at the video set. A- Again, I was told that he didn't want to see me. He since said that this wasn't true, that he never would have done that. All I know is what I experienced. Security guards who had worked at my home were at the door and would not let me in. It felt like everyone on that set was shunning me. I peeked through a window and saw a bunch of young people partying. The set had been turned into a nightclub. Kevin and the other actors were smoking WEED and looking happy. I felt completely outside of myself. I watched the scene for a while without anyone inside seeing me. And then I said to the security guard, "Okay, great." Turned around and went back to the hotel. I was at the hotel, devastated, when there was a knock on the door. I answered, and it was one of my brother's old friends, Jason Trawick. He had heard what had happened. This plant. "How are you doing?" he asked. He seemed to genuinely care how I answered. When was the last time somebody asked me that? I wondered. Um, yeah, I don't know about all that. All I can think about is like, what a loser. You're married to Britney Spears and she's like, with child for you. And you're shunning it. Like, let her in. I hate all these people. Oh, he would have saw me. He would have saw me too, girl. She must have felt so helpless. For real. And it's like, probably we also felt like her own, like people who were in charge of protecting her as her security before have turned on her. It's like people who she entrusted with her life can't even be loyal, you know? Oh, I got that cut from Walmart, girl. She doesn't deserve this. No, she didn't. And she's pregnant at that time. That was the end of chapter 20. Moving on to 21. Right around Sean Preston's first birthday, September 12th, 2006, Jaden James came along. He was such a happy kid right from birth. Once I had both the boys, I felt so light. Light. It was like almost like a bird or a feather, like I could just float away. My body felt incredible to me. This is what it's like to be a 13-year-old again, I thought. I didn't have a belly anymore. One of my friends came over and said, "Wow, you look so skinny." "Well, I have been pregnant for 2 years straight," I said. After the babies, I felt like a completely different person. It was confusing. On one hand, I suddenly fit into my clothes again. When I tried things on, they looked good. Loving clothes again was a revelation. I thought, holy S word, my body. On the other hand, I've been so happy feeling these babies protected inside of me. I got a little depressed once I was no longer keeping them safe inside my body. They seemed so vulnerable out in the world of jockeying paparazzi and tabloids. I wanted them back inside me so the world couldn't get at them. "Why is Britney so camera shy with Jaden?" one headline read. Kevin and I had gotten better at hiding the kids after Jaden was born. So much so that people were wondering why no pictures of him had been released. I think if anyone had thought about that question for a second, they would have come up with some guesses. But no one was really asking the question. They just kept acting like I owed it to them to let the men who kept trying to catch me looking fat take photos of my infant sons. After each birth, one of the first things I had to do was look out the window to count the number of enemy combatants in the parking lot. They just seemed to multiply every time I checked. There were always more cars than seemed safe. To see that many men gathering to shoot photos of my babies, it made my blood run cold. With a whole lot of money in photo royalties in that on the ugh. With a whole lot of money in photo royalties on the line, it was their mission to get pictures of the boys at any cost. And my boys, they were so tiny. It was my job to keep them safe. I worried that the flashing lights and the shouting would scare them. Kevin and I had to devise strategies to cover them with blankets while making sure that they could still breathe. Even without a blanket over me, I barely could breathe. I didn't have much interest in doing press that year, but I did one interview with Matt Lauer for Dateline. He said that people were asking questions about me, including, is Brittany a bad mom? He never said who was asking them. Everyone, apparently. And what I thought it would he asked me what I thought it would take for the paparazzi to leave me alone. I wish he'd asked them, so whatever it was, I could do exactly that. Luckily, my home was a safe haven. Our relationship was in trouble, but Kevin and I had built an incredible house in LA right beside Mel Gibson's house. Sandy from Greece lived nearby too. I'd see her and call out, "Hi, Olivia Newton-John. How are you, Olivia Newton-John?" For us, it was a dream house. There was a slide that went into the pool. There was a sandbox full of toys so the kids could build sand castles. We had a miniature playhouse with steps and a ladder and a miniature porch, and we just kept adding to it. I heard noises in my front yard. Okay. Um, and we just kept adding on to it. I didn't like the wooden floors, so I added marble everywhere. And of course, it had to be white marble. The interior designer was completely against it. He said marble floors are super slippery and hard if you fall down. "I want marble," I shouted. "I need marble." It was my home and my nest. It was effing beautiful, but I think I knew then I had become weird. But I think I knew then that I had become weird. I love her. That's funny. Wait until he gets a conservatorship. I know. I'm going to the conservatorship. We're moving along, y'all. I had these 2 kids back to back. My hormones were all over the place. I was meaner than hell and so bossy. It was such a big deal for me to have kids. And trying to make our home perfect, I'd gone over the top. I look back now and I think, God, that was bad. I'm sorry, contractors. I think I cared too much. I had an artist come in and paint murals in the boys' rooms, fantastical paintings of little boys on the moon. I just went all out. It was my dream to have children and raise them in the coziest environment that I could create. To me, they were perfect, beautiful, everything I ever wanted. I wanted to give them the world, the whole solar system. I began to suspect that I was a bit overprotective when I wouldn't let my mom hold Jaden for the first 2 months. Even after that, I'd let her hold him for 5 minutes and that was it. I just have to have him back in my arms. That's too much. I know that now. I should not have been that controlling. But again, I think what happened was when I first saw them after they'd been born, it was similar to what happened to me after the breakup with Justin. It was that Benjamin Button thing. I aged backward. Honestly, as a new mother, it was as if some part of me became the baby. One part of me was very demanding grown woman yelling about white marble, and another part was suddenly very childlike. Kids are so healing in one way. They make you less judgmental. Here they are, so innocent and dependent on you. You realize everyone was a baby once, so fragile and helpless. In another way, for me, having kids was psychologically very complicated. It had happened when Jamie Lynn was born, too. I loved her so much and was so empathetic that I became her in this strange way. When she was 3, some part of me became 3 too. I've heard that this sometimes happens to parents, especially if you have trauma from your childhood. When your kids get to be the age you were, when you were dealing with something rough, you relive it emotionally. Unfortunately, there wasn't the same conversation about mental health back then that there is now. I hope any new mothers reading this who are having a hard time will get help early and will channel their feelings into something more healing than white marble floors. She's cute. Brittany, you were not mean. You wanted to nest. You wanted your own home. You worked for it. You liked what you liked, and you have the right to live out your dreams. She had no sense of self, which happens in childhood trauma. I wish she got to have a happy life with her children. She said a few times that her babies were her religion. I did not let my mom hold my baby for 6 months because she was crying. It's normal to be overprotective. That is her intuition and PPD. White marble floors is a valid way to heal. Yes, too cute. Renovating a house while postpartum must have been tough. Yes. Britney is magic. When Rihanna found out someone took a picture of her son, she quickly did a photo shoot so the paparazzi couldn't profit. It's sad they have to do things like that. It's because she's a bad mom, Lynn, not Britney, right? Thanks for doing this. Super late. Yes, girl, you are late. We halfway through. Okay. I had an artist come in, paint the murals, depending on you, spiral, Lynn was okay. Unfortunately, there wasn't because I now know that I was displaying just about every symptom of perinatal depression, sadness, anxiety, fatigue. Once the babies were born, I added on my confusion and obsession about the baby's safety, which was ratcheting up the more media attention was on us. Being a new mom is challenging enough without trying to do everything under a microscope. With Kevin away so much, no one was around to see me spiral, except every paparazzo in America. That was chapter 21. This book is a snooze fest. Yeah, it's not really not the nothing groundbreaking so far, I don't think. I mean, I'm glad that she was able to get it out and stuff, but I don't think any of this is stuff we did not know. The first few months after Jaden came home were a blur. I got a dog. Felicia came in and out of my life. While I was pregnant with Jaden, I dyed my hair black. Trying to get it blonde again, I turned it purple. I had to go to a beauty salon to have them completely strip my hair and make it a realistic shade of brown. It took forever to get it right. Nearly everything in my life felt like that. To say the least, there was some cake To say the least, there was some chaos. The breakup with Jay and going on the rough Onyx tour, marrying someone no one seemed to think was a good match, and then trying to be a good mother inside of a marriage that was collapsing in real time. And yet, I always felt so happy and creative in the studio. Recording for Blackout, I felt so much freedom. Working with amazing producers, I got to play. A producer named Nate Hills, who recorded under the name Danja, was more into dance and EDM than pop. He introduced me to new sounds, and I got to stretch my voice in different ways. I loved that no one was overthinking things and that I got to say what I liked and what I didn't like. I knew exactly what I wanted, and I loved so much of what was offered to me. Coming into the studio and hearing these incredible sounds and getting to put down a vocal on them was fun. Despite my reputation at the time, I was focused and excited to work when I came in. It was it was what was going on outside of the studio that was so upsetting. The paparazzi were like an army of zombies trying to get in every second. They tried to scale the walls and take pictures through windows, trying to enter and exit a building felt like being part of a military operation. Well, I do believe that her security was involved in military operations, but I digress. It was terrifying, she says. My A&R rep, Teresa LaBarbara Whites, who was a mother, too did what she could do to help. She put a baby swing at one of our studios, which I thought was a really sweet gesture. The album was kind of a battle cry. After years of being meticulous, trying to please my mom and dad, it was my time to say F you. I quit doing business the way I always had before. I started doing videos on the street myself. I would go into bars with a friend, and the friend would just bring a camera, and that's how we shot Give Me More. To be clear, I'm not saying I'm proud of it. Give Me More is by far the worst video I ever shot in my life. Was it? I don't know which one that is. I don't like it at all. It's so tacky. It looks like we spent $3,000 to shoot it. And yet, even though it was bad, it worked for what it was. And the more I started going and doing things myself, the more interesting people started noticing and wanting to work with me. I wound up randomly finding really good people just by word of mouth. Everyone loves Blackout. Paparazzi is so gross. Where's the tea? That's awful. Yes, Blackout. It was obvious to me she was suffering from postpartum. How did people in the industry and other people not see this? Oh, they knew. They knew. I love the DIY vids. Like, Do Something, I think is like Britney's like own DIY passion project she did in like 15 hours or something. Blackout was one of the easiest and most satisfying albums I ever made. It came together really fast. I would go into the studio, be there 30 minutes, and leave. That wasn't by design. That wasn't by design. It had to be fast. If I stayed in one place for too long, the paparazzi outside would multiply like I was a cornered Pac-Man being chased by ghosts. Why didn't you just put a studio in her house? My survival mechanism was get in and get out of studios as fast as possible. When I recorded Hot as Ice, I walked into the studio. There were 6 gigantic guys in the room with me sitting there. That was probably one of the most spiritual recording moments in my life, being with all those guys quietly listening as I sang. My voice went the highest it had ever gone. I sang it 2 times through and left. I didn't even have to try. She's funny for that. If making Blackout felt good, life was still tearing at me from every different direction. From one minute to the next, everything was so extreme. I needed to have more self-worth and value than I was able to conjure back then. And yet, even though it was a very hard time in just about every other way, artistically, it was great. Something about where I was in my head made me a better artist. I felt an exciting rush making the Blackout album. I was able to work in the best studios. It was a wild time. Unfortunately, when family life is bad, that takes over and makes everything good on the other side feel less good. I mourn how unpleasant things got for me with my family, and yet I remain so proud of that album. Many artists have said that it influenced them, and I often hear from fans that it's their favorite. Meanwhile, Kevin was doing a lot of press, and you would have thought he just hit the Grand Slam in the World Series. I didn't know who he was anymore. When he was asked to do a Super Bowl commercial for Nationwide, oh, then he was asked to do a Super Bowl commercial for Nationwide. It didn't matter that the ad was him making fun of himself, playing a fast food worker who dreams of being a star. After he got that offer, I basically never saw him. It was like he was too good to even talk to me. He told everyone else that being a father was everything to him, the best thing in his life. You wouldn't know it, because the sad truth was he was away a lot. Yeah, you have to close the clock, close the chat and click join. I need to take a restroom break. I'll be back in 1 minute. Please kindly entertain yourself. Oh shoot. Okay. BRB. I'm trying to find this thing so y'all can have some countdown. Here y'all go. Okay, I'm back. Reading y'all's comments. Yeah, she's being real nice to K-Fed. It's probably because she still has to like work with him for custody and stuff. Marinate some chicken. Make me some chicken. Okay, so that was the end of chapter 22. Now we're going to go to 23. Shane, data entry all day. Came across the live at some point. Just reading some of y'all's comments. Didn't say much in the book that we didn't already know. Not so far. Not so far. I mean, the part about Justin, but then like that was already kind of released a few days ago in that, exclusive People magazine, whatever, bull crap or whatever. Okay, chapter 23. When I married Kevin, I meant it with all my heart. If you look into my eyes in my wedding photos, you can see it. I was so in love and so ready for a new phase in my life to start. I wanted babies with this man. I wanted a cozy home. I wanted to grow old with him. My lawyer told me that if I didn't file for divorce, Kevin would. What I gathered from this was Kevin wanted to file for divorce, but he felt guilty doing it. He knew that it would make him look better publicly if I was the one who filed. My lawyer told me that Kevin was going to file for divorce no matter what. I was led to believe that it would be better if I did it first so that I wasn't humiliated. I didn't want to be embarrassed, so in early November 2006, when Jaden was almost 2 months old, I filed the papers. Kevin and I both asked for full custody of the boys. What I did not understand was that Kevin would then insist I pay for his legal bills. And because legally I had set the divorce in motion, I would be held responsible in the press for having broken up my young family. The media attention was crazy. It was probably good for Kevin's album, which came out a week before we announced our divorce, but I was vilified. Some people tried to be supportive, but in the press, they often did this by being cruel toward Kevin, which actually wasn't that helpful. Later that month, I presented at the American Music Awards. As I waited to go on stage, Jimmy Kimmel delivered a monologue and a skit about Kevin, who he called the world's first ever no-hit wonder. They sealed a stand-in into a crate and put it on a truck and dumped it into the ocean. But this was the father of my 2 infant sons. I found the violence toward him to be unsettling. The whole audience was laughing. I hadn't known that was going to happen, and it caught me completely off guard. I went out on stage and gave the award to Mary J. Blige, but I went backstage after and tried to make it clear that I had been blindsided and I did not like it. I also didn't think that in the midst of a custody battle, having my ex-husband treated that way would be of any benefit to me. Everyone seemed to be delighted by news of our divorce. Everyone except me. I did not feel like celebrating. Looking back, I think both Justin and Kevin were very clever. They knew what they were doing, and I played right into it. That's the thing about this industry. I never knew how to play the game. I didn't know how to present myself on any level. I was a bad dresser. Hell, I'm still a bad dresser, and I'll admit that. And I work on that. But as much as I'll own my flaws, ultimately, I know that I'm a good person. I can see now that you have to be smart enough, vicious enough, deliberate enough to play the game. And I did not know the game. I was truly innocent, just clueless. I was a newly single mom of two little boys. I didn't have the time to fix my hair before I went into a sea of photographers. So I was young and I made a lot of mistakes, but I will say this, I wasn't manipulative. I was just stupid. That's what Brittany said, not me. That's one thing Justin and Kevin ruined about me. I used to trust people, but after the breakup with Justin and then my divorce, I never really did trust people again. That's sad. Poor thing. She really hits a nail on the head. I love all the videos she makes. This book is another proof of how badly women are treated. JT did many other things Brittany did, and he wasn't demonized, controlling the optics. Pretended to be good people, but they knew how to manipulate her. Learned something from what? Love Britney. Someone fill me in how Rosengart screwed Britney, someone says. That was the end of chapter 23. Moving on to 24. One of the people who was the kindest to me when I really needed kindness was Paris Hilton. So much of America dismissed her as a party girl, but I found her elegant. The way she posed on the red carpet and always had an arched eyebrow when anyone was mean about her. She saw that I had babies and that I was suffering from the breakup, and I think she felt sorry for me. She came over to my house and she helped me out so much. She was just so sweet to me. Aside from that night in Vegas with Jason Trawick, I felt like it felt like no one had been sweet like that to me in ages. We started hanging out, and she encouraged me to try and have fun for the first time in a long time. With Paris, I went through my party stage, but let's be clear, it was never as wild as the press made it out to be. There was a time when I never went out at all. Finally, when with the kids properly supervised at home by capable caregivers, I did leave home for a few hours, stayed out late, drank like any other 20 something. I heard nothing but that I was the worst mother who ever lived and a terrible person too. The tabloids were full of accusations. She's a slut. She's on drugs. I have never had a drinking problem. I like to drink, but it was never out of control. Want to know my bleep of choice? The only thing I really did, except for drinking, Adderall, the one that is given to kids for ADHD. It made me HIGH, yes, but what I found far more appealing was that it gave me a few hours of feeling less depressed. It was the only thing that worked for me as an antidepressant, and I really felt like I needed one of those. An antidepressant, I think is what she's talking about. I've never had any interest in hard bleeps. I saw plenty of people in the music world doing all that, but it wasn't for me. Where I grew up, what we did more than anything was drink beer. And to this day, I don't like to drink expensive wine because it burns my throat. And I've never even liked WEED except that one time in New York when I broke my heel. If I just get a contact HIGH from being around it, it makes me feel slow and dumb. I hate it. Do you know what Paris Hilton and I did that supposedly crazy night that everyone made such a big deal about? We went out with Lindsay Lohan. We got drunk. That's it. We were staying at a beach house and my mom was taking care of the kids, so I went out with Paris. We were hyped up, drinking and being silly, and it felt good to be with friends and cut loose. There wasn't one thing about it that felt wrong. At the end of one night, I walked into the beach house happy from my adventure and still a little drunk. My mother was waiting up. When I walked in, she screamed at me and we got into a huge fight. She said it was because I was wasted. She wasn't wrong. I absolutely was. But that wasn't a violation of some cardinal rule in our family. And on that night, I had her babysit so I could go out responsibly without the kids seeing their mother under the influence. The shame I felt killed my heart. I stood there reeling and thought, okay, I guess it's forbidden for me to party. My mom always made me feel like I was bad or guilty of something, even though I had worked hard to be good. That's what my family has always done. Treated me like I was bad. The fight marked a turning point in my relationship with my mom. I couldn't go back to the way it was before. We tried, but it really didn't work. And then she's like, goes on to talk about the fans. No matter how many fans I had in the world, my parents never seemed to think I was worth much. How could you treat your child like that when she was going through a divorce, when she was lonely and lost? Giving a person no grace in a hard time is just not nice, especially when you can't take as good as you give. When I started to speak up and throw it back at them a little, God knows they were far from perfect. They didn't really like it that much, but they still held so much emotional power over me. Um, that was the end of chapter 24. Never compassion from those who should love her unconditionally. Nope. That's one interesting part of it. She was never a full-blown addict like her dad. This is why I don't speak to my family. People don't get it unless they've been through it. Okay, here we go. Oh, is this where it's about to ramp up? This chapter 25. True, Hugh. Y'all remember toxic people are toxic people, no matter if they're family. Don't brush it off or go with that's just who they are. You are in control of your own future. Break them curses. There it is. There it is. One thing I learned from observational learning. Oh, just wait. It's going to get good now is what y'all are saying. You can tell Britney even has a sense of guilt tied to her anger toward her parents. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Everything everyone says about becoming a parent was true for me. My boys gave my life meaning. I was shocked how much pure and instant love I felt for those tiny creatures. And yet, becoming a mother while under so much pressure at home and out in the world was also much harder than I expected it would be. Cut off from my friends, I started to get weird. I know you're supposed to focus on being a mother at those times, but it was hard for me to sit down and play with them each day. Wait, hold on. Cut off from my friends, I started to get weird. I know you're supposed to focus only on being a mother at those times, but it was hard for me to sit down and play with them each day, to put being a mother first. I felt so confused. All I had known my whole life was being exposed on all I had known my whole life was being exposed on every level. I didn't know where to go or what to do. Was I supposed to go home to Louisiana, get a house with a wall around it and hide? What I can see now, but couldn't see then, is that every part of normal life had been stripped from me. Going out in public without becoming a headline, making normal mistakes as a new mother of 2 babies, feeling like I could trust the people around me. I had no freedom and yet also no security. At the same time, I was also suffering. I now know from severe postpartum depression. I'll admit it, I felt that I couldn't live if things didn't get better. Poor Britney. All these other people were doing their thing, but I was just being watched from every corner. Justin and Kevin were able to have all the sex and smoke all the weed in the world, and no one said one word to them. I came home from a night at the club, and my own mother tore into me. It made me scared to do anything. My family made me feel paralyzed. I mean, I'm kind of familiar with this feeling a little. Like I will say like a 1% version of this. If this is 100, I'm like one, like there's 1% where it's like, you know what? No matter what I say, no matter what I do, y'all gonna bitch about it anyway. So two things can happen. One, if you're a super rebellious type of person, or, I think everybody can take one or two approaches, even no matter what type of person they are. You can just say, good. I like that y'all don't like it. Actually, I like that it makes y'all mad, actually. Another way that and you just keep doing it. Another way to deal with it is to feel like you can't do anything. You just don't want to do anything. You don't want to do anything because no matter what you do, no matter what you say, it's going to be wrong to people. Now, if you take Britney, maybe I'm like 1% of 1% too, right? Like, I mean, everybody in the world knows who Britney Spears is. Like, everybody has a damn opinion on what she needed to be doing. And Dean's been here since 3 p.m. UK time. Who's been here since the beginning? Leave a unicorn emoji if you've been here since the beginning. Yeah, so she's like, I didn't want to do anything. She said, my family made me feel paralyzed. I gravitated toward anyone who would step in and act as a buffer between me and them, especially people who would take me out partying and get me temporarily distracted from all the surveillance I'm under. I feel a Sam Lutfi approaching. Not all of these people were great in the long run, but at the time I was desperate for anyone who seemed to want to help me in any way and who seemed like they had the ability to keep my parents at bay. As part of his bid for full custody, Kevin tried to convince everyone that I was completely out of control. He started to say I shouldn't have my kids anymore at all. When he said that, I remember thinking in my head, surely this is a joke. This is just for the tabloids. When you read about married celebrities fighting, you never really know what's real. I always assume that it's a lot of what you hear is I always assume a lot of what you hear are stories being fed to the papers as part of some ploy to get the upper hand in a custody battle. So I kept waiting for him to bring the boys back to me after he took them. He not only wouldn't bring them back to me, he wouldn't even let me see them for weeks. These are her own babies. In January 2007, my Aunt Sandra died after a long and brutal struggle with ovarian cancer. She was like my second mother. By Aunt Sandra's grave at the funeral, I cried harder than I ever had cried. Working felt unthinkable to me. A popular director called me during that time about a project he was working on. I have a role for you to play. It's a really dark role. I said no because I thought it wouldn't be emotionally healthy for me, but I wonder if just knowing about the part subconsciously, I went there in my head. Imagine what it would be like to be her. On the inside, I'd felt like a cloud of darkness for a long time. On the outside, I tried to keep looking the way people wanted me to, keep acting the way they wanted me to, sweet and pretty all the time. But the veneer had been so worn away by this point that there was nothing left. I was a raw nerve. Trauma do that to you. In February, so the next month after Aunt Sandra died, after not getting to see the boys for weeks and weeks, and this is what they do. This is what they do to force you into a mental break. They will keep your kids from you. We've seen it with Bam. We've seen it with Britney. We've seen it with a lot of people. This is what they do. This is how they break you. They keep your kids from you. And it's a real good way to break somebody because I could see how you could get broken from that. After not seeing the boys for weeks and weeks, completely beside myself with grief, and this after her aunt died, her second mother died, her kids get taken away from, kidnapped, essentially, kidnapped. She's deprived and stripped of her own children. I went to plead to see them. Kevin would not let me in. I begged him. Jaden James was 5 months old, and Sean Preston was 17 months old. I imagine they're not knowing where their mother was, wondering why she didn't want to be with them. I wanted to get a battering ram to get to them. I didn't know what to do. The paparazzi watched it all happen. I can't even describe the humiliation I felt. I was cornered. I was being chased, like always, by these men waiting for me to do something they could photograph. And so that night, I gave them some material. I went into a hair salon and I took the clippers and I shaved off all my hair. Everyone thought it was hilarious. Look how crazy she is. Even my parents acted embarrassed by me. But nobody seemed to understand that I was simply out of my mind with grief. My children had been taken away from me. My long hair was a big part of what people liked. I knew that. I knew a lot of the guys thought long hair was hot. Shaving my head was a way of saying to the world, F you. You want me to be pretty for you? F you. You want me to be good for you? F you. You want me to be your dream girl? F you. I'd been a good girl for years. I smiled politely while TV show hosts leered at my breasts, while American parents said I was destroying their children by wearing a crop top, while executives patted my hand condescendingly and second guessed my career choices, even though I had sold millions of records, while my family acted like I was evil, and I was tired of it. What did Amber say? Thank you for the super chat. Have you even taken a sip of water? Yes, I've taken sips of water and I drank most of my sweet tea. Yes, this is like a traditional sign of grief. At the end of the day, I didn't care. All I wanted to do was see my boys. It made me sick thinking about the hours, the days, the weeks I miss with them. My most special moments in life were taking naps with my children. That's the closest I've ever felt to God. Taking naps with my precious babies, smelling their hair and holding their tiny hands. I became incredibly angry. I think a lot of other women understand this. A friend of mine once said, if someone took my baby away from me, I would have done a lot more than get a haircut. I would have burned the city to the ground. I don't condone y'all doing that. I'm just saying, people are allowed to get upset. Like, yeah, Lipton probably is what I would go with. Let's see. Thank you. Good way. Okay. So that was chapter 25. Let's get into 26. Failing those weeks. Oh, sorry. Flailing those weeks without my children, I lost it over and over again. I didn't even really know how to take care of myself because of the divorce. I had to move out of the home I loved and was living in a random English style cottage in Beverly Hills. The paparazzi were circling extra excitedly now, like sharks when there's blood in the water. When I first shaved my head, it felt almost religious, like I was living on a level of pure being. For when I wanted to go out into the world, I bought 7 wigs, all short bobs. But if I couldn't see my sons, I didn't want to see anybody. A few days later, after I shaved my head, my cousin Allie drove me back to Kevin's. At least I thought that there would be no paparazzi to see at this time, but apparently someone tipped one of the photographers off and he called his buddy. When we stopped at a gas station, a pair of them came for me. They kept taking flash pictures with a giant camera and videotaping me through the window as I sat, heartbroken, in the passenger seat, waiting for Allie to come back. One of them was asking questions. How are you doing? You doing okay? I'm concerned about you. We drove on to Kevin's. The 2 paparazzi kept following us, taking pictures as I was once again denied entry into Kevin's, turned away, trying to see my own children. After we left, Allie pulled over so we could figure out what to do next. The videographer was right there at my window again. What I'm going to do, Brittany, all I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you a few questions, one of them said with this mean look on his face. He wasn't asking if he could. He was telling me what he was going to do to me. And then I'm going to leave you alone. Allie started begging the men to go away. Please, guys. Don't, guys. Please. Please. She was being so polite. And she was pleading with them as if she was asking them to spare our lives, which it sort of felt like she was. But they wouldn't stop. I screamed. They liked that. When I reacted, one guy wouldn't go away until he got what he wanted. He kept smirking, asking me the same terrible questions over and over again, trying to get me to react again. There was so much ugliness in his voice, such a lack of humanity. This was one of the worst moments of my whole life, and he kept after me. Couldn't he just treat me like a human being? Couldn't he just back off? But he wouldn't. He just kept coming. He just kept asking me over and over again how I felt not being able to see my kids. And he was smiling. This is the same paparazzi that triggered Kanye West into punching him. Y'all remember him? He was in the New York Times documentary. I don't remember his name. Um, He's the one that also remember whenever Kanye West assaulted somebody in 2016, it was like a paparazzi, and it was like Kanye West goes crazy, attacks paparazzi. It's this guy. It's the same exact guy who's smiling in Britney's face, like, "How's it feel to not be able to see your kids, Brit? I'm just gonna ask you a few questions, then I'm gonna go away. How's it feel? How does it feel to give birth to kids?" And he's smiling the whole time. How does it? How does it? Imagine, and you're a woman, and this man is doing this to you. She's funny. Finally, I snapped. I grabbed the only thing within reach, a green umbrella, and jumped out the car. I wasn't going to hit him because even at my worst, I am not that kind of person. I hit the next closest thing, which was his car. Pathetic, really. An umbrella. You can't even do damage with an umbrella. It was a desperate move by a desperate person. I was so embarrassed by what I had done that I sent the photo agency an apology note mentioning that I had been in the running for a dark film role, which was true, and that I wasn't quite myself, which was also true. Later, that paparazzo would say in an interview for a documentary about me, that New York Times documentary I just told y'all about, quote, "That was not a good night for her, but it was a good night for us because we got the money shot." And that's what they think about her still to this day. Now my husband, Hissam, so this must have been written on the part where she was still married. So now her then husband, Sam, says that it's a whole thing for beautiful girls to shave their heads. It's a vibe, he says, a choice not to play into the ideas of conventional beauty. Coming from him, please. He tries to make me feel better about it because he feels bad about how much it still pains me. Y'all, girl, that whole part about Sam was right here on this page. I feel like they could have just took that out. It felt like I was living. Oh, that was the end of chapter 26. Now we're going on 27. It felt like I was living on the edge of a cliff. Sometime after I shaved my head, I went to Brian's apartment in LA. He had two girlfriends from his past in Mississippi with him. So it must be like friends who are girls. My mom was there too. It was like my mom wouldn't even look at me because I was ugly now. It just proved that the world only cares about your physical appearance, even if you are suffering and at your lowest point. That winter, I'd been told it would help me to get custody back if I went to rehab. So, welcome to the memberships, Matthew. And so, even though I felt like I had more of a range of sorry. And so, even though I felt I had more of a rage and grief problem than a substance use problem, I went. When I arrived, my father was there. He sat across from me. There were three picnic tables between us, and he said, "You are a disgrace." Jamie Spears said you were a disgrace to Britney at her lowest point in life. Not surprising in any way. I'm not shocked by that. I look back now and think, why didn't I call Big Rob to help me? I was so ashamed and embarrassed already. But here was my dad telling me I was a disgrace. It was the definition of beating a dead horse. He was treating me like a dog, an ugly dog. I had nobody. I was so alone. I guess one positive of rehab was I did start the healing process. I was determined to make the best of a dark situation. When I got out, I was able to get temporary 50-50 custody through a great attorney who helped me, but the battle kept raging with Kevin and it was eating me alive. Blackout, the thing I'm most proud of in my whole career, came out right around Halloween in 2007. I was supposed to perform Gimme More at the VMAs to help promote it. I did not want to, but my team was pressuring me to get out there and show the world I was fine. The only problem with this plan, I was not fine. Backstage at the VMAs that night, Nothing was going right. There was a problem with my costume and with my hair extensions. I hadn't slept the night before. I was dizzy. It was less than a year since I had my second baby in 2 years, but everyone was acting like my not having six pack abs was offensive. I couldn't believe I was going to have to go out on stage feeling the way I felt. And then I ran into Justin backstage. It had been a while since I'd seen him. Everything was going great in his world, and he was at the top of his game in every way. And he had a lot of swagger. I was having a panic attack. I hadn't rehearsed enough. I hated the way I looked, and I knew it was going to be bad. I went out there and did the best I could at that moment in time, which, yes, granted, was far from my best at other times. I could see myself on video throughout the auditorium while I performed, and it was like looking at myself in a funhouse mirror. I'm not going to defend that performance or say it was good, but I will say that as performers, we all have a bad night. They don't usually have consequences so extreme. You also don't usually have one of the worst days of your life in the same exact place and time that your ex has one of his best. Justin glided down the runway into his performance. He was flirting with the girls in the audience, including one who turned around and arched her back, shaking her breast as he sang to her. When he was sharing the stage with Nelly Furtado and Timbaland, so fun, so free, so light. Later that night, the comedian Sarah Silverman came out on stage to roast me. She said that at the age of 25, I'd done everything worthwhile in my life that I would ever do. She called my two babies, quote, the most adorable mistakes you'll ever see. I didn't hear that until later, though. At the time, I was backstage sobbing hysterically. Sarah Silverman is wrong for that. I know she has come out and apologized, but that was dirty. In the days and weeks that followed, the newspapers made fun of my body and my performance. Dr. Phil called it a train wreck. I would like to see him put that outfit on. Even back then, I would like to see him put that outfit on, put them hair extensions in on his clown ring growth pattern that he has, and go out and perform something. And then we'll compare Britney's performance to his. And he didn't even just have babies. So who's the real train wreck? Bald ass, head ass beat. Anyway, the only press I did for Blackout was a live radio interview with Ryan Seacrest when it came out in October 2007. In the interview, which was supposed to be about the record, Ryan asked me questions like, how do you respond to those who criticize you as a mom? And do you feel like you're doing everything you can for your kids? And how often will you see them? Felt like the only thing that people wanted to talk about was my kids, whether or not I was a fit mother. Not about how I'd made such a strong album while holding two babies on my hips and being pursued by dozens of dangerous men all day, every day. My management team quit. A bodyguard went to court with Gloria Allred by his side as a witness in the custody case, and he said I was doing drugs. He wasn't cross-examined. A court-appointed parenting coach said that I love my children and that we were clearly bonded. She also said that there was nothing at all in my home that could be called abuse. But that part didn't make the headlines. This is how they do it. This is how they do it. It is a hit. It's a hit. It's a targeted individual conspiracy hit. It's what it is. I mean, it just clearly is what it is. That thing, and she didn't even go into all the details about that night with the Gimme More and the 2007 and all that. Like it wasn't just that like stuff was going wrong with her hair extension. No, the hair extension people didn't show up to fix her hair. She was supposed to be performing with like David Blaine or one of those dudes, didn't bother to show up. There was like whole acts that didn't happen. And she had to like basically just learn a dance that day. Then you have Justin Timberlake not accidentally running into her. That wasn't an accident. That was orchestrated. You mean to tell me nobody knew out of both of their handlers where Justin was and where Britney was? No, hell no. They crossed their paths on purpose just to F with her because they needed people to be talking about the VMAs. This is the MTV VH1 Viacom hit is what it is. That's how they operate. They doing the same thing to Bam Margera right now. Hello, it's the same people. Anyway, that was the end of chapter 27. Moving on to 28. Yep, gang stalking is exactly what it is. The whole performance was sabotaged. The security had all that stuff planned as well. Exactly. Dr. Phil has no ethical standards and clearly no hair. Chapter 28. One day, here we go. Conservatorship is coming. January 2008. Here we go. This part's gonna make me mad. One day in early January 2008, I had the boys. And at the end of the visit, a security guard who used to work for me and now worked for Kevin came to pick him up. First, he put Preston in the car. When he came to get Jaden, the thought hit me: I may never see my boys again. Given how things had been going with my custody case, I become terrified that I would never get the kids again if I gave them back. I ran into the bathroom with Jaden and locked the door. I just couldn't let him go. I didn't want anybody taking my baby. A friend was there and came to the bathroom door and told me the security guard would wait. I held Jaden. I cried so hard, but no one was giving me extra time. Before I knew what was happening, a SWAT team in black suits bust through the bathroom door as if I had hurt somebody. The only thing I was guilty of was feeling desperate to keep my own children for a few more hours and get some assurance that I wasn't going to lose them for good. I looked at my friend and I just said, "But you said he would wait." Once they'd taken Jaden from me, they tied me onto a gurney and took me to the hospital. The hospital let me go before the end of a 72-hour hold, but the damage was already done. And it didn't help that the paparazzi was getting worse in their hounding of me. A new custody hearing was held, and I was told that now, because I had been so scared to lose the kids that I'd panicked, that I would be allowed to see them even less. I felt like no one had my back. Even my family seemed not to care. Right around the holidays, I found out about my 16-year-old sister's pregnancy from an exclusive in the tabloids. The family had kept it from me, and this was around the time that Jamie Lynn almost filed for emancipation from our parents. That was a Lou Taylor push. Among the things she has accused them of was taking away her cell phone. She wound up having to talk to the outside world through burner phones she kept secret. I now see that if someone's not doing well, and I really was not doing well, that's the time you need to come to that person and hold them. Kevin took my world away from me. He knocked the breath out of me, and my family did not hold me. Hold on. And my family did not hold me. I began to suspect that they were secretly celebrating I was having the worst time in my life. But surely that couldn't be the case, right? Surely I was paranoid, right? I can't even imagine. I mean, the poor girl, like, oh my God. And we all saw it. And I mean, how old was I in 2007? I was like 17 years old. So still probably old enough to be like, wait a second. This is, I don't know. I don't know about all that. But like, really, truly, all we knew, like, there was Britney fans that really did know what was going on because they were fans, they were following her. But like the main public, the only thing we would see is just like, Britney Spears crazy. Britney Spears is beating up paparazzi. She's shaving her head. She's driving this, like, that's, they weren't showing you the full context. They weren't showing you the stuff that the people were saying in court that made it seem like Britney was actually um the victim. I mean, like, they weren't showing us all that. And here we are. I mean, probably some of y'all's moms, some of y'all's dads, whatever. Good for her. She needs to be locked up. She needs to be blip, blip, blip. And it's like, golly, I mean, God, not even your own family. And that's the thing with this conservatorship stuff. Is like, it has to be your family. Like, your family has to be in on it or else they can't get you. And it's like, if you can't trust your family, I can't imagine what you would even, like, who you could be able to trust. You know what I mean? Like, it is hard. Like, and I'm not talking about like, there's, one parent or a couple people and like the whole family was against her. The whole thing. And all together, working together against her, the breadwinner. It's devastating. Okay. That was the end of chapter 28. Let's move to chapter 29. Los Angeles is warm and sunny all year round. Driving through the city, sometimes it's hard to remember what season it is. Everywhere you look, people are wearing sunglasses and drinking cold drinks out of straws, smiling and laughing underneath the clear blue sky. But in January 2008, winter really felt like winter, even in California, because I felt so alone and cold, and I was hospitalized. I probably shouldn't admit to this, but I was hell on wheels. I was taking a lot of Adderall. I was horrible, and I will admit to doing wrong. I was also angry about what happened with Kevin. I tried so hard with him. I had given my everything, and he turned on me. I'd started dating a photographer. I was completely infatuated with him. He had been a paparazzo. That must be the Adnan Galib guy. And I understood that people thought he was up to no good, but all I could see was the time that he was chivalrous and helped me out when the others got too aggressive. Back then, I would speak up if I didn't like something. I would certainly let you know. And I wouldn't think twice about it. If I'd been hit in the face in Vegas, as happened to me in July 2023, I would have hit the person back 100%. I was fearless. We were always being chased by the paparazzi. The chases were really insane. Sometimes they were aggressive and sometimes they were playful too. Many of the pops were trying to make me look bad to get the money shot or to show, oh, she's lost and looks crazy right now. But sometimes they wanted me to look good too. One day, the photographer and I were being chased, and this was one of those moments with him that I'll never forget. We were driving fast near the edge of a cliff, and I don't know why, but I decided to pull a 360 right there on the edge. Honestly, didn't I remember reading I remember reading an Instagram status like this where Britney's Instagram was like, it was some of the most fun I ever had being chased by the paparazzi, turning a 360. Like, this sounds familiar to me. I think it was in a post. Internet connection bad. Mom and dad were seeing dollar signs. Filing for sole custody. She's historical campaign. Children are hard as pawn. Just purchased this on Audible. Yes, good. You should purchase it on Audible. Let's see. She was the scapegoat and the black sheep, the true empath. Jamie Lynn Spears is spoiled brat, golden child, narcissistic. I made a lot of horrible decisions on Adderall and turned into a nasty bleep, but mine weren't front page news. As someone on bleep, I have to take breaks because it'll make me, I don't know what, is it? I can't see what that emoji is. Oh, nuts. If I can't get any sleep and eat a good meal, I get so irritable. In one of her YouTube voice messages, oh, maybe that's what it was. Jamie Snake is responsible for the dancing videos from 2008. Pop back up today. Once the dirty. Yeah. Okay. So the guy, okay, she could do a 360. She said, I didn't even know I could do a 360. It was completely beyond me. So I think it was God. But I stuck it. The back wheels of the car stopped on what seemed like the very edge. And if the wheels had rotated maybe 3 more times, we would have just gone off the cliff. I looked at him and he looked at me. We could have just died, I said. I felt so alive. As parents, we're always telling our children, stay safe. Don't do this. Don't do that. But even though safety is the most important thing, I also think it's important to have awakenings and challenge ourselves to feel liberated, to be fearless and experience anything the world has to offer. I agree. I do agree with that. I think it's important for us to push ourselves to where it's like, maybe even a little bit dangerous. I don't think she's supposed to be spinning off on the top of a cliff or whatever. But like, y'all know that I've climbed mountains in Poland in the winter in my bathing suit. I guess I could have died, but I probably couldn't have. It was like a pretty safe environment, but it was still a hard challenge and something that I'm really happy I did. But I mean, was it great for my health? Like, I mean, honestly, yeah, in the long term it was, because it taught me mental resilience and also like physically, like how to survive for 6 hours with no, whatever it was, 4 hours, however long it was, with no clothes on a mountain. But I do think it is important. Can't wait to see, even if I'm here. Yeah, exactly. I bet you'll have more insights too. Nuts. My partner of 10 years stays away when I'm on like day 2 of taking meds. He would have me bouncing off the walls before. Brittany handwrites her stories and reads them just like she has done her testimony in her YouTube mini podcast. Chapter 32 is getting closer. I can't wait till you comment on what Robin did. I don't know if you knew what she did. I don't know about Robin. Okay, let's move. Let's keep going because apparently chapter 32 has Robin. Okay. To be fearless and experience everything the world has to offer. I did not know it then, but that photographer was married. I had no clue. that I was essentially his mistress. I only found that out after we had broken up. I just thought he was a lot of fun, and our time together was incredibly hot. He was 10 years older than me. Everywhere I went, and for a while, I went out a lot. The paparazzi was there. And yet, for all the reports about my being out of control, I don't know that I was ever out of control in a way that warranted what came next. The truth is that I was sad, beyond sad, missing my kids when they were with Kevin. The photographer helped me with my depression. I longed for attention, and he gave me attention when I needed it. It was just a lustful relationship. My family really didn't like him, but there was a lot about them. But there was a lot about them I didn't like either. The photographer encouraged me to rebel. He let me sow my oats, and he still loved me for it. He loved me unconditionally. It wasn't like my mom screaming at me for partying. He said, "Girl, go. You got it. Do your thing." He wasn't like my father, who set impossible conditions for his love. Yeah, I was in Poland last January. Um, yeah, predator magnet. Yeah. And so, with the photographer's support, I 100% did my thing, and it felt radical to be that wild, that far from what everyone wanted me to be. I talked as if I were out of my mind. I was so loud everywhere I went, even at restaurants. People would go out to eat with me, and I would lie down on the table. It was a way of saying F you to any person who came my way. I mean, I will say it, I was bad. Or maybe I wasn't bad so much as very, very angry. I wanted to escape. I didn't have my kids, and I needed to get away from the media and the paparazzi. I wanted to leave LA. So the photographer and I went on a trip to Mexico. It was like I'd fled to a safe house. Everywhere else, there'd be a million people outside my door. But when I left LA, even though it was for a short time, I felt far from everything. This worked. I felt better for a little while. I should have taken more advantage of it. It seemed like my relationship with the photographer was getting more serious. And as that happened, I sensed that my family was trying to get closer to me in a way that made me uneasy. My mom called me one day and said, "Brittany, we feel like something's going on. We hear that the cops are after you. Let's go to the beach house." This sounded like April Margera, in my opinion. "The cops are after me," I said. "For what?" I hadn't done anything illegal. That I knew for sure. I did have my moments. I had my wild spell. I had been on Adderall. I had acted crazy, but I did not do anything criminal. In fact, as she knew, I had been with my girlfriends the prior 2 days. My mom and I had a sleepover. Ugh, conservatorship's coming. I know this setup. This is starting to sound familiar. Nobody bothers me all day during the mundane chapters, and now I'm getting at work left and right. Not to put out the opposite. Once I read that writing your truth in a book is a way to protect yourself, just like Jeanette McCurdy and Brittany Louise Taylor, this book is to protect her. Lynn was giving her Adderall. Her entire family set her up. Yeah, they did. They set her up. It was a setup. All she wanted was love. Poor thing. How many here take a stimulant? I take Vyvanse. Exactly. Put a rocket ship emoji in the chat if you take Adderall, Vyvanse, one of them things. Legally, please, Lord. As prescribed. All right. Okay. So Brittany and her mom and the cousin had a sleepover and two other girlfriends. "Just come to the house," she said. "We want to talk to you." So I went to the house with them. The photographer met me there. My mother was acting suspicious. When the photographer got there, she said, "Something's up, right?" No, sorry, he. When the photographer, that's Adnan Galib, which they ended up getting a restraining order against. Jamie and Lynn got restraining orders against this guy for Brittany and for themselves, if I remember correctly. When the photographer got there and Lynn was acting suspicious, he said, "Something's up, right?" Brittany said, "Yeah, something's really off." All of a sudden, there were helicopters going around the house. "Is that for me?" I asked my mom. "Is this a joke?" It was not a joke. Suddenly, there was a SWAT team of what seemed like 20 cops in my house. "What the did I do?" I kept shouting. "I didn't do anything." This is Bam Margera all over again. Same setup. Or he's Britney Spears all over again since this happened first. I know I had been acting wild, but there was nothing I had done that justified their treating me like I was a bank robber. Nothing that justified upending my entire life. I'd later come to believe something had changed that month since the last time I was brought to the hospital for evaluation. here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, finally. Ooh. How long have I been reading? 5.5 hours. Now it's getting juicy. Now it's getting juicy. Okay. Let me just. Okay. I'd later come to believe something had changed that month since the last time I was brought to the hospital for evaluation. Now, remember, that first time she was brought for evaluation was in Cedar Sinai Hospital. This second time she would be brought to UCLA, which is the human trafficking hospital, in my opinion. Okay. Page 166. My father had struck up a very close friendship with Louise Lou Taylor, who he worshiped. She was front and center during the implementation of the conservatorship that would later allow them to control and take over my career. Woo! This is validating. Woo! This is validating. Okay. And I'm so glad Britney gets to get it out. Or somebody gets to get it out on behalf of Britney, I guess. Lou, who had just started a new company called TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group, was directly involved in calling the shots right before the conservatorship. At the time, she had few real clients. She basically used my name and hard work to build her company. That's what I found in my research as well, Brittany. Conservatorships, also called guardianships. Thank you, Brittany, for correcting the record for Steve-O, the failed clown, and all the people who don't understand that conservatorships and guardianships are the same exact thing. Conservatorships, also called guardianships, are usually reserved for people with no mental capacity, people who can't do anything for themselves. But I was highly functional, she says. I'd just done the best album in my career. I was making a lot of people a lot of money, especially my father, who I found out took a bigger salary than he paid me. He paid himself more than $6 million while paying others close to him tens of millions more. That means Lou Taylor. The thing is, you can have a conservatorship that lasts for 2 months and then the person gets on track and you let them control their life again. But that is not what my father wanted. He wanted far more. Woo! This is what we've been waiting for, huh? The U.S. Yes, this is it. This is it, Nicole. The U.S. legally drugs its citizens instead of dealing with their trauma. Bing! There it is. Period. Bam Margera was Britney Spears. This all sounds familiar to Bam. Bingo. Boom. Britney wasn't she getting like $1,500 a week? Exactly, G. There you go. Listen up, failed clown. Boom. There it is. Let's see. Drugs are legal in the U.S. as long as, yeah, it's legal. I mean, what do you mean? Okay. Oh my God. I have to leave for work in 30 minutes. Well, girl, you have to catch the rest later. You uncovered all this, and now you can state it as a fact because a fact, according to Britney Spears' book, what is needed to shut Lou Taylor down. And y'all, I made another video about Lou Taylor's connections and things. And I know y'all don't really care about sports and stuff, but I think you're going to like this video on BJ Investigates. Y'all basically let it flop. And I put a lot of work into it. So please go watch it after this. Thank you very much. They Britney Spears, another guy back in 2011 or 2012. He's a football player. And basically his coach said, Lou Taylor has to be your manager or else we're not going to let you play. And I'm talking about finance. Like you have to hand over all your money to Lou Taylor or else you can't play on our team. Come to find out that was against league rules. It was a whole fiasco and y'all let that video flop. So please go watch it. Thank you very much. Okay. It's about Lou. Okay. My dad was able to set up 2 forms of conservatorship. Yes, he was. One was called the conservatorship of the person, and the other was called the conservatorship of the estate, which we do know. The conservator of the person is designated to control details of the conservatee's life, like where they live, what they eat, whether they can drive a car, and what they do day to day. Even though I begged, oh, this is sad. She says, even though I begged the court to appoint literally anybody else, and I mean anyone off the street would have been better. My father was given the job, the same man who made me cry if I had to get in the car with him when I was a little girl because he talked to himself. And the court was told that I was demented and I wasn't even allowed to pick my own lawyer. Thanks so much for the super chat, Ara, Court Arad. In case her people or the Queen Brit is watching herself, please reiterate quickly that Lou Taylor came for you too. Exactly. Lou Taylor, she miscalculated. That was one of the biggest miscalculations in her damn career ever. When I started working at my law firm, I was still making videos about Lou Taylor. She hired the law firm, and it wasn't just an accidental little coincidence either, because as soon as she hired him, she started telling them, oh, well, why don't you have that girl in the New York office stop making videos about me? And then they tried to do it. I quit. Bye. Still making YouTube videos about Lou Taylor to this day, and I will continue to do so. All right. Anyway. I wasn't even allowed to pick my own lawyer, which was unconstitutional. No, she does. She did mention dementia. Haya, she said they said the court was told I was demented and I wasn't even allowed to pick my own lawyer. And all this got decided by Aviva K. Bob and Reva Gates without laying eyes on Britney. With no medical doctor saying Britney had dementia. Just people lying. Just people lying. And apparently that's still how they're running things over there in the Stanley Moss courthouse. They don't need evidence over there before deciding to violate the United States Constitution. And I promise you, before the end of my life, they will pay for it over there at the Stanley Moss courthouse. They don't need evidence over there. They love to violate somebody's constitutional rights over there. Okay, anyway. The conservator of the estate, an estate worth, in my case, tens of millions of dollars at one point, manages the conservatees' financial affairs to keep them from being subject to undue influence or fraud. This role was taken by my father in conjunction with a lawyer named Andrew Wallet, who would eventually be paid $426,000 a year for keeping me from my own money. Oh, this girl writing this book was probably so upset, and I don't blame her. I would be forced to pay upward of $500,000 a year to my court-appointed lawyer, who I wasn't allowed to replace. So that's $2 million a year right there almost. It's $926,000 a year on Sam Ingham and Andrew Wallet alone. But Britney can't be trusted with her own money? Seems like a little bit more like they just wanted her to be a slave. It seems a little bit more like they wanted her money and they didn't want her to have the money. Seems to me, but I really don't know. Yes, Britt. Exactly. It felt like my father and Lou's employee, Robin Greenhill, ruled my life and monitored every move I made. I'm a 5'4" pop singer who calls everyone sir and ma'am. They treated me like I was a criminal or a predator. Well, they treated you like the things that they are. In my opinion, I don't know, innocent until proven guilty. But I think they were projecting, girl. There were times when I needed my father over the years and I reached out, but he wasn't there. When it came time for him to be the conservator, oh, of course, he was on the case. He's always been all about the money. I can't say my mom was much better. She acted innocent while she was there for 2 sleepover nights with my girlfriends and me. She'd known the whole time that they were going to take me away. I am convinced it was all planned and that my dad and mom and Lou Taylor were all involved. TriStar was even planning to be my co-conservator. Later, I learned that at the time they put me into the conservatorship, on the heels of his bankruptcy, my dad had been financially indebted to Lou. Right, Colleen. I don't even care if she wrote it at this point, Colleen said. I'm just glad somebody was allowed to say all this and the world is now reading it. I mean, I do care if she wrote it, but I agree with your sentiment. I do care if she wrote it, but I'm glad if she didn't write it, at least this is going to be out there. Yeah, you better work. And listen, if you listen to her songs, exactly. Slave for you, you better work. Yeah, thank God. It's official. It's official. because they passed it through the courts just like slavery would do in the probate courts. Apologies better start coming. You know they're never going to come. They sure do. They sure do. Lindsay's like, oh, she wrote this. This is her. Lindsay's convinced now. Poof. See, ship terminated. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? Yeah, I'm working today. I know. Slave Princess. I do think that that was an aptly titled documentary. That isn't even a mom. That's a freeloader, Alex said. And the sharks in the work video. Well, they're still in a suit, so she can reiterate what she's saying in court. Nobody's gonna apologize because nobody's sorry. Is Britney doing interviews? Not to my knowledge. Okay. Later, I learned that at the time they put me into the conservatorship on the heels of his bankruptcy, my dad had been financially indebted to Lou, owing her at least $40,000. A lot for him, especially back then. That is what my new lawyer, Matthew Rosengart, later called a conflict of interest in court. Soon after I was brought to the hospital against my will, I was informed that the conservatorship papers had been filed. Thank you for super chat. Stand united. Can't that court be sued? What could be done to get this to stop? Isn't there a federal path? No. You know what? This is going to keep going on more and more because that new care court law that everyone got so excited about, the Free Britney law that they were calling the Free Britney Act until they had to change it because it had nothing to damn do with Britney. It's going to make it way easier to exploit this conservatorship system. It's going to be way easier. So, surprise, y'all all got duped and fooled into supporting that stupid law because now it's going to be way easier to continue doing this to people. So, that's where we are. Thank you for super chat also. That was the end of chapter 29, and I'm just ripping and raring to get to 30. Let's go. As everything was falling apart for me, my mother was writing a memoir. She wrote about watching her beautiful daughter shaving off her hair and wondering how was this possible. She said, I used to be the happiest little girl in the world. When I made the wrong move, it was like my mother wasn't concerned. She would share my every mistake on television, promoting her book. She wrote, oh my goodness, Matthew. Thank you so much. Everyone help me tell Matthew Parsons thank you for the super chat. Very generous. Thanks so much. Y'all were doubting our girl Britney in the beginning. I see y'all. They were. Only Guardian UK. Only Guardian UK described the most important, titled them as a horror story, torture, and marked really important highlights. And that's because Guardian UK is probably not in bed with the California court system like the rest of the media in the United States. I also noticed that Australia media does a pretty good job on the Britney coverage. I don't think people understand what goes on in the legal system every day. People with power and money use the courts to control. And yes, I'm going through this right now. Just yesterday, I had a court date in which this was exactly the issue. People with power and money attempting to use the legal system to abuse me and assault and harass me, but it didn't work. It was a flop. LOL. I'll do a whole video on that. Don't you worry. This is the most time I've spent with any YouTuber. Yeah, this is definitely my longest thing I've ever done. We're almost at the 6-hour mark. Yeah, I have that book too. This one, Heart to Heart. Okay, so Brittany's talking about this book. The Trusted News Initiative. Is that like a real thing, or is that just like a funny joke? Lynn is just about a Jamie. Thanks, Matthew. Rachel Carter in the industry does this. You were like one of 3 I watch. Robin said, preach. Care courts and diversion courts, as much as they are progressive, they have been infiltrated since their inception by the same human capital bad actors as any other sociopolitical sphere. Period. That's it. This already happened. It's already happened. Oh, Vic, thank you so much. Y'all help me thank Vic for the super chats. Very, very generous. Thanks so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Don't even say that. It's not much, but I hope it helps. That's plenty. That's so much. Thank you so much. Every 49 cents is helpful, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you can't donate, or if you don't want to, if you could just like the video, maybe make a little comment, maybe leave a little super chat. Well, I mean, a little live chat moment helps to put it to more people's feeds, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, exactly. Every time one drops dead, I'll look at like what was really going on. What was really going on? You know what I mean? In the story. But I'm a conspiracy theorist. I say that. It's fine. Just conspiracy theories, just tinfoil hat moments. Okay, let's get back to this. She wrote it. Okay, so where Britney is talking about this one. Let's put it like this. It's just like the cover is off of here. Okay. She wrote it trading on my name and talking about her parenting of me and my brother and sister at a time when all three of us kids were basket cases. Jamie Lynn was a pregnant teenager. Brian was struggling to find his place in the world and still convinced he was letting our father down, and I was in full meltdown. When the book came out, she appeared on every morning show to promote it. I would turn on the TV to see B-roll. You use Lynn book as a coaster. Let's see. I would turn on the TV to see B-roll of my videos and my shaved head flashing on the screen. My mother was telling Meredith Vieira on the Today Show that she spent hours wondering how things went so wrong with me. On another show, the audience clapped when she said my sister was pregnant at 16. That was classy as shit, apparently, because she was still with the father. Yes, how wonderful. She was married to her husband and having a baby at 17. They're still together. Great. It doesn't matter. She is a child having a child. Wait. Did she marry that Casey boy? Isn't that that's why is Britney that was classy as shit because she was still with the father. Yes, how wonderful. She was married to her husband and having a baby at 17. They're still together. Great. It doesn't matter. She's having a child. She wasn't married to him. Oh, she was engaged? Not Rob Schneider, Dan Schneider. Yeah, Jamie is married to a guy named Jamie, isn't she? Like, I don't know why this book says they were married. I really don't know. Anyway, it was one of the darkest times of my life, and my mom was telling the audience, "Oh, yeah, and here's Britney." And every show was plastering images of me with my shaved head on the screen. The book was huge for her, and all at my expense. The timing was unbleepin' believable. I'm willing to admit that in the throes of severe postpartum depression, abandonment by my husband, the torture of being separated from my two babies, and the death of my adored Aunt Sandra, and the constant drumbeat of pressure from paparazzi, I had begun to think in some ways like a child. Thank you so much, Christy, for the super chat. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. Everybody help me thanking Christy for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So then Brittany says the video. Oh my gosh, Rachel, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Rachel K. I really appreciate it. Definitely, it definitely has been a lot of work today, but we're on the down. We're more than halfway. We're chugging along. Eat Predators protest. The guy came out yelling that he was tired of these people. I wish I knew who it was. Oh my gosh, look what Jaden just said. Somebody came hollering at him at the protest. I wish I knew who it was too. We're coming on the errands now. Let's go. Okay. So she's saying she started thinking like a child in some ways. And yet, I look at the worst things I did during that time, and I really don't believe the sum total of them is anywhere near as cruel as what my mother did by writing and promoting that book. She was on morning talk shows trying to sell her book about when I was in hospitals and being driven insane because I was separated from my babies for weeks on end. She was making money off that dark time. In those days, I wasn't the brightest bulb on the tree. Stop on a tree, Brittany. In those days, I wasn't the brightest bulb on the tree. Because I know Britney Spears loves a tree, a Christmas tree. I think she got it up now. It's the truth. But what plenty of people took away from my mother's book was, oh, Britney's so bad. Her book even made me believe I was bad. And she did it at a time when I already felt so much shame. I swear to God, it makes me want to cry to think about my kids going through anything hard like I was going through when they were babies. If one of my sons was going through something like that, do you think I would write a book about it? I would fall to my knees. I would do anything. I would do anything I could to help them through it, to hold them, to make it better. The last thing I would do to be the last thing I would do would be to cut my hair into a bob and put on a tasteful pantsuit and sit down on a morning show set across from Meredith effing Vieira and make money off of my child's misfortune. Thanks so much, Mandy, for the super chat. Everyone join me in thanking Mandy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I swear to God, it makes me want to cry thinking about it. She says, the last thing I would do, cut my hair into a bob and put on a pantsuit. She's funny. Sometimes I talk trash on Instagram. People don't know why I have such anger toward my parents, but I think if they were in my shoes, they would understand. Oh, that was the end of chapter 30. Moving on to 31. Okay. The first line starts with the conservatorship. Is she saying this live? Yes, I'm. Oh, am I saving it? I don't know if I will or I won't. I don't know if it'll go up or not. The tasteful pantsuit. I know she's funny for that. That is a funny thing to include. I totally understand why she's mad. I would be mad. I'm mad too. And it didn't even happen to me. I'm mad too. Chapter 31. The conservatorship was created supposedly because I was incapable of doing anything at all. Feeding myself, spending my own money, being a mother, anything. So why was it that a few weeks later, they had me shoot an episode of How I Met Your Mother and then sent me on a grueling world tour? After the conservatorship started, my mom and brother's girlfriend got short haircuts and went out to dinner drinking wine. Paparazzi was there taking their picture. It all felt like a setup. My dad took my boyfriend away and I could not drive. My mom and dad took my womanhood from me. It was a win-win for them. I remain shocked that the state of California would let a man like my father, an alcoholic, someone who had declared bankruptcy, someone who had failed in business, someone who terrified me as a little girl, control me after all of my accomplishments and everything I had done. I thought about advice my father had given me over the years that I'd resisted, and I wondered if I'd be able to resist anymore. My father presented the conservatorship as a great stepping stone on the road to my quote comeback. Just months earlier, I'd released the best album of my career, But Fine. She's funny, or whoever wrote this is funny. I hope it's her. If the media gets the public to think this kind of crap is normal and okay, then believe me, they are coming for us next. Exactly. Heather's what I've been saying. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Heather. This is what I've been saying. This is what I've been saying. If you can get the media to believe a lie about one of the most famous people ever in history, oh, baby, they can take your rights tomorrow, today, 15 minutes. They can knock on your door right now and take them. Yeah, they're setting her up. It was classy as shit, she said. She had to wrote that. The media is corporate owned. Period. Period, Emily. Exactly. Oh my God. Wait till y'all hear the last line of this chapter, which is coming on the next page. My father presented the conservatorship as a great stepping stone on the road to my quote comeback. Just months earlier, I had released the best album of my career, But Fine. What I heard and what my father said was, she's great now. She's working for us. It's a perfect situation for our family. What is great for me? Oh, sorry. Was it great for me? Or was it great for him? How fun, I thought. I can go back to working again like nothing at all happened. Too sick to choose my own boyfriend, and yet somehow healthy enough to appear on sitcoms and morning shows and to perform for thousands of people in different part of the world every week. And that took her boyfriend away from her. They got a restraining order against him, so he could not even legally contact Britney, and the judge granted it. From that point on, I began to think that he saw me as put on earth for no other reason. Oh, wait, hold on. From that point on, I began to think that he saw me as put on earth for no other reason than to help their cash flow. This is sad. At my house, my father took over my little study and my bar area and turned it into his office. There was a bowl there that had a bunch of receipts in it. Yes, here's my confession. I was so nerdy that I kept all my receipts in a bowl. Each week, I would add up my expenses, old school style, to keep track of my deductions for taxes. Even when I was going through a wild spell, the fundamentals of who I was as a person were still there. To me, that bowl of receipts was proof I was still capable of managing my affairs. I knew musicians who did H bleep got in fistfights, threw TVs out of hotel rooms. Not only did not steal anything or hurt anyone or do hard drugs, I was keeping track of my tax deductions. Not anymore. My father shoved aside my bowl of receipts, setting up his things on the bar. I just want to let you know, he said. I call the shots. You sit right there in that chair, and I'll tell you what goes on. I looked at him with a growing sense of horror. I'm Britney Spears now, he said. I told y'all were going to be shook. Yes. Okay. So Violet says, so she's a mathematical genius. I've actually heard this rumor before. Now, it's completely unsubstantiated, but as I've done this research, as I've followed this story along with Britney and all of that for the past 3 years plus some months, I've gotten little tips here and there. And one of the tips that I got early on, probably within the first year of me covering the case, was that Britney Spears is a mathematical savant. I never shared this story because, first of all, it's unsubstantiated. It's just some person who has some secondhand information. Who knows if it's true? Could be total fake news. But at the same time, I don't know. This kind of lends to that. The rumor, again, totally unsubstantiated, was that Britney was so good at numbers that she knew it was like, she had a math brain. It was like she knew like how much people were making, how much other artists were making, how much they paid their dancers, how much the tax deduction should be on certain things. Like, but this is another reason why I didn't tell y'all the whole this is another reason why I didn't tell you all this at the time, other than it's not substantiated. I don't even know if it's true. It's because it wasn't like fully complimentary. It was kind of like someone was being a little bit like, maybe she needs a conservatorship whenever I got this information, which I've never believed. I still don't believe. And I probably won't be convinced that she ever needed one because I just don't think she qualified, period. But they were like, yeah, like socially, this is rumors, right? Britney Spears would just not really like play ball. Like she would burp or she would fart or she would have a bad breath or whatever. Like she wasn't trying to like impress, in that way. But she was so sharp with numbers. Like she knew exactly. She knew what people were making. She knew how much she was making. She knew how much was going in, how much was coming out. And I still to this day don't know if that's true. But they were saying it was like she was actually a brilliant genius in numbers and math and specifically business. And it was like a natural thing, which, girl, I've been told all kind of lies and fake news. So take that with a grain of salt. So Jamie told her, I am Britney Spears now. And that was the end of chapter 31. So, yeah. I need to read all book. I don't know if my throat chakra can handle that one. Let me see. Math is so important. I'm not as good at the math thing, Yeah, I like Court Arad. She's nice. Sounds very neurodivergent, which isn't surprising. See, I have the opposite. I'm opposite. I'm very, very, very off the charts with like vocabulary, language, communication, language arts, like off the charts, like 99.99 percentile every time. But don't ask me how to multiply 9 times 8 or something. I just do not know. I have no idea. I don't even know my times tables. It's the truth. Put me in a conservatorship, y'all. Can you imagine if me and Britney teamed up? We kind of already did. Like, metaphysically. B was sexualized her whole career, and when she showed a bit of skin and the JT went blabbing about her V card, people treat her like a criminal, but it's okay to ask her. Exactly. I mean, Dalma, this is really the issue here. We thought Through the Storm was wrong and BS too. True. I don't even think I finished it. And thank you for the super chat, Cordarid. Chapter 32. On the rare occasion that I went out, like to my agent and friend Cade's house for a dinner party, the security team would sweep through the house before I arrived to make sure there was no alcohol or drugs or even Tylenol there. No one at the party was allowed to drink until I left. The other guests at the party were allowed to drink. The other guests were all very good sports about it, but I sensed that the second I left was when the real party started. That's isolating. That's sad. Yeah. I mean, I'm actually, North Star saying science brains versus language brains. I have very scientific brain. Science, I get. Like I could do like advanced math, like like physics or geometry. That easy, got it. But like algebra, girl, I had to take it twice in college. Okay. On the rare occasion that I went out, okay. When someone wanted to date me, the security team who answered to my father would run a background check on him, make him sign an NDA, and even have him submit to a blood test. And my father said I couldn't see the photographer I had been dating ever again, too. And that was the one that they got a restraining order. I don't even know if she knows about that restraining order. Econometrics. What's econometrics? Why can't I say that? Maybe, yes. Oh, it's probably engineering brain. Ooh, that might be what it is because I don't have that. No, I do not. No, I do not. Okay, Robin. Okay, now we're to Robin. Oh, who was saying they can't wait till I get to 32? Chapter 32, here we are. Okay. When someone wanted to date me, the security team who answered to my father would run a background check on him, make him sign an NDA, even make him submit to a blood test. And my father said I could never see the photographer I had been dating ever again either. So before a date, Robin would tell the man my medical and sexual history. To be clear, this was before the first date. The whole thing was completely humiliating, and I know the insanity of this system kept me from finding basic companionship, having a fun night out, or making new friends, let alone falling in love. Thinking back on the way my father was raised by June and the way I was brought up by him, I had known from the jump that it would be an actual nightmare to have him in charge. The thought of my father taking over any aspect of my life had filled me with fear, but taking over everything, it was just the worst thing that could possibly ever happen to my music, my career, and my sanity. Yeah, it's sick. Yeah, no, it's sick. How's she exposing medical, right? I mean, it seems, I don't know. It seems not allowed or something. Giving me goosebumps how disgusting it is. Just wow. What the hell did she ever do to deserve this? Nothing. Who's HIPAA? Never heard of her, girl. Honestly, to be fair, I'm not really sure that HIPAA applied to Robin because I don't think that she was treating Britney in a medical capacity as a medical professional. I'm really not sure she was doing that. But who knows? I mean, who knows? Maybe Robin's some kind of nurse or something. Maybe she violated HIPAA. Thinking back on the way, okay, I had known from the jump it would be an actual nightmare to have Jamie in charge. The thought of my father taking over any aspect of my life had filled me with fear. But taking over everything, it was the worst thing that could possibly ever happen to my music, my career, or my sanity. Pretty quickly, I called the weird-ass lawyer the court had appointed for me and asked him for help. Imagine you're Sam Ingham and you're reading this book, and the first time you're mentioned again is like the weird-ass lawyer that was imposed upon me. Pretty quickly, I called the weird ass lawyer the court had appointed for me and asked him for help. Incredibly, he was all I really had, even though I hadn't chosen him. I'd been told that I couldn't hire anyone new because my lawyer had to be court approved. Much later, I would come to find out that was bullshit. I didn't know for 13 years that I could have gotten my own lawyer. I felt that the court appointed lawyer didn't seem eager to help me understand what was going on or how to fight for my rights. And I wonder why. He was making $500,000 a year. If Brittany were to get out of the conservatorship, it would be a financial disincentive for Sam. And Sam Ingham would not be, he was not financially incentivized to let Brittany get out of this conservatorship. He had a $500,000 a year salary payments depending on this conservatorship. He needed the conservatorship to go on just as much, if not more, than anybody. So, of course, he wasn't helping Brittany. It doesn't surprise me. These criminals are corrupt, allegedly. I don't know who's a criminal and who's not. Innocent until proven guilty. Oh my God. Okay. My mother, who is best friends with the governor of Louisiana, could have put me on the phone with him and he would have told me I could get my own lawyer. But she kept it a secret. Instead, she got a lawyer for herself just so she could get off on fighting with my dad like she did when I was younger. At various times, I pushed back, especially when my father took away my access to cell phone. Again, what they did to Bam. I would be smuggled a private phone and try to break free, but they always caught me. And here's the sad, honest truth. After everything I had been through, I didn't have a lot of fight left in me. I was tired and I was scared too. After being held down on a gurney, I knew they could restrain my body anytime they wanted to. They could have tried to kill me, I thought. I started to wonder if they did want to kill me. So when my father said, "I call the shots," I thought, this is too much for me. But I did not see a way out. So I felt my spirit retreat and I went on autopilot. And I know exactly what she's talking about. Whenever everything is just way too much and you're going through just like intense, like hit after hit, blow after blow, and you're in fight or flight for years and years and years, it's like you just suck into yourself and you just kind of go on the job interview, go on the, because to feel your real feelings is just way too damn much. You have to check out. It's like a checkout. Some people might call it a dissociation, whatever you want to call it. I know that feeling that she went inward. Yeah, dissociated. It's you done ever. There's nothing else you can do, and it happens when you're out of control. You don't have any control, and so it's like I believe humans need freedom. We need to know that our choices are our own, and we're willing to give up a certain amount of the freedom. But like whenever we're being, it's a slave. She was a slave. I'm sorry, she just was. And so when you're literally in slavery, and you're owned by someone else, and they're cruel, and the people are cruel, I can imagine what happened. I can only imagine it. I've never been in that situation, but it's what I can imagine. Oh man. At various times, I did push back, especially when my father took away access to my cell phone. I would be smuggled a private phone and try to break free, but they always caught me. I didn't have a lot of fight left. They tried to kill me. Okay. So with my father, too much. Okay. So I felt my spirit retreat and I went on autopilot. If I play along, surely they'll see how good I am and they'll let me go. And so I went along with it. After I'd married Kevin and had my kids, Felicia was still there a little bit. I had always adored her. But once I stopped touring and started working less, we fell out of touch. There was some talk of Felicia coming back on board for the circus tour, but somehow I never did have her as my assistant again. I later learned that my dad told her I didn't want her to work for me anymore. But I never said that. If I had known she wanted to do something for me, I never would have told her no. Without my knowledge, my father was keeping her from me. Oh, the Zohar books are only for the most initiated. That's interesting. Yeah, call it a breakdown. Exactly. I never saw some of my really close friends ever again. Still haven't to this day. It made me shut down psychologically even more than I had before. My parents had some old friends from home come visit me to make me feel better. No thanks, I said. I mean, I loved them to death, but they had kids now and they'd moved on with their lives. Their coming to see me felt more like sympathy than a social call. Help is good, but not if it's not asked for. Not if it doesn't feel like it's a choice. Whew! I need to highlight that one because that applies across the board. Help is good, but not if it's not asked for. Not if it doesn't feel like it's a choice. It's difficult for me to revisit this darkest chapter of my life and to think about what might have been different if I pushed back harder then. I don't at all like to think about that. Not whatsoever. I can't afford to, honestly. I've been through too much. And when the conservatorship happened, it was true. I had been partying. My body could not physically take anymore. It was time to calm down. But I went from partying a lot to being a total monk. Under the conservatorship, I didn't do anything. One day I was with the photographer, driving my car fast, living so much, and then all of a sudden I was alone, doing nothing at all, not even allowed to access my own cell phone. It was night and day. In my old life, I had freedom. The freedom to make my own decisions, to set my own agenda, to wake up and decide how I wanted to spend the day. Even the hard days were my hard days. Once I gave up the fight in my new life, I would wake up each morning and ask one question: what are we doing? And then I would do what I was told. Oof. It's not good. It's not good. When I was alone at night, I would try to find inspiration in beautiful or transporting music, movies, books, anything to help blot out the horror of this arrangement. Just as I had when I was a little girl, I'd look for other worlds to escape to. It seemed like every request went through my father and Robin. They decided where I went and with who. Under Robin's direction, security guards handed me pre-packaged envelopes of medications and watched me take them. They put parental controls on my iPhone. Everything was scrutinized and controlled. Everything. I would go to sleep early and then I would wake up and do what they told me again and again and again. It was like Groundhog Day, and I did that for 13 years. If you're asking why I went along with it, there's one very good reason. I did it for my kids. Because I played by the rules, I was reunited with my boys. It was an ecstatic experience getting to hold them again. When they fell asleep next to me that first night we had back together, I felt whole for the first time in 9 months. I just stared at them sleeping and I felt so lucky. To see them as much as possible, I did everything I could to appease Kevin. I paid his legal bills, plus child support, plus thousands more a month so the kids could come along with me on the circus tour. Within the same period of time, I appeared on Good Morning America, did the Christmas tree lighting in LA, shot a segment for Ellen, and toured throughout Europe and Australia. But again, the question was nagging me. If I'm so sick that I can't make my own decisions, then why did they think it was fine for me to be out there smiling and waving and singing and dancing in a million time zones a week? This is what we were asking. I mean, when I first came into the Britney movement, before I even really knew like the full scope of it, I was like, wait a second. She was too sick to spend her own money, but she wasn't too sick to make not only her own money, but enough money to support a village of people. It doesn't add up. Ooh, wow. Brittany is, I should have kept reading. Okay, let me read that last sentence again. But again, the question was nagging at me. If I was so sick that I couldn't make my own decisions, why did they think it was fine for me to be out there smiling and waving and singing and dancing in a million time zones a week? I'll tell you one good reason. The circus tour grossed more than $130 million. Taylor's company, TriStar, got 5%. And I learned after the conservatorship that even when I was on hiatus in 2019 and money wasn't coming in, my father paid them an extra minimum flat fee. So they were paid hundreds of thousands of dollars more. My father got a percentage too. Plus, throughout the conservatorship, about $16,000 a month, more than he had ever made before. He profited heavily from the conservatorship, becoming a multimillionaire. My freedom in exchange for naps with my children. It was a trade I was willing to make. There is nothing I love more, nothing more important to me on this earth than my children. I would lay down my life for them. And so I thought, why not my freedom? And we knew this, we did know this. We knew that Britney was playing along because of her kids. I mean, that was clear. Chapter 33. She's losing all her freedom. Exactly. Hey, noted authority. Did you just get here? We've been here for 6 hours, girl. Okay, so chapter 33. I think this one's going to be good. 33 is an important Kabbalah number, I think. Or is that a different secret religion? I don't know. How do you cling to hope? I had resolved long ago to go along with the conservatorship for the sake of my sons, but being in it was really hard. I knew there was something more inside me, but I felt it dimming every day. Over time, the fire inside me burned out. Mm-hmm. Spooky Fox said this is what they do in a Phoenix the Wolf right now. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Yes. Larry said the kids were like carrots. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. And I think most mothers would have made the same decision. I mean, I don't have kids, but I mean, I have siblings and, one of them has kids and stuff like that. And so, there's not much I wouldn't do for them and stuff, but I don't have kids and I don't know how to speak as a mother, but I can imagine most mothers would make this decision. Most. I don't know. Some of them seem to suck, but I think most of them would. Oh, all I got to do is do concerts and I'll get to see my kids. Otherwise, I don't get to see my kids. And the media is going to attack me and they're going to lock me up and do crazy stuff to me anyway. Like, I might as well play along. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because maybe any reasonably intelligent person, even peripherally aware of the situation and capable of deductive reasoning, was thinking the same thing. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm still kind of reeling about that red string ceremony Madonna did. I know okay. Over time, the fire inside me burned out. The light went out of my eyes, and I know that my fans could see it, although they didn't understand the full scope of what had happened because I was so tightly controlled. I have a lot of compassion for the woman I was before I was put into the conservatorship when I was recording Blackout. Even though I was being described as so rebellious and such a wild girl, all my best work was accomplished during that time. All in all, though it was a terrible time, I had my two little babies, and there was always a fight around my trying to see them. I look back now and I think that if I had been wise, I would not have done anything but focus on my life at home, as hard as it was. At the time, Kevin would say, well, if you meet me this weekend, we'll have a 2-hour meeting and we'll do this and that, and I might let you see the boys a little bit more. Everything was almost like a deal with the devil for me to get what I wanted. I was rebelling, yes, but I can see now that there's a reason why people go through rebellious times, and you have to let people go through them. Thanks so much, Sunflower. Yes, I do remember this. Thank you for the super chat. Remember Robin making her work on her birthday on camera? Yes, I sure do. Yes, I sure do. Parental alienation is also traumatic for the children. Yes, it is. And kids need a bond with both of their parents. Yeah, I mean, imagine, Nunya. Imagine then he's in charge of your life. It's literally a nightmare. It's literally a nightmare. And now you have to let, she says, you have to let people go through their rebellious phases. I'm not saying I was right to spiral, but I think to hinder someone's spirit to that degree and put them down that much to the point where they no longer even feel like themselves, I don't think that's healthy either. We as people have to test the world. You have to test your boundaries to find out who you are and how you want to live. Other people, and by other people, I mean men, were afforded that freedom. Male rockers were rocking into the late award shows. Oh, sorry. Male rockers were rolling in late to award shows, and we thought it made them cooler. Male pop stars were sleeping with all kind of women, and that was awesome. Kevin was leaving me alone with two babies, and he wanted to go smoke POT and record a rap song. Then he took them away from me and had Details magazine calling him Dad of the Year. A paparazzo who stalked and tormented me for months sued me for $230,000 for running over his foot with my car one time when I was trying to escape him. We settled and I had to give him a lot of money. When Justin cheated on me and then acted sexy, it was seen as cute. But when I wore a sparkly bodysuit, I had Diane Sawyer making me cry on national television, MTV making me listen to people criticizing my costumes, and a governor's wife saying she wanted to shoot me. I'd been eyeballed so much growing up. I'd been looked up and down, had people telling me what they thought of my body since I was a teenager. Shaving my head and acting out were ways of pushing back. But under the conservatorship, I was made to understand that those days were now over. I had to grow my hair out. I had to get back in shape. I had to go to bed early and take whatever medication they told me to take. If I thought getting criticized about my body in the press was bad, it hurt even more from my own father. He repeatedly told me I looked fat and that I was going to have to do something about it. So every day I put on my sweats and I would go to the gym. I would do little bits of creative stuff here and there, but my heart just wasn't in it anymore. As far as my passion for singing and dancing, it was almost a joke at that point. Feeling like you're never good enough is soul crushing, and it's a soul crushing state of being for a child. He had drummed that message into me as a girl. And even after I had accomplished so much, he was continuing to do that to me. You ruined me as a person, I wanted to tell my father. Now you're making me work for you. I'll do it, but I'll be damned if I put my heart into it. I became a robot, not just a robot, a sort of child robot. I had been so infantilized that I was losing pieces of what made me feel like myself. Anything that my father or my mother told me to do, I would reject. My pride as a woman wouldn't let me take it seriously. The conservatorship stripped me of my womanhood. It made me into a child. I became more of an entity than a person on stage. I had always felt music in my bones and my blood, and they stole that from me. If they'd let me live my life, I know I would have followed my heart and come out of this the right way and worked it out. 13 years went by with me feeling like a shadow of myself. I think back now on my father and his associates having control over my body and my money for that long, and it makes me feel sick. Think of how many male artists gambled all their money away. How many had substance abuse or mental health issues. No one tried to take away their control over their body and money. I didn't deserve what my family did to me. I will correct you on that one, Brittany, because they did the same exact thing to Bam Margera, and they're doing it right now with his kid, Phoenix the Wolf. So I do think it was a lot easier to take Britney's autonomy because she was a woman. And I do think that the courts, the family, Team Con, the media, everyone did capitalize on sexist tropes. But I don't think it's only happening to women because we've seen how they're doing it. I mean, Kanye West, he lives in the one state that requires a jury trial for a conservatorship. And I do not think that is a coincidence. It is funny. Yes, this is always funny. Not funny, actually funny, but just interesting to me. It is funny how the people who accuse you of doing bleep to gain control over you are the same ones that put you in a position to take bleep against your will. Ask me how I know. Well, I would ask you how you know, but the way I know is because we've seen it with Bam and Brittany at least. They take them off their drug of choice and put them on their drug of choice. You know what I mean? Big pharma. The thing was, I accomplished a lot during that time when I was supposedly incapable of taking care of myself. In 2008, that was the year she was put in the conservatorship, I won more than 20 awards, including Cosmopolitan Ultimate Woman of the Year award. At the VMAs, just 1 year after I'd been mocked for Gimme More, I won 3 Moon Men. My video, Piece of Me, won every category it was nominated in, including Video of the Year. I thanked God, my sons, and my family and my fans for standing by me. I sometimes thought it was almost funny how I won those awards for the album I made while I was supposedly so incapacitated that I had to be controlled by my family. The truth was, though, when I stopped to think about it for very long, it wasn't funny at all. Chapter 34. Yeah, no, it definitely does feel like those like marathon, like court filing readings. Yeah, Erica was like, yes, I love Piece of Me. I love Piece of Me. It's a really good one. Chapter 34. While overall I was miserable day to day, I was able to find joy and comfort in the boys and in my routine. I made friends. I dated Jason Trawick. He was 10 years older than me and really had his life together. I loved that he wasn't a performer, but was an agent, so he knew the business and understood my life. We ended up dating for 3 years. When we went out together, he was hyper vigilant. I knew I could be clueless sometimes. I'm not clueless anymore. Now I'm basically a CIA agent. He was always scoping everything out, obsessively controlling situations. I had been around the paparazzi so much that I knew what was up. I knew the deal. So to see him in a suit working at this huge agency, getting in the car with me, I felt he was almost too aware of who I was. He cared too much about managing things. I was used to photographers swarming me on the streets, and I hardly noticed them anymore, which I suppose isn't really good either. We did have a great relationship. I felt a lot of love for him and from him. I was still messed up psychologically from everything that had happened with Kevin and my kids, and from living under the strictures of the conservatorship that my father had set up. I had a place in Thousand Oaks, California. My kids were young at the time, and my father was still in charge of my life. Even though I was on a break after the Femme Fatale tour, my father second guessed every little thing I did, including what I ate. It puzzled me that my mom never said anything about it. My parents got back together in 2010, 8 years after their divorce. And I felt so betrayed by the state of California. My mom seemed to love that. Because of the conservatorship, my dad now had a real job. They watched Criminal Minds on the couch every effing night. Who does that? Oh, me girl. I used to do that, especially around 2010. When my father told me I couldn't have dessert, I felt that it was just not him telling me, but my family and my state. Like I was not even allowed to legally eat dessert because he said no. Eventually, I started to ask myself, where am I? Nothing really made sense anymore. Feeling like I needed more direction, I decided to go back to work. I tried to occupy myself by being productive. I began appearing on more TV shows, including in 2012 as a judge on The X Factor. I think a lot of people are really professional on TV, like Christina Aguilera and Gwen Stefani. But when the camera is on them, they thrive, and that's great. I used to be able to do that when I was younger, but again, I feel like I age backward when I'm afraid. And so I got to where I was very, very nervous. If I knew I had to be on air and I didn't like being nervous all day long, maybe I'm just not cut out for that anymore. I've accepted that now, and it's okay. I can tell people who try to push me in that direction, no, I have been forced into things that I didn't want to do and been humiliated. It's not my thing at this point. Now, if you got me a cute cameo on a fun TV show where I'm in and out in a day, that's one thing. But to act skeptical for 8 hours straight while judging people on TV, oh, no, thank you. I absolutely hated it. It was around that time I got engaged to Jason. He got me through a lot of things. But in 2012, not long after he became my co-conservator, my feelings changed. I couldn't see it then, but I now see that having him tied up with the whole organization controlling my life might have played a part in draining the romance out of our relationship. There came a point when I realized I didn't have any bad feelings toward him, but I also just didn't love him anymore. I stopped sleeping in the same room with him. I just wanted to cuddle my kids. I felt such a bond with them. I literally closed the door to him. My mom said, "That's hateful." I'm sorry, I can't help it. I don't love him anymore like that. He broke up with me, but I did not care because I had fallen out of love with him. He wrote me a long letter and then he disappeared. He resigned as my co conservator when our relationship ended. To me, it seemed like he had something of an identity crisis. He put colored streaks in his hair and went to Santa Monica Pier and rode bikes every day with a bunch of tattooed dudes. Hey, look, I get it. Now that I'm in my 40s, I'm going through my own identity crisis. I think it was just time for us to part ways. Oh, hold on a second. Gotta answer a text. Sorry. I gotta text somebody. Because I was like trying to finish this in one sitting, but I don't know if that's gonna end up being able to happen. So I'm just gonna get through as much as I can. Um, okay. The tours under the conservatorship were strictly sober, so we were not allowed to drink. Once I ended up with the most of with most. Once I ended up with most of the same dancers as Christina Aguilera. The dancers and I met up with Christina in Los Angeles. She seemed pretty messed up. But the dancers and I wound up swimming in a beautiful pool and sitting in a jacuzzi. It would have been nice to have drinks with them to get all rebellious, sassy fun, but I wasn't allowed to do that because my life had become a Sunday school Bible church camp under the conservatorship. In some ways, they turned me into a teenager again. In other ways, I was a girl. But sometimes I just felt like a trapped adult woman who was pissed off all the time. This is what's hard to explain. How quickly I could vacillate between being a little girl and being a teenager and being a woman because of the way they had robbed me of my freedom. That was There was no way to behave like an adult since they wouldn't treat me like an adult. So I would regress and act like a little girl. But then my adult self would step back in. Only my world did not allow me to be an adult. The woman in me was pushed down for a long time. They wanted me to be wild on stage the way they told me to be, and to be a robot the rest of the time. I felt like I was being deprived of those good secrets of life, those fundamental supposed sins of indulgence and adventure that make us human. They wanted to take away that specialness and keep everything as rote as possible. It was death to my creativity as an artist. I have been here for 6 hours and 40 minutes, girl. Back in the studio, I made one good song with will.i.am, Work Bitch, but I wasn't making a lot of music that I was proud of, probably because I wasn't into it. I was so demoralized. It seemed like my father would pick the darkest and ugliest studios to record in. It felt like some people got a thrill from thinking I didn't choose It felt like some people got a thrill from thinking I didn't notice those things. I felt cornered in those situations. I felt they really set me up. It was like they thrived on my fear, turned it in all into drama, which in turn made me unhappy. And so they would always win. All I knew was I had to work. And I wanted to do the right thing, to make an album that I was proud of. But it was as if I had forgotten that I was a powerful woman. After the X Factor, my manager brought me to oh, okay. After the X Factor, my manager, I'm assuming Larry, brought me the offer to perform as a part of as a part of a Las Vegas residency. I thought, why not? My heart wasn't in recording music anymore. I wasn't passionately driven like how I used to be. And I had no more fire to bring. I was so over it. Thank you so much, Lovin' a Fool, for the super chat. Yeah, I know. 6 hours, 42 minutes. I know y'all see me sweating too. It's hot up here. I had 2 kids. I had a breakdown. My parents took over my career. What was I gonna do at this point? Just go home? So I went along with it. I went to Vegas the way everyone goes to Vegas, hoping to win. Dang. Let me check this message. Okay, they did not text me back. Okay. Chapter 35. I loved the dry heat of Las Vegas. I loved the way everyone believed in luck and the dream. I had always enjoyed it there, even back when Paris Hilton and I were kicking off our shoes and running through casinos. But that felt like a lifetime ago. My residency started right after Christmas in 2013. The boys were 7 and 8. In the beginning, it was a great gig. Being on stage in Vegas was thrilling at first. And no one let me forget that my residency was a landmark deal for the strip. I was told my show drew young people back to Sin City and changed the landscape of entertainment in Las Vegas for a new generation. The fans gave me so much energy. I became great at doing the show. I got so much confidence, and for a while, everything was good. Well, as good as it could be when I was so tightly controlled. I started dating a TV producer named Charlie Ebersol, and to me, he seemed like marriage material. He took great care of himself, his family was close. I loved him. Charlie worked out every day, taking pre workout supplements and a whole bunch of vitamins. He shared his nutrition research with me and started giving me energy supplements. My father did not like that. He knew what I ate. He even knew when I would go to the bathroom. So when I started taking energy supplements, he saw I had more energy on stage and that I was in better shape than I had been. And it seemed obvious that Charlie's regimens were a good thing for me. But I believe my father started to think that I had a problem with those energy supplements, even though they were over the counter, not prescription. So he told me I had to get off of them and he sent me to rehab. He got to say where I went and when, and going to rehab meant I didn't get to see my kids for a whole month. The only consolation was that I knew it was just for a month and I would be done. The place he chose for me was in Malibu. That month, for hours a day, we had to do boxing and other exercises outside because there was no gym. A lot of people in the facility were serious bleep addicts. I was scared to be there by myself. At least I was allowed to have a security guard who I'd have lunch with every day. I found it difficult to accept that my dad was selling himself as this amazing guy and devoted father when he was throwing me away, putting me against my will into a place where bleep and bleep addicts. I'll just say, he was horrible. When I got out, I started doing shows again in Vegas like nothing had happened. Part of that was because my father told me I had to get back out there. Part of it was because I was still so nice, so eager to please, and so desperate to do the right thing and be a good girl. Oh, Noda has been lurking for hours. Okay, I figured. Should have known. No matter what I did, my dad was there watching. I couldn't drive a car. Everybody who came to my trailer had to sign waivers. Everything was very, very safe. So safe I couldn't breathe. And no matter how much I dieted and exercised, my father was always telling me I was fat. He put me on a strict diet. The irony was that we had a butler and extravagance. And I would beg him for real food. Sir, can you please sneak a hamburger or ice cream? Ma'am, I'm sorry. I have strict orders from your father. So for 2 years, I ate almost nothing but chicken and canned vegetables. 2 years is a long time not to be able to eat what you want, especially when it's your body and your work and your soul making the money that everyone is living off of. 2 years of asking for French fries and being told no. I found it so degrading. A strict diet you've put yourself on is bad enough. When someone is depriving you of food you want, that makes it worse. I feel like my body wasn't mine anymore. I would go to the gym and feel so out of my mind with this trainer telling me to do things with my body. I felt cold inside. I felt scared. I'll be honest, I was effing miserable. And it didn't even work. The diet had the opposite effect, what my father wanted. I gained weight. Even though I wasn't eating as much, he made me feel so ugly and like I wasn't good enough. Maybe that's because of the power of your thoughts. Whatever you think you are, you become. I was so beaten down by all of it, I just surrendered. My mom seemed to go along with my dad's plan for me. It was always incredible to me that so many people felt so comfortable talking about my body. It started when I was young, whether it was strangers in the media or within my own family. People seemed to experience my body as public property, something they could police, control, criticize, or use as a weapon. My body was strong enough to carry two children and agile enough to execute every choreographed move perfectly on stage. And now here I was having every calorie recorded so people could continue to get rich off of my body. No one else but me seemed to find it outrageous that my father would set all these rules for me and then go out and drink Jack and Cokes. My friends would visit and get their nails done at spas and drink fancy champagne. I was never allowed into spas. My family would stay in Destin, a pretty beach town in Florida, at a ridiculously beautiful condo that I bought for them, and eat good tasting food every night while I was starving and working. I called my mom one day in Louisiana and said, "What are you doing this weekend?" "Oh, the girls and I are going to Destin tomorrow," she said. Jamie Lynn had so many times that she had never Jamie Lynn had said so many times she'd never went there, and that was one of the more ridiculous things that I bought the family that she never wanted, and it turned out my mom went there every weekend with Jamie Lynn's 2 daughters. Thanks so much, Robin, for the super chat. I used to love buying my family houses and cars, but there came a point when they started to take things for granted, and the family didn't realize that those things were possible because I'm an artist. And because of how they treated me for years, I lost touch with my creativity. I was given an allowance of about $2,000 a week. If I wanted a pair of sneakers that my conservators didn't think I needed, I would be told no. This was despite the fact that I did 248 shows and sold more than 900,000 tickets in Vegas. Each show paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. One of the only nights that I went out with a friend and others, including my dancers, for dinner, I tried to pick up the check for the whole party. The check was $1,000. Because the group was so big, Oh, it was $1,000 because the group was so big, but I had wanted to take them out. It was important to me that they know how much I appreciate how hard they work. My purchase was declined. I didn't have enough money in my allowance account to cover it. And that's the end of chapter 35. On that note, I'm getting tired. I'm getting hot. I'm hungry. I have stuff to do. So I'm going to have to finish this later. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much to everybody who did super chats. I will be finishing this at some point eventually. We're most of the way through, but I still think we probably got another couple hours to go. Thanks so much for those people who have literally been here all day. Love you, mean it. And we'll talk very soon. Facts ain't defamation. Love you, Nikki. Bye.